Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Amity Institute of Psychology and Allied Sciences, Amity University, Noida, I extend a very warm and hearty welcome to all of you. In India, every auspicious beginning takes place with the lighting of the lamp. Folklore is replete with symbolism of light signifying the victory of good over evil, symbolizing the spread of knowledge and wisdom. So now we should light the sacred lamp and thus inaugurate this conference.
या कुन्देन्दु तुषार हार धवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना शङ्कर प्रभृतिभिर्देव सदा वन्दिता सामान् पातु सरस्वती सरस्वती भगवती निश्शेषजाड्यापहा.
Thank you, ma'am. In the last 2 years, the world has seen times that were unprecedented, never expected, and never thought of to be happening in our lives. This time has impacted everyone, irrespective of age, gender, and place. During these times, people have seen trauma, tragedy, tears, and stress beyond imagination, which have affected people directly and indirectly, physically, mentally, and emotionally. There has been an increase in various sources of trauma. For instance, increase in violence, aggression, and intergenerational trauma. This conference is happening at an opportune time to help us understand, assimilate, and try to find answers and a way ahead during these challenging times. It brings together a diverse range of voices covering the most relevant, timely, and important mental health concerns within our communities. The conference provides us points to ponder and a professional insight into the issues that would help us pave a path to gently come out of it. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, I take immense pleasure in welcoming you all to the first international conference on applied psychology on the theme Psychological Trauma and Conflict Resolution in Present Times. Now, may I invite Professor Dr. Ranjana Bhatia, Head of Institute, Amity Institute of Psychology and Allied Sciences, to deliver the welcome address. She has 3 decades of experience in the field of education. She has been a source of motivation and inspiration and is actively working to take the Institute to new heights of success. Dr. Ranjana Bhatia.
Thank you, Devi. Thank you for inviting me to welcome all the dignitaries. So, good morning, all the dignitaries, paper presenters, and participants of this conference. On behalf of all of us at Amity Institute of Psychology and Allied Sciences, Amity University, Noida, I extend a warm welcome to all of you. The word trauma originates from the Greek word for wound and was applied for physical injury before it became used for psychological injury by the end of the 19th century. By definition, trauma is a psychological wound, and a traumatic event is a major stressor which suddenly overwhelms a person, threatens his or her life, or a personal integrity, leaving no escape and triggers accompanying horror that overwhelms the individual's ability to understand and cope with the situation. Psychological trauma is a response to an event that a person finds highly stressful. Trauma can cause a wide range of physical and emotional symptoms. Psychological trauma is damage to a person's mind as a result of one or more events that cause overwhelming amount of stress that exceeds the person's ability to cope or integrate the emotions involved, eventually leading to serious long-term negative consequences. Trauma is not the same as mental distress or suffering, both of which are universal human experiences. Nearly 2 years into pandemic coexistence with several national crises, many of us are profoundly tense. We are snapping at each other more frequently, suffering from physical symptoms of stress and seeking methods of self-care. This is the situation we all have gone through for the past 2 years. This conference on psychological trauma and conflict resolution in present times has been organized keeping in view the pandemic and its impact all across the world. We are honored that renowned psychologists have accepted our invitation to be speakers today for this conference. I wish to extend my gratitude to our Honorable Founder President Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan for his vision, to our respected Chancellor Sir Dr. Atul Chauhan for his motivation, and our respected Vice Chancellor Madam Dr. Balvinder Shukla for constant support and guidance. We are sure that listening to the eminent speakers today will greatly help us in understanding trauma and the consequences of trauma, especially in the past 2 years, and also add to our knowledge base. Thank you. I extend a warm welcome to all of you once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, I would like to add a few words about Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla, our Vice Chancellor of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Noida. She is a staunch leader in the field of academia and a recipient of various prestigious awards and honors. Dr. Shukla is a strategist, an institution builder, and a quality networker. She has been the role model for academia, students, and budding professionals alike. It is because of the support and encouragement from her that Amity University has excelled even in times of adversity. She has led the organization of over 150 seminars, conferences, and management development programs. Over the course of this conference, she will be joining us to grace her with her presence. Now, I invite Dr. Shalini to address the gathering.
May I now invite the keynote speaker, Dr. Richard Mollica, Director of the Harvard Program in Refugee Trauma of Massachusetts General Hospital and Harvard Medical School. In 1993, he received the Human Rights Award for the American Psychiatric Association. He received his medical degree from the University of New Mexico and completed his psychiatry residency at Yale Medical School. He heads the Harvard Program for Refugee Trauma, which is a pioneer in the field of research on the mental health impacts of mass violence and also clinical care and advocacy for survivors of war, torture, and natural disasters. Richard Mollica is credited with single-handedly creating a subspecialty in modern psychiatry. He got his inspiration from the story of a trauma survivor. Soldiers of Khmer Rouge, the brutal regime that ruled Cambodia in the mid-1970s, killed her 16 family members, beat her viciously, and left her to die atop a pile of corpses. She survived, but when she woke up, she realized she had lost her ability to hear. The story told by a Cambodian refugee made a strong impact on Richard Mollica, who in 1981 was a young, idealistic physician leading a mental health clinic in Britain, Mars, for refugees from Cambodia, Laos, and Vietnam. Inspired by a desire to provide the best care to the most vulnerable, Molika set out to study the effects of trauma, becoming a pioneer in the field of refugee mental health. At a time when people had not even heard of the concept of torture in the field of medicine, and psychiatrists believed that people who had survived the worst violence were not curable, Dr. Richard Molika provided evidence of the effectiveness of clinical care for individuals who had experienced refugee trauma. Dr. Molika has received numerous awards for his work and is the author of a classic in its field, Hearing Invisible Wounds, Paths to Hope and Recovery in a Violent World. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting Dr. Richard Molika before you.
Well, well, thank you so much. What a very moving introduction. It's Fanny Kai, my assistant, will be showing my slides. We're not going to get to them yet. I want to thank all of you. What a fantastic experience it is for me to be lecturing to all these wonderful young people in India. You know, it's like a dream come true. And of course, the sacred lamp was something unbelievable, you know, and really moved me. I was very moved by the invocation and the singing, the beautiful singing, you know, and I don't know why we don't do that at Harvard. We don't open a meeting like that, you know. And and Dr. Mitra, thank you so much for inviting me. It's a great honor. So I'm going to try to, Fanny and I, we're going to try to go through this lecture. We'll be showing the slides, and then we'll have some time for a discussion. But I want to begin, before we start showing the slides, my father, who was an immigrant, Italian immigrant, said to me, son, he said, son, take on a problem you can't solve. And I'm saying that to you, young people. Take on a problem you can't solve. If you take on a problem you can't solve, you'll always have a job. You'll never be bored. You'll always be challenged. You know, it's an exciting thing. But what he really meant by that, he said, son, you know, if you take on a problem you can't solve, you're going to fail. Get used to failing. Fail over and over and over and over again, you know, to someday you make something of yourself, you know. So what I'm trying to tell you is, an old Italian immigrant guy said to me, take on a problem you can't solve. And because look what we got in the world today. What a mess you young people have to clean up. Climate change. 200 animals going extinct every day, animals and plants, the destruction of the natural. I just saw an article today about the forests in India being destroyed, you know, mass migration, you know, war, we're going to have a war in the Ukraine, you know, it goes on and on. I mean, you know, these are problems that are so overwhelming. We call it the enormity problem. They're so enormous, we all want to go unconscious. What can a little tiny person like ourselves do with the 200 animals going extinct every day and plants? COVID pandemic. But it's not true. We all can make a difference. I know in India, because of your great spiritual traditions, home of Buddhism and other religions, wonderful religions, you know, I know you can make a difference. So I want to appeal to you. Esperanza, hope. I don't know how you say it in your language, but you know, there is hope, and the hope is in the young people. You, the young people. You need to change this world and make this world a better place. So let's go through quickly the global refugee problem and show some hopeful solutions. So Fanny, can you start showing the slides, please? Next slide, please. How big is the problem? I have two beautiful images here. One is from the Satara camp in Jordan. these are Syrian refugees. I've been there and working in Lebanon and Jordan, and in this camp live 80,000 people, and they've been there for years now. And of course, you're all familiar with the Tibetan, the wonderful things you've done for the Tibetans who have fled into your country and have you offered them a home. Now, according to the United Nations, 84 million people have been displaced, 26 million are refugees, 48 million are internally displaced. That means they haven't left their country. 1 in 95 people on earth has fled their homes as a result of conflict or persecution. And now we're expecting one of the biggest floods of refugees in the Ukraine, the Russia-Ukraine war that's starting. The World Bank estimates that by 2015, over 260, and you face this in India, you know this well, over 260 million persons across 6 world regions will be displaced by climate change. This is a terrible story. 90 million people live in shanty towns and slums without any sanitation, no healthcare, etc. And we have, unbelievably, 15 million people live in garbage dumps. They live in the garbage that we throw away. I mean, this is the magnitude of the refugee crisis, and it's only going to get worse with climate change. Next slide. Now, in looking at an integrated, holistic approach, and we're going to look at a wonderful quote from Gujarat, my colleagues in Gujarat, India. You're going to see this over here. So when we talk about health, we're really talking about, and you know this in India well, we're talking about body, mind, and spirit, not just the body. We're talking about the body, mind, and spirit, and respect for personal autonomy, freedom from prejudice and stigma, and social justice. Next slide. But we live in silos. Health doesn't talk to mental health. Mental health doesn't talk to development. Development doesn't talk to job training, education. And you young people have to break down these silos. You have to be the body, mind, spirit work for recovery of traumatized people worldwide, of which there's hundreds of millions, has to be done by breaking down these silos. Next slide. Now, we know the WHO definition of health. It's a famous definition. Health is a state of complete physical, mental, social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. This definition, as you'll see in a minute, is out of date. This is the original definition of WHO. I consider it out of date and not really relevant to today's situation. Next slide. And you must know these people in Chechnya, Gujarat, India, the feminists, the women's health people. They taught me this years ago, and this is the slide I always present, the slide from Gujarat, India, Chechnya. Health is look how different this is, how dynamic and moving this is compared to the WHO definition. Health is a personal social state of balance and well-being in which people feel strong, active, wise, and worthwhile, where their diverse capacities and rhythms are valued, where they may decide and choose, express themselves, and move about freely. This is from your colleagues in Gujarat. I hope you can invite them. Maybe you know them, maybe you don't, but these are incredible women working in women's health that have had this definition. I always show, I published it in my book, Healing Invisible Wounds, and it's had a huge impact on my thinking. You can have a healthy body, but if you're living in domestic violence, you can't be healthy. It's impossible to be healthy. Next slide. Now we know, let's look at how big is the impact on the refugees and the people who are displaced. In the United States, major depression is around 6.7%. PTSD lifetime is 7.8%, 6 months, 6-month prevalence is 3.7, pretty low. Now let's look at all the research we've done over the years with refugees. Let's look at the next slide. 2/3, 1/3. If you took the Zatari population and you studied the people there and looked at the prevalence of depression, 2/3 of the people would meet the level of depression, clinical level of depression, 1/3 post-traumatic stress disorder, and most people have both together, PTSD and depression. Next slide. And we know from extensive research on disasters that most refugees and most people live through traumatic, catastrophic experience like climate change, et cetera, or earthquakes, et cetera. They don't have serious mental health problems. But in any given population, about 10% of children and 5% of adults have serious mental health problems leading to disability, suicide, et cetera. And so, you have to look at this as a population curve, and, majority of the people have mild to moderate mental health problems of depression, PTSD. 10% of children, 5% of adults have serious mental health problems in need of clinical care, real clinical care, clinical treatment. Next slide. And if you look at this slide here, this is a research slide, post-traumatic stress disorder among Syrian refugees in Turkey. This is a recent study of Syrian refugees in Turkey. You could see the numbers hold up. Diagnosis of PTSD, 33%, 5.5%. Remember, we said 2/3, 1/3. Here's the PTSD, 33%. Next slide. And in this slide, we were shocked in that when we did the first mental health research ever done in the Cambodian refugee camps, that the Cambodian refugees had 16 major trauma events, any one which would be devastating. A child murdered, a family member disappeared, starvation, etc. And if you look at this data here with the Syrian refugees, experience, witness a serious action or injury, 27%. And then you go down, experience the death of a close friend or a family member, 66.2%. Had been in a region affected by war, of course, 92%. So experience abduction, being a hostage, 48%. So by definition, being a displaced person, a migrant, you have already experienced human rights violations at an enormous magnitude of problem. And this study just confirms what all the other studies have shown, that this is a highly traumatized population that's lived through extreme violence. Next slide. And gender-based violence cannot be ignored. We showed in 1988, for the first time in an international study with Amnesty International, that the major torture of women is gender-based violence, rape, sexual violence. And we know in the refugee camps, because of the lack of lighting, etc., I've had many battles with the UNHCR about this. Women are harassed, sexually harassed, raped, and there's a lot of sexual abuse and a lot of gender-based violence in refugee camps. Next slide. Now, this is a wonderful slide. There are two stories. They go, what? Only two stories? Well, a famous Irish poet had lived through the Troubles in Northern Ireland told me this. He said, there are two stories, Richard. Who am I? And the second story is I'm leaving home and I'm coming home. And anyone who's been displaced, has been a migrant, been an immigrant, been in exile, has had to leave home, knows that they spend their whole life trying to find home. And in the next slide, you'll see what this looks like. Home, violence, restoration, and home. Like in America, they live in Syria, the Afghans now coming to America, the Afghan refugees, they had a home, were displaced through violence. They came to the United States, and now they're trying to build a new home in America. And we don't have time. We only have a very brief time with this lecture. And each one of these has its own unique challenges, which we can't go into because I want to show you the bigger picture. So next slide. So we have violence. Now we have losing the world. What does that mean, losing the world? What that means is that everything you believe in is turned upside down. Who would think in Bosnia that people would come in, neighbors would come in and rape you and your children? This is not a normal world we're taught to believe in. So people lose their world. The world that they were taught is normal. People are healthy. People are not violated. People, don't rape people in a village, etc. Is completely turned upside down. I was in Srebrenica, where the worst genocide occurred in Europe, and we were digging up graves. Every child, every male child was killed by the Serbs in Srebrenica, the Muslim people. Every male child from 12 years of age. The child, the father, the grandfather, the great-grandfather, they were all murdered and put in secret graves. This is not a normal world. This is a world no one ever said, oh, you're going to live in a world like Srebrenica. It's unbelievable. Next slide. And we know in my book, in my research, humiliation is the main instrument of violence. We humiliate people to annihilate them culturally, psychologically, socially, physically. And the main tool of humiliation is humiliation. We use the tool of humiliation to create the state of humiliation. And this is what causes the greatest psychological damage to people. And then we lose our homes on top of all of this. We lose our homes. It's unbelievable to lose your home. Next slide. And then our social roles are changed. The men are killed, children are killed, mother is killed. People have to take on different social roles that are not normal, that are not the usual social roles in society. And then finally, all of this leads to the most important thing I talked about in my book is the trauma story. We have to listen to the trauma story of displaced people. We have to listen to the trauma story of the plants and animals that are being massacred all over this world. How do we do that? Well, that's a question you can ask me, and we can talk about that. We have to listen to the terrible things we're doing to human beings and to all living creatures on this planet. They all have a trauma story to tell, including a tree. Next slide. Every human being experiences tragedies. So we, in our empathy towards refugees and other displaced people, we know ourselves that we share with them tragedy. We may not have lost a son who was murdered or watched our sister raped in front of us. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying is that we have a capacity collectively to understand the tragedy of others. Tragedy is inescapable, but this is the real story. A profound pain and fear enters us when we realize that one human being has hurt another. And this is the common story for refugees. It's a terrible thing when one human being hurts another. And the next slide. We know that the trauma story has 4 elements to it: the facts, the cultural meaning of trauma, way trauma occurs. I had a privilege of meeting the first Secretary of State of Bangladesh, and he talked about the rapes that occurred during that war and how it had happened in a cultural way. In other words, cultural trauma is always told by people through their culture. If you're in an Italian earthquake zone, you talk about it as an Italian living in that village. We're working in an earthquake zone in Italy, and the mountain Italians tell it like only mountain Italians can tell it. This is the beautiful part, looking behind the curtain, is that when you lose your world and you reconstruct your world, you develop wisdom, you develop insight, you develop spirituality, you become a better person. And this is what's now called in the literature post-traumatic growth. And then, of course, there's a beautiful relationship like you guys have with the Tibetans. There's a beautiful relationship between the storyteller and the listener. This is very important, whether you're a citizen in society or you're a clinician. The storyteller relationship is very important. Now, we are against brutal facts associated with high emotion. We call a toxic trauma story, where there's no culture, no revelation, no listener. It's just the brutal facts to get high emotion. And this is what the news does every day. They throw out the brutal facts with high emotion, and there's no real deep or insight. This is called a toxic trauma story. We're against the toxic trauma story. And a trauma story isn't buried treasure that we go digging with and we try to pull up out of the ground. You know, it's something that we could talk days about. I've written about this and spent my life talking about the trauma story. Next slide. Now we're going to go into repair, recovery and repair. Now, you all know Maslow's hierarchy of needs, one of the greatest psychologists who in the 50s created this well-known pyramid of hierarchy of needs. And this is the basis of humanitarian aid to refugees and displaced persons. It begins with the safety, protection, food, water, shelter, the bottom 2 are very famous. Then he talked about love, esteem, and self-actualization. Now, Maslow's been highly criticized because he thought you had to go up this step by step. Now, of course, that's not true. That you can have self-awareness and spiritual insight even at the most basic level where you're fighting for survival, you know. And they didn't really have good ways of defining these things, but safety and physiology, you know, safety, protection, sanitation, health has been the key to caring for refugees. And then, but it had to be expanded. So if you go to the next slide. We expanded it through the H5 model. Now, the H5 model is a clinical model based phenomenologically on the real life experience of human beings, you know. So let's go and look at the H5 model. It's very popular now. People are using it all over the world. At the center is trauma story. Then we have human rights. Every refugee has experienced human rights violations, humiliation, healing, health promotion, habitat. Let's run through these, the meaning of these, because we're going to add this. So human rights. All violent acts are human rights violations. We need, every person in this room today needs to carry around in their pocket. We give this to all our medical students and our psychologists in training, the UN Declaration of Human Rights. It's key. You should carry it around. It should be one of your Bibles. You know, next slide. I already spoke about humiliation. In humiliation, during acts of violence, which is a form of cultural annihilation, there's a complete absence of love, affection, and empathy. And we very hard to treat humiliation because people are humiliated or feel so low, so like a nothing, that they don't even think they're worthy in relationship to their God. They feel they're just a piece of garbage. And that's what violence does. It tries to create in you a feeling of deep feeling of humiliation through the acts of humiliation. Next slide. It's very hard to treat. Next slide. It's a complex emotion, and I've already spoken about it. Now, self-care, this is a beautiful thing we talk about in Healing Invisible Wounds. The mind and body are linked, and when violence occurs, a self-healing process is immediately activated, transforming through physical and mental responses the damage that has occurred to the psychological and social self. The human being, spiritually, mentally, physically, begins to repair as soon as they're violated. And we have to build on that. We have to build on that resiliency. And I always say to my patients, I'm your student, you're my teacher. Tell me what you're doing to heal yourself, and I will support that and build on that. Next slide. Now, we know from extensive research that the seed of chronic disease is planted in highly traumatized people. Diabetes, heart disease, metabolic syndrome, stroke, etc., is going to come on 20, 30 years later unless we help people be healthy. So we have to have early intervention with health promotion. Next slide. Now, this is the one we're going to build on. Habitat. Putting a shelter for someone, a tent is not a shelter. I've tried to get the UN to do away with these tents. It's not a home. It's a shelter, but it's not a home, because the word habitat is derived from the Latin habitare, and it meant the total environment in which a person or an organism dwells. I know in India you will appreciate this. And so, for instance, the frog lives in the pond. The pond lives in the frog. A healthy frog creates a healthy pond. A healthy pond creates a healthy frog. This kind of reciprocity in helping build homes for people who've been traumatized in this place is not really appreciated. And in the next slide, we'll show you some amazing work that's been done by putting the Maslow together with H5 model. We come up with the heart model. The next slide. And here it is. You have the built environment, the trauma story, self-healing, the empathic partnership, conversation, reflection, and then you have the psychotropic drugs and surgery, et cetera, basic needs. This is a complete revision of Maslow's hierarchy. Do you see the built environment, healing environment, trauma story, self-healing, et cetera? And this is the new way of thinking about trauma and recovery, restoring people to human dignity. Restoring people, when you've been violated, you lose your dignity through humiliation. And the main goal of treatment in these refugee camps is to restore people to human dignity. And I know you've had this experience with the Tibetans in your country. Next slide. Now, the healing, the built environment, we're building in Haiti now, a building that for women and children that has a garden. It has therapy rooms. It has a coffee shop. It has a market. And it has a special place for birds, a bird sanctuary. because we try to integrate nature into everything. So we know that the built environment has aesthetics, it creates human relationships and healing forces and has good outcomes. Next slide. And so we're going to look at this, space, the space where people live. Garbage dump is not a space. I saw an old story after World War II where the Italians in Sicily built a whole village, including a church, out of garbage. I've been trying to find this documentary for years, and people will try to create home. What is a home? A home is a place where in your house, you smell the cooking of your grandmother. An Italian home, wherever it is, even during the earthquake, where everything's destroyed, it's a place where you smell rosemary, garlic, oregano, basil. That's a home. It's not just a tent, Now, in the next slide, we're going to show you some incredible work that we've done with the people in Lebanon with the Syrian. This is Bekaa Valley, where ISIS was, right over those mountains, terrible terrorist group. And this is a shanty town for Syrian refugees. How many people would like to live in this place for 10, 15 years? So we said we got to do something about the schools here because the kids were not going to school and they were being recruited into terrorist groups. Next slide. Here's another image. Normal living condition in a UN refugee camp. Appalling, isn't it? No one would want to live in this place, Next slide. Here it is again. Next slide. So our colleagues at the American University in Beirut said, let's take something cheaper than a tent. Let's have the children build their own school themselves and use recyclable material because we're going to integrate with nature. And this was called, the Gada project called the roof because they couldn't talk about a permanent structure in Lebanon for refugees. Next slide. So here are the kids here. They're putting together this building for the school, built by the children themselves in primary school. Next slide. Hey, this is what they created. The kids created the school. And all of a sudden, we did the research in this. They went from like 30% of kids showing up for school to almost 100%. Over 90% showed up. Anxiety was reduced. Stress. These are some kids who saw their fathers beheaded by ISIS, by the terrorists. They love school. They came to school. And in the next slide, this is the school they built. It's a little bit different than the tent city that we saw. The kids went wild over this. And now we're using this model in Liberia for women. 60% have been sexually abused during the 25-year war there. In Haiti and in Italy, we built a beautiful school in Italy in the earthquake zone. And we're very proud of that. So this is the changes you guys can make. I mean, you have a great country, a great spirituality, great energy, and design, culture, tradition, and you could do some fantastic things like this. Next slide. We're coming to the end and we have plenty of time for discussion. Shagari Bun made refugee homes out of paper. Out of paper. Can you imagine this? He got the Pritzker Award for this, the highest prize in architecture. You should look him up. Shigeri Bun's, he's a famous architect in Japan who made refugee houses, and he built a cathedral out of paper, out of cardboard. Next slide. And then in the Palestinian refugee camps where people have lived for years and years, which are terrible slums of, depressing, horrible places with no plants, and people get with crooked necks walking through horrible buildings, etc., where they live. Our team went in and put plants in everything, into abandoned toilet bowls, abandoned tubs, sinks, tomato cans. And next slide. And here are the young women from the university working in the Palestinian camps. Look at this, isn't this gorgeous? And with the plants, they completely transformed this Palestinian refugee camp into a garden. And the women in the camp were the ones responsible for that. The Palestinian women who felt hopeless became great gardeners, and they created they even had a greenhouse, and they completely transformed. And plants have everybody who works in psychology and medicine has to have plants in their office. Plants really are great healing for people. And I love looking at these pictures of these young people like yourselves putting plants in a horrible, depressed refugee camp. Next slide. And here's my book. I hope you have a chance to read it, Healing Invisible Wounds. Next slide. Here's our global mental health course we're offering, again, through Harvard Medical School. We're in our 18th year. We now have alumni in 85 countries, 1,000 alumni in 85 countries. We're really proud of this. And we've had your colleagues from India come, and it's been wonderful to have them join us in Italy. We can't do Italy, so we're online this year. Last year, we'll go back to Italy eventually, but we've been doing it online, the Global Mental Health Trauma Recovery course. And I think that's it. And then our website, we have thousands of pages for you young people. We have a self-care website. We have this website. Everything is free. We don't look for money. We don't ask for donations. Everything is free. And so I will turn it back over to the moderators, and maybe we can have some discussion.
Thank you, sir. There are a few questions that I would like to pose to you on behalf of the audience. First of all, there is this question which asks that, sir, how we work through humiliation in respect to religion?
Well, I didn't show this slide. In our research, the four things that prevent depression and PTSD that are really protective of serious mental health problems are altruism, helping other people, work and education for young people, and at work for the adults, social connectedness. In other words, maintaining one's connectedness with one's family, one's church, one's religion, and of course, spirituality. Spirituality is one of the greatest resiliency factors that heal. And I had a Vietnamese soldier who was tortured. He was a Catholic, and he couldn't go to church because he felt so humiliated, like a piece of garbage. He said, I can't even go have Holy Communion, And we worked it through, and he started going back to the sacraments and church, and it had a dramatic impact on his therapy. That was going back to the church, taking the sacraments, being with his friends in the church was the single biggest healing power for him.
The next question is, in what ways then do we publish facts in the news media regarding the trauma stories so they don't appear toxic?
Yeah, I mean, the news media, I don't know the news media in India, but in America, we have a saying in the news: if it bleeds, it leads. Toxic trauma story. I stopped listening to the news because it was making me angry, showing terrible things going on with people. And then the next day, nothing. No discussion how to help the people, no discussion about the culture of the people, no discussion about the resiliency and the strength of the people. Just showing you terrible things that happen to people makes you sick. Actually, I think increases stigma and violence towards displaced people. See, because we're feeding off of pathology here. In other words, we call this. My sons say, I won't mention the name of the channel, but you'll know what it is. They say, "Dad, why are you watching it? That's the misery channel. After you see that news, you're going to be more depressed." It's true. Because there's no hope. There's no in-depth analysis. There's no deep listening in an empathic way to the trauma story. I'm completely against this. I think journalists really are in trouble right now because they've been feeding off of the toxic trauma story for too long,
So we also have another question. What do you think is the role of mental health professionals in dealing with torture?
Well, I've been in this field 40 years. And I've cared for with our team. Our team has been together 40 years. And in Italian, we say lavoro di squadra, teamwork. We say there's no dream work without teamwork. No dream work without teamwork. And I would say that a team of mental health professionals have a huge role to play in dealing with humiliation, listening to trauma story, and helping people recover. I mean, if my son is murdered in front of me, which I've seen, which I've heard about with many patients, I will never get over this. But I can, through the therapy and the treatment with the psychologist and the social worker and the psychiatrist, I could go on to live a meaningful life and go on and take care of my children and my family. So I see people come out of horrible, horrible violence that they've experienced through the therapy, which you guys can do, and go on to have a good life. I'm proud of that. These people are not hopeless. And also, you got to build on what they're already doing. You're the student, they're the teacher. They'll teach you what they're already doing. And you just say, that's great, keep doing it. And they need that support,
There is one question related specifically to the school that was built by children. And the question is, how was the land made available? Wasn't there any legal constraints to acquire the land, or was it under the government only?
What land is this in? Lebanon, you mean? The land in Lebanon.
Yeah.
For the school. Yeah, no, that was given by the government, Lebanese government. Yeah. But I know you have a quite profound, I would like to learn about your work with the Tibetans, because some of the people who came to Italy were Tibetans from Dharamsala, and they were, one Trinley Pamo, my good friend and colleague, she was the head nurse for the Dalai Lama, and they, deeply appreciate the refuge that they got from the Indian government, Indian people, and I think that's a story. I wish someone could send me that story. I'd like to learn more about that story, because you guys have done a fabulous job helping the Tibet, because the Tibetans are being annihilated, their culture is being annihilated. And I think that for whatever reason, I think the Tibetan story in India is a shining example of how people can be respected and treated in a very good way, you know. So if anybody has any information that, please send it to me. I'd love to read it, you know. I'm proud. You guys should be proud of it. The world should know what you're doing, you know.
Definitely. So we'll find some material and share it with you. There is one more question. Is torture increasing in the world, according to you?
Well, that's a really, you know, is it increasing or are we just learning more about it? You know, I think that I'd have to say that I'm not too happy with the human condition right now. And I think the human ego is destroying everything. And I think I went from 10 years ago to, you know, I went from one genocide to another, genocide after genocide. You know, I thought it was going to end with the Cambodians, you know, and the Vietnamese. And then we had Rwanda, then we had Bosnia, and then we had Srebrenica. Now we're going to have Ukraine. It goes on and on, you know. Yeah, after 40 years, when is this going to end? Yeah, come on, give me a break. I mean, you know, I need a break now. I need to see something end here, you know. And then unfortunately, I began to look at what's going on with plants and animals, and it's absolutely 10 times worse. What we're doing to the plants and animals is unbelievable. I mean, talk about torture. What we're doing to plants and animals, and the animals, unfortunately, they talk, they tell their story, but we don't listen. We don't listen. I mean, you guys in India know all about this too, about talking to plants and animals, you know, so we got to learn from you guys how we can be in touch with all living creatures, not just the human creature, and try to reduce all this violence in the world, you know. Does that make sense what I'm saying? This is part of your culture. In our culture, it's not. We don't think of we don't have this holistic approach towards the natural world. See, in the capitalistic cultures, we don't.
So there is one more question. Which strategies can help to deal with intergenerational trauma?
Excuse me, intergenerational trauma.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm not that fatalistic about children. I think it's very important. With the Cambodian community, which I'm very close to, my name is actually a Cambodian name, you know, even though it's an Italian name. It's the lotus blossom used in the Buddhist ceremony, Molika, you know, that's what it's a beautiful name to have a lotus blossom used in a Buddhist ceremony as an Italian name, right? I mean, it's Italian Cambodian name. Okay. So we have an event every year for the young people to hear about the Khmer Rouge, you know, and I lecture on this. And I think we can't keep secrets, that we need to let young people know what has happened, but also give them hope. We cannot take hope away from the young people. Even though we have these enormity problems, I think I'm very hopeful that the young people can really make a difference. You know, I love the young people like Fanny, my colleague who's helping me here, and the other people at Harvard who help the young people help me. You know, I think the young people need to know the truth. We shouldn't hide it from them, but we got to give them hope. Like my father said, I'm going to end on his famous saying, see reality clearly, see what's going on clearly, but never give up your dream. See reality clearly, but never give up your dream. And I want to say that to every young person who's listening to this lecture today. Yeah, look around, see the torture, but don't give up your dream. There's hope. And once you give up your dream, you're finished. Never give up your dream.
So we have one last question for you.
Oh, okay.
How
sure.
do mental health professionals need to respond to issues of inequality and injustice?
We have a saying.
I'll repeat the question, sir.
Yeah, no, I understand. We have a saying. There's no healing without justice. I ask every patient, even though I can't bring the perpetrator to trial, I ask every patient, I've seen in Boston 10,000 survivors of torture, right? Our team. And we ask everyone, what do they need for justice? And they'll tell you, you got to remember that the object, of the object of love's desire is beauty. Beauty is justice, and justice brings peace and harmony to the world. This is our philosophy. We say there's no healing without beauty, and there's no healing without justice. And of course, at the basis of this is empathy. Yeah, and I think the young people know what I'm saying. We have to continue to create beauty in the world because beauty creates justice. Like St. Augustine said, he said, injustice is ugly. It's ugly. To hurt other people, to hurt animals, to hurt trees, to hurt your society is ugly. You're not creating beauty. And you guys know a lot about beauty in your country,
The audience is really enjoying what you are saying. They are actually learning from it. And that is why we have one more question. Justice begs the idea of closure, but closure isn't real. Any comments on that?
I'm sorry, can you say that again? I didn't.
Justice begs the idea of closure, but closure isn't real. Any comments on that?
Of closure. What do they mean by closure? What does that mean?
It's like it's getting a sense of closure that finally justice has been served. It's like, okay, finally, there is an end to what has happened. It's kind of a retributive feeling.
Well, yeah, I've seen patients now 35 years who have been rape victims, torture survivors, 35 years. And we have a very close relationship. And I asked them once, I said, why do you keep coming back after 35 years? And they go, what, you don't like me? You're trying to get rid of me? I said, no, I'm not trying to get rid of you. I'm just curious why you keep coming back. And they all say the same thing. They say, because you are family. Creating family is not closure. It's a way, it's like about spirituality. I mean, having close empathic relationships where you listen to other people and they listen to you. They're also, when my mother died, for example, a couple of years ago, the Cambodian people, you can't touch them. Women, you cannot touch them. They don't like to be touched, Traditionally, you can't touch them, shake their hand or anything, When my mother died, the patients came in one by one. I didn't tell them my mother died. They grabbed my hand and they said, Dr. Malika, we're so sad your mother died. We want you to know in the community really is praying for your mother. And they went ahead in California. I live in Boston. In California, the Cambodian community planted a tree in honor of my mother and father. And they water it during the drought to make sure it didn't die. Now, is that closure? You see what I'm saying? That's family.
Yes.
We're creating family. And family means loyalty, trust, responsibility, and never betraying somebody, never betraying the trust of other people, and never humiliating other people. So, I'm proud of the fact that my Cambodian friends planted that tree in honor of my mother and father in California,
Thank you so much, Dr. Richard Mollica, for such an insightful deliberation.
Well, thank you. What an honor to be here. And I hope the young people, I'm excited to see what these young people do over the next few years, you know.
Definitely, sir.
Thank you so much.
May I now invite, you're most welcome, sir. May I now invite the guest of honor, Dr. Gerard Fromm, Senior Consultant, Erickson Institute for Education and Research at the Austin Riggs Center. Dr. Gerard Fromm is the president of the International Dialogue Initiative, is a senior consultant to the Erickson Institute for Education and Research of the Austin Riggs Center. Formerly, he was the Institute's first Evelyn Stenfanson-Neff director, as well as the director of the center's therapeutic community program. He is also an assistant clinical professor at the Yale Child Studies Center. Certified in psychoanalysis by American Board of Professional Psychology, Dr. Fromm is on the faculty of the Massachusetts Institute for Psychoanalysis and has taught at a number of psychoanalytic institutes throughout the United States. He has presented and published widely, including Lost in Transmission, Studies of Trauma Across Generations. His new book is Traveling Through Time, How Trauma Plays Itself Out in Families, Organizations, and Society. The wrenching, volatile, but binding truth behind the words, bullets don't just travel through skin and bone, they travel through time, tattooed onto the shoulder of a young woman whose father was shot during the Troubles in Northern Ireland, is the subject matter of this book. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Gerard Fromm. We welcome you, sir.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much for this invitation. I look forward to our conversation. It's a pleasure and an honor to be with you. And I very much agree with Dr. Mollica. I hope that these conversations inspire the listeners among you to take up the challenging and very fulfilling kinds of projects that he described. I'm going to, the title of my talk is, I'll show you in a second. It is From Societal Trauma to Shared Mourning. I'm going to, you can see it, okay. Now let's see, how do I get this? Okay. Excuse me 1 second, I have to figure out how I'm going to get it to the next slide. There we go. I'm going to cover a number of topics, if I can. First, a bit of background, then societal trauma and its transmission, then large group identity, then the tree model of intervention, and some comments on shared mourning. It's not only an honor for me to speak with you today, it's an honor to represent my colleague and friend, Dr. Vamek Volkan, whom I think some of you know. I'm sure many of you know his work. Vamek founded the International Dialogue Initiative in 2007. And the mission of that small group is to bring a psychological understanding to societal conflict. We're a relatively small network of professionals from different countries and different disciplines who over time become informal representatives of our countries. And we help each other fill in the gaps of our understanding, and even the dynamic of the group begins to mirror some of the international dynamics that we contain in our membership. So please feel free to go to our website, internationaldialogueinitiative.com. You'll learn a lot more about this. A number of years ago, a mediator in the middle of his career called Vamek or wrote to Vamek and said to him that he's had a lot of experience, and it turns out this mediator was working and probably still is in the Ukraine. But he told Vamek that something was missing from his training and that he thought it was clinical. This was a very interesting statement to us. Vamek, to tell you about his story, Vamek he's a Turkish Cypriot who moved to the United States. He became a practicing psychoanalyst and had a full clinical practice. And two things happened in his life in the early 70s. One was the civil war broke out in Cyprus between Greeks and Turks, and his medical school roommate was assassinated. The second thing was that the president of Egypt took the daring step of going to the Israeli Knesset and to speak to Israelis. And he said to them that 70% of the trouble between your people and mine is psychological. This led Vamek to take up a second career and to try to understand societal conflict by working with Turks and Greeks, Estonians and Russians, Arabs and Israelis. And he spent 20 or 25 years doing that along with his clinical practice. And it seems to us that what clinical means, what this mediator meant, is that the person or the group is suffering and in the grip of very powerful emotions that affect the ability to think rationally. People need help with this suffering. That's the clinical task. And so in the IDI, we developed training workshops that, in a sense, are modeled on the three core aspects of psychoanalytic training: lectures, case discussion, and self-reflection. Self-reflection on large group identity in one's own life. For those of you who are interested, our website will tell you about an upcoming case conference workshop in April. So my clinical training was at a place called the Austin Riggs Center, where I did intensive psychotherapy with very troubled patients. And in every single case, there was a story of trauma in the family, either in the preceding generation or the generation before that. Eric Erickson was on the staff of the Austin Riggs Center many years ago, and I got to know him when I was a fellow in training there. And of course, his great contribution was about the identity crisis in adolescence and the influence of culture and history on a person's development, especially a patient's development. He really launched the field of applied psychoanalysis, and two of his major works were Young Man Luther, and of course, the famous Pulitzer Prize-winning book called Gandhi's Truth. When he died, we developed the Erickson Institute at the Austin Riggs Center, and the core of that is a scholar program where people from various disciplines who are interested in our work come to the center to do their research in dialogue with us. And Vamek was one of those Erickson scholars. So let me say a word about societal trauma. Trauma interferes with the mourning process and too often leads to what Vamek has described in great detail as societal regression. It ruptures the skin around a culture and throws the group into pain-driven mindlessness. Sudden helplessness, humiliation, and unbearable loss are at the heart of traumatic experience. And the natural tendency for people is to turn that passive suffering into something active, which leads to a vicious circle of inflicting trauma on those who've traumatized you. In this scenario, vengeance is sought as a form of recovery. But actually, genuine recovery means experiencing the traumatic feelings in manageable doses. And this requires company, like Dr. Mollica, people who can empathize with the traumatized group and yet insist on the possibility of making it through without disaster. Now, a great example of this, and of course the picture is the debris, the remains of one of the World Trade Center buildings after the attack in 2001. And the following year, Bruce Springsteen came out with an album of songs called The Rising, which was enormously popular, I think, because it was an act of telling these stories in the service of cultural healing. A lot of research came out of the post 9/11 era. And in one of them, in the book Trauma and Human Bonds, there's a story about a little girl who makes this drawing. It turns out the family thought her father had died in the World Trade Center, but instead he had exchanged his shift to a friend who, did the work while he was off doing errands, and his friend was killed. This led to the father being enormously depressed and isolated and having nightmares every single night. When he began to talk about the nightmares, the therapist also saw the daughter's drawings and said, "Your daughter is drawing your dreams," which led to a conversation between them and a kind of reconnection that saved them both. At that time, 3 months after 9/11, there was a man who was a Santa Claus on the street in New York City. And he made the following comment: "The normality is not there. The parents won't let the hands of their children go. The kids sense that. It's like water seeping down and the kids can feel it. Their reactions to Santa are not natural. There is an anxiety, but the kids can't make the connection." What an interesting statement. On the surface, consciously, a parent is saying to a child, "Here's Santa, love him." But unconsciously, the parent is saying, "Here's Santa, fear him." And that communication is made by the squeeze of a hand. There was a research study done at the time, and a telephone research study, where the researchers simply asked, "How is your child dealing with what happened on 9/11?" They divided the results into two groups. There were parents who said, "I'm so caught up with my own reactions, I actually don't know." And others who said, "Johnny had lots of nightmares to start with, but I think he's feeling a little better now." The kids in that first group, the parents who said they didn't know, were 11 times more likely to show behavioral problems in school in the 6 to 11 age range, and 4 times more likely in the 12 to 17 range. This is a study really about the notion of reflective functioning or mentalization, the kind of empathic coverage a parent supplies for a child. And when that parent is too caught up in their own trauma, the child is without that kind of coverage and reacts in very, very, very different ways, but troubled ways. So this is the book I just came out with. The transmission of trauma can be seen as reflecting the need for a kind of witnessing by someone who cares, in the hope that sharing pain makes it more bearable. If this goes well, traumatic experience becomes available for psychic work, the work of mourning and of rediscovering purpose and all kinds of things. Treating trauma involves helping a person or a group let go of defenses against pain and open themselves to disturbing thoughts and feelings. It requires dependable others who can contain feeling, empathize, and help put reactions into perspective. Now I'm going to shift for a few minutes to a conversation about large group identity, which from VAMIC's point of view is one of the more important concepts if you're dealing with trauma and groups in conflict. Basically, identity is a term that Erik Erikson coined many years ago to describe the basic sense of sameness and continuity people have over time, who we are to ourselves and to others. Large group identity is this basic sense of sameness and shared experience for a huge number of people. Vamek uses the metaphor of the tent. Everyone in a group is under the same tent. They barely notice the tent until someone attacks it or a storm hits, and then they feel a collective anxiety. It's important to recognize that this is a developmental concept. It begins in early life, even though there's also the adolescent aspect of identity development. It has to do with a basic sense of security and belonging, a sense of we-ness, and also a basic sense of worth, pride, potentially superiority. It involves symbols that condense the sense of large group identity, like flags, but also talismans. Vamek tells the story about a Palestinian leader in the company of Israeli generals who only felt secure when he could touch the stone in his pocket that had the colors of the Palestinian flag painted on it. And these kinds of magical experiences almost start very early in life. There's a wonderful story about a great pitcher for the Los Angeles Dodgers baseball team. And when he was, just before he was about to pitch in the World Series, they asked him how he stayed so calm. He said, you know, I realized I sit here humming the hymns I learned when my mother and father took me to church as a young child. This is what comes back to a person when they need security. The first security crisis, however, is a baby's stranger anxiety. A child quickly learns mother brings good things and learns that I don't know this person who's coming up to me. They're not my mother and they make me anxious. This leads to, in a larger scale, it leads to the notion of othering, what is good and bad, and the projection of the bad into others. At a more macro level, it leads to group polarization. Enemies who represent and sometimes enact the bad over time. Now, Vamek tells a wonderful story about his grandmother taking him to a little petting zoo when he was a young child. And Vamek wandered over to the cow and to the rabbit. And when he went to touch the pig, his grandmother had a terrible reaction. Don't touch that, it's dirty. This kind of almost electric shock became part of his emotional reactivity because the pig was bad, different, other, and not part of the good that his grandmother represented. As I said, large group identity begins early in life. We don't choose it, and changing our reactions to it involves a maturational process. So by the way, the picture obviously is the country of Cyprus with the Greek side and then the Turkish side at the top. This picture is a statue of the Confederate General Robert E. Lee from the Civil War times in the US. So in the face of the loss of physical security and of identity, traumatized societies feel massive anxiety about who are we now? One effort they make is to build walls. And a colleague of ours in the International Dialogue Initiative came out with a book called Walls and documents that since the fall of the Berlin Wall, there are more walls now than there were, at that time. Vamek coined a term called chosen trauma and chosen glory. What he means by those is that sometimes a society in traumatic disarray finds the historical trauma that organizes their identity. In my country, the Civil War is still sometimes referred to in the American South as the War of Northern Aggression. This is what they did to us. And it organizes an aspect of their identity. And it plays out in very different ways. There's another phrase, the lost cause, which picks up on the nostalgia for that time, for that way of life, which is in a sense the chosen glory that was lost. The great novelist Margaret Mitchell, who wrote Gone with the Wind, once said that she knew everything about the war. Her family had taught her all the generals, all the battles. The only thing that she did not know was that we lost. The way in which the construction of the narrative tries to spare people the humiliation of having lost. Now, there are different kinds of leaders that come forward to help a society in one way or another with its trauma. One could make a very good case that Donald Trump came forward in this country as a narcissistic leader, telling people what they wanted to hear, offering the power of illusions, of making America great again, and fighting to overcome whatever narcissistic injury this group was suffering. On the other hand, there are what I think of as reparative leaders who tell people what they need to hear and emphasize the importance of reality, of truth, and of mourning. Now, I just show you this slide. I won't go into it because there's not a lot of time. This is the Hiroshima Memorial in Japan, and the embrace between President Obama and this older Japanese man is really a story about two reparative leaders. Obama owning American aggression and talking about how the souls of the dead speak to us, and this man, Mr. Mori, who spent a lifetime trying to have the names of the American soldiers who were prisoners of war and who died in the atomic bombing of Hiroshima, trying to have their names placed along with the Japanese casualties in the Hiroshima Memorial. Very, very moving story. Let me shift to intervention for a minute. Vamek talks about the tree model of intervention. It has three parts. The roots. And this is about dealing with groups in conflict, enemy groups. So he goes to a place, he learns about what's happening. He goes to, quote, hot places, the monuments where people tell you the stories of what happened, the personal stories. He talks to the taxi drivers. Then he identifies and chooses leaders from both sides who at least are willing to talk. The trunk of the tree is working with those groups of leaders over time to speak openly about their experiences to each other. A process develops that has progressions and resistances, but if things go well, the branches are the shared projects they develop and bring out into the community. As I said, there is a training workshop on this on the IDI website, but the other recommendation I would have for you, not really about societal conflict necessarily, but there is something called group relations conferences. The two that I know about in India, sponsored by the India Institute of Management, Ahmedabad, and by Group Relations India. They are extraordinary learning experiences, probably the best thing you can do to try to learn about group dynamics and how to work with them. Vamek works with people over a considerable period of time, but we did a short-term group intervention in Northern Ireland a while back, just a 2-day retreat with 20 people representing the range of political parties and civic organizations. The task was to explore the psychological obstacles people were experiencing and working together. We as facilitators designed, managed, and consulted to the process of the group, but the outcome is up to the participants. We don't direct it. We think of this as preparing the ground for negotiation. It's not negotiation itself, and it requires that we as facilitators not take sides. And what counts as progress is in some ways very simple. It's increasingly truthful and straightforwardly emotional feeling statements. I either betray the past or I betray the future. I can't talk about shame. It will kill me. And following this in one of our workshops, one of the participants had a dream. And the dream was, who you're going to call. Now, you may remember this as the line from the movie Ghostbusters. And as we talked about this dream, what we realized was there was a lot of talk, for example, in this workshop, in this intervention, about the ghosts in the past of Northern Ireland and how they're still active in people's feelings today. And so, you know, one could talk about us as facilitators or ghostbusters. Now on to shared mourning quickly, and I want to focus on memorials for a few minutes. Memorials are a way a society, one way a society can move away from inflicting trauma and dealing with the mourning that has to happen. Memorials help transform intense feelings into thought, emotional resolution, and reconnection to others. They create reflective space, what the psychoanalyst Donald Winnicott would call a holding environment, safe enough yet evocative enough to allow for revisiting painful experience in a contained collective way. They provide a place for anniversary events and rituals, each of which is a personal moment in the process of coming to terms with trauma. Like funeral rituals, they take the grief-struck into and out of the mourning process. And what you're seeing is the Vietnam War Memorial in Washington, D.C. You start, the top of the wall is at ground level. So at one end, you start and you walk down, and suddenly the wall is over your head, and you have the feeling of being in an open grave. And people touch the engraved names of the casualties. It's as though they can't, it's almost like Braille. They can't see them, but they can feel them. They put very individualized little memorials, notes, flowers. The wall is black. It's not idealized the way the various white monuments are in the nation's capital. And it's reflective. You see the name of your lost loved one and you see yourself. There's a kind of oneness that happens, and then you slowly come out. Memorials as objects are available as needed for individual and collective processing. They exist after you leave them. The experience doesn't have to be remembered because it can be refound. Memorials gather and concentrate diffuse remembrance energy into place and symbol. Museums are a kind of memorial that holds the physical bits of experiences that are still too hot so that they can be faced over time. There's a story at the Holocaust Museum in DC of a 80-something-year-old man in a rumpled suit who comes in, goes to the first person he sees who works there, usually the information desk, says, "Will you hold this for me?" A box in which is the cut off skin from his arm with the tattoo on it from the concentration camp. He says, I'm going to die soon. My family doesn't know about this. Will you hold this for me? And in a sense, that's what the museum does, even though the family, of course, knows, they know and they don't know, and they can't talk about it. The picture is the Berlin Holocaust Museum, and it works very similarly to the Vietnam Memorial. This time you're walking down into these enormous tombstones or caskets or whatever. But what's fascinating in this memorial is you're walking down this corridor, and because of the grid, someone else walks in front of you, crosses your path, and keeps going, and you see a life for an instant and then it's gone, and you are that for that person. It's an incredibly powerful experience. Now, I don't really have time to go into the question of refugees, and you heard so much about that in Dr. Malika's talk. I just will say one thing about it, which is that in one of Vamek's books, there's a story about his working with refugees in the country of Georgia. And again, the process was fascinating. He found the leaders in the community. Why was this person a leader? Because they had the only phone that was working, and people came to them. He developed a relationship with them over time in which he listened to their experiences. The leaders of the community discovered an important ritual for themselves totally spontaneously. One of them was a poet and wrote a poem every single day about what had happened to them, which he then read at the breakfast. And then the family, amazingly, totally on their own, began to build a room for Vamek for his visits, a room that they honored because they were so happy with and grateful for what he had done for them. And then they began to identify with his care for them. They not only built a room for him, they built a room for them. They cleaned up their own space, and then the community began to do the same thing, rebuilding its own space and accepting that this was home for now. And their collective depression lifted. All of this is documented in a film by Molly Castello called Blind Trust. Now, the last thing I'll say is that the pandemic is upon us for the last 2 years. It's led to traumatic experiences of many kinds, including what people are writing about these days as moral injury, or the feeling of being betrayed by those you thought cared about you. And that includes the experiences of healthcare workers in the US, the way science has been politicized, and the real damage to solidarity and community, which is really a source of great healing when it works. But because the need to mourn is obligatory, people will need to create memorials and events for shared mourning. And I think this is one of the great opportunities for leadership these days and for applied psychology. In fact, I was actually talking this week with a man who's been appointed chair of the Bereavement Commission for all of Northern Ireland, dealing with the mourning process around the pandemic, but also the way that taps into all the losses from the Troubles 30 years ago. I think I will stop there, and I thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you and wish you the best from all of us at the International Dialogue Initiative.
Thank you, sir. We have few questions for you.
Mhm.
First is, what is the link between transgenerational trauma and historical narrative?
I'm sorry, would you say it one more time?
What is the link between transgenerational trauma and historical narrative?
Well, there are a number of things to say about that. Narrative is extremely important for recovery from trauma. In a sense, one way to describe trauma is that the life that was going on, that had a story to it, was interrupted by experiences that can't be thought about or even felt, and certainly not spoken. So the recovery, the building of narrative through what a colleague of mine calls the witnessing by the therapist is extremely important for that person's recovery of health. Now, at a larger sense, there can be a kind of a conflict between the national narrative and the personal narrative. Sometimes the national narrative does not want to include the personal experiences that would make the national narrative not look as good as the people want it to look. And in that sense, the national narrative can exclude, and it's happening in my country right now, the wish for a certain way of viewing the pandemic has led to the stories of healthcare workers being shut out. That's traumatic. That continues the trauma for them. So the larger point I'm making is trauma is treated more fully at a national level when the full truth can be included in the narrative.
So there's another question. Is transgenerational trauma more observable in some cultures than other? Is transgenerational trauma more observable in some cultures than others?
Well, that's a great question. You know, and I don't really have a lot of experience cross-culturally to answer that from my own experience. My guess is that it's not that different from one culture to the other. Because transgenerational transmission is about the way in which trauma happening in one generation can't be mourned, can't be spoken about, and is given in a certain sense, sometimes simply passively. The man who had to withdraw from his family while his daughter was drawing his nightmares. Sometimes it's given actively. The next generation is assigned a task to avenge a defeat, a humiliation, or make up for a loss. And I think those kinds of dynamics are probably simply human dynamics and probably occur in many, many different cultures. The statement from the one person in the Northern Ireland intervention, I either betray the past or I betray the future, that came about because he realized that
Network issue, Shalini?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. I think Dr. Gerard got disconnected. We are waiting for a few minutes just in case he reconnects.
Yeah.
Till the time we are sorting out the network issue, I welcome everyone again who has joined a little late in this exquisitely crafted conference.
Can Dr. Rajat contact him?
We are trying.
Okay. Because there are some questions also which he has to answer. Still trying? Shalini?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
From our end, are they trying? Our IT department is trying?
Yes, ma'am. They're trying.
Ma'am, sir is having network issue.
Sir is having network issue.
Ma'am, he is disconnected, ma'am. With
Can he join again? Rejoin?
ma'am, problem is with his end, ma'am.
Okay. So what do we do, Dr. Rajat?
Yes, ma'am. He's having a word with Dr. Gerard. He'll let us know. हाँ, कहाँ एक मिनट मुझे दिख रहा है? हाँ. I think we all of us please welcome our most respected founder president, Dr. Chauhan sir. We are so happy and we are so delighted that you, despite your extremely busy schedule, have joined us. Shalini, can you please extend a very, very warm welcome on behalf of all of us? I welcome you here in the first international conference, sir. Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan was born in 1942 in the state of Uttar Pradesh, northern India.
After completing his MSc in chemistry in 1963, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan worked at one of the largest industrial groups in India. In 1966, he won scholarship to research chemical engineering and plastic technology in West Germany, and then he became head of research and development at Dateweiler, Europe. He's a visionary leader whose vision has translated into the internationally benchmarked campuses that have come to epitomize the Amity Education Group, comprising of several universities, schools, and institutions. Now, may I request Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, Honorable Founder, President, Reet Balved Education Foundation, to share his views with the August gathering here. Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan.
Listening from the very beginning, I could not listen your inaugural address, and I could not listen our Vice Chancellor. Could Vice Chancellor attend, Shalini? Was it possible for Vice Chancellor to come to your workshop, your seminar?
Not yet, sir.
There's no problem. So after that, I listened all very worthy speakers.
Hello? Sir, there is some connectivity problem, sir.
Just a minute. Am I clear now?
Yes, sir.
Ranjana, am I clear now? Am I audible? Shalini?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
you
Yes,
are.
sir. Very much clear, sir. We are
But
listening. to you.
Ranjana should also give a not the clear. She was having, Ranjana, am I audible? I think she's on mute. Right. Anyhow, Shalini, if you can listen me, then I can proceed further.
Yes, sir,
Sir,
you're audible.
absolutely, you are very clear, sir. We are all listening to you, sir.
Great, great. So I would
Okay,
say
sir.
this is a very important topic. And I should be careful that.
Sir, I'm so sorry, sir. I was not able to, unmute. And sir, I'm so happy. We are all so delighted to have you on with us this morning, sir. Great
Ranjana,
thanks to you, sir.
You
Thank
know that students of Amity Institute of Applied Sciences, student of rehabilitation science, clinical psychology, neuroscience, and all. If somebody asks me for which students you have the biggest affection and liking, I would say my students of psychology, clinical psychology, rehabilitation science, and also neuroscience. Many times people ask why. I tell physics, chemistry, mathematics, statistics, biotechnology, all is very good. But if the brain of a Nobel laureate get disturbed, then we will only put him on the right path. Today we are speaking of trauma, a very important topic. Not only because of COVID trauma, but trauma comes in the life of everybody. And I expect from my all psychology students or those who are listening that they are a moving saint who can treat everybody, who can guide everybody. I used to tell to that time Abha Singh or that the whole world is getting mad, disturbed, as you have heard, with disturbed mind, nightmares, because the society system is so that we need a lot of people like my students to address their problems. And our psychological consulting and helping center, I always come to know what questions are coming. Many people ring up that we cannot sleep. We have trauma, we have dreams. And I think we people, when I say we people, I have a MSc chemistry and chemical engineer, but I think myself also a psychologist. When Ranjana, I was doing, after I did my MSc in chemistry, there was an international conference in Canada. the principal of the Raghunath Girls College told, sir, we want to take you as chief guest in the psychological conference. I told her I have nothing to do with the conference. She told, sir, you are the biggest psychologist in the world, because I live
Yes,
with
sir.
psychology, I breathe psychology, I sleep psychology,
Yes.
I get up psychology, and I eat psychology. So why? Because we people have the solution for everything. I always say psychosomatic treatment. Many parents, patients, when I come to know that a patient is serious, I personally go to meet them, and through somatic motivation, many treatments, many illness, many sickness get very much rectified. And I am practicing day in and day out. If you say that I have some success, if I have some success, 80% is because of psychological thinking, behavior, helping. 80%. I have saved dozens of Germans from suicide only through psychological motivation or understanding their trauma, giving them advice. Our worthy speaker just now also spoke about the example of Obama, about the example of Indian Institute of Management and all. So these are the areas where all my students should have command on. Yesterday night when I saw what a useful program it is, I took Rajna Bhatia in line, Dr. Sodhi, Vice Chancellor, that I want that each one of my students from all these areas listen this program. So the classes were today postponed, and because no doubt we are giving you the best curriculum, best teaching, best experience, but such lectures which we heard about the migration of refugees, these are the areas where we would be required to help. Our great psychiatrist also speaking, many times I go to the psychiatrist and sit with him to understand how he or she treats the patient. So my dear students, I would say I'm so proud upon you. I wonder your wisdom. I wonder the wisdom of your parents. And I wonder the great faith you have that God has given you the inspiration, the motivation to join these courses. Sometime I will have a special session with all my students, class representatives, faculty members, to speak what are the areas, professional opportunities, because I feel for girls, this is a best area which they can follow. Pallavi Chauhan, who is the wife of my brother's son, Akhil, she did MA counseling psychology with you, and now she is my daughter-in-law. My sister's granddaughter, Pallavi also, she did all, and now she married in Bombay, and she's going to Bombay, Amity University, Bombay to consult persons. Why I'm telling it? I tell to our girls, if you do these courses, there is unlimited opportunities. You can make a counseling place at your home, at your residence. You can take care of your children, of your husband, but still do good for the world. So I'm sure that all those students, those who are listening, they feel responsibility. As one of the worthy speaker told that in the beginning, we want to make a world, better world. And I think we can do it because we are born in a country of Rishi Munis and ashrams people. So nowhere in the world, in the area of psychology, anybody can have so much command as we Indians. And our mission is not only to make India a global superpower, but also to make a better world. And such seminar, I appreciate Dr. Rajat Mitra. He is a Rajat Kant Mitra. He is a great trainer. And once our Vice Chancellor appreciated his training and teaching capabilities, I read a lot about him. And our Dr. Ranjana Bhatia, I don't know, she is a miracle person. In 1999, we applied for B.Ed program under GGS IPUST. And one day at 9 o'clock, we got an email from the Vice Chancellor of GGS IPUST that tomorrow, Dr. Chauhan, you as the president should come on a meeting 9 o'clock with the principal. And I had no principal. I had half a meter long applications. So, and tomorrow, if we will not go, we will not get the permission for B.Ed. So I told to Ashish Singh, Ashish, see the all applications and see the best 3 candidates. And by 10:30, we had 3 best candidates out of maybe 80 or 90 candidates. And on the top was Dr. Ranjana Bhatia. And I told Ashish Singh, just call her that tomorrow she has to accompany us for the interview in the university for the permission of B.Ed. Ashish Singh told, sir, to ring a lady at this hour, it is not proper. I told, take a glass of water, have a deep breath, and say, I'm ringing from MBT. And anybody will have understanding if you're ringing from MBT. At 11 o'clock, we rang her up. She told, I am principal of Vaswani School. And 8 o'clock, I have to reach there. I told my car will be waiting 8:30 in front of your school. You come. She accompanied us to this interview of IPUST. And since then, she is with me. So why I'm telling it, the flexibility in life, the decision power in the life. I don't know what she saw, that this opportunity with MBT is such opportunity. Nobody will jump on such a short notice, but she came. That is why I'll say she's a miracle person, Dr. Ranjana Bhatia. Bigar nahi jana, taarif kar raha hu, but it is true story. And why I'm telling to my students that in life, psychology teaches you everything, tells you everything. If you follow it every step. The other day, I was counting how many efforts I have made in my life after 10+2, through behavioral science and through psychological efforts. And my dear student, I counted, it was 4,26,000 instances where I used psychology and behavioral science and became the biggest investor during unification of East and West Germany in 1989-90, procuring 8 big factories with 6,000 Germans and Europeans. Do you think for this I succeeded because of my MSc in chemistry or my chemical engineering? No, it was the result of psychological efforts, thinking, and the behavioral science practicing. So all those students, those are listening, I must tell you, you have to believe it that you can achieve anything in life what you want, because these courses which you are attending are such unique courses which has no parallelity anywhere in other course. So therefore, I'm proud and I'm sure that students from all these institutions, clinical psychology, if they have not gone to clinics, neuroscience, neuropsychology, IPS, behavioral science, they must be all listening. And very soon I will interact with my students. I would like to know from them. I would like to learn from them, from the faculty members, because we have a big group. I have the Foundation for Development and Disabilities, because we will be starting now new courses. This is the area with which we can really treat human beings with any problem which they have. If they have divorce, if they have feeling of suicide, if they are in trauma, only we can do it. Not a person who has done MSc Physics, Chemistry or Engineering. Only we can do it. And I have been doing it day in and day out. Whenever I meet somebody, speak somebody, I always think how his thinking can be changed, how we bring him out of the trauma situation. Recently, one of my scientists expired at AIMS, and I was working for 8 weeks, day and night, to save him, but could not. My misfortune is that I could not go to personally meet him because he had COVID, admitted in the clinic. And if I could have gone, if it were allowed to meet him, it was not allowed, he would not die, because even patients, as the worthy speaker told, also the memorials example, these are the example which each one of my student faculty member. And if you do a profession, if together with the profession, you are also earning punya. I have never known the English of punya. What can be better? So these students, these faculty members, those who are engaged in this area, I think they are having two different aims. One, they are earning their needs of the financials, but they are also earning punya, because we believe in the rebirth. So the punya account is written upstairs, and the other account is here for our daily requirement. So I would not take much time, but soon I will meet all my students, then they can speak and I will listen. I want to know how do they like these programs. We are starting a large number of new programs. I am also starting soon a mental health clinic, either in Jaipur or Haryana. We have a lot of land there with Amity University, because when I go and visit a mental health clinic, I would say if they give me charge for 1 week, 50% I will release. They are unnecessarily there. In Germany, once they invited me as a chief guest in a mental clinic. I told I will not come as a chief guest, I will just come as a normal visitor. And I told the director, you give me charge for 1 week, I will release 50% of these, because they are not mad, they are not schizophrenic, but we make them. And therefore, my dear students, my faith in you, that you will change the world. People will remember India. And I will tell you, if I told I have saved dozens of people from suicide, I have helped dozens of people in decision making. Many parents say that our children does not listen us. I told, it is a practice in the world. People doesn't listen to the parents, but they listen to people like me or others. And they come year after year and touch my feet. Sir, you have changed the life of our family, life of our children. And this is what all my psychologists, those who are studying, will be doing in their life. Once again, I must express my pleasure. Today, 4 or 5 conferences are going on since morning. But for me, this conference, these subjects, these speakers, these students were the most important. Therefore, I linked me immediately after Dr. Rajina Bhatia. I could not listen her, but I'm getting it recorded. I will listen Rajina Bhatia and all your faculty members, those who are in the organizing committee. My blessings to them, my compliment. It is a very well-made program. You have called the best speaker of the world, and we will again disseminate this per recording. So to all faculty members, those who have helped in making this wonderful seminar, my compliments. And Rajat Mitra, you have proven our expectation that you are a worthy trainer, you are a worthy teacher. Rajina Bhatia was appreciating that you are a very good teacher. So all the best to my all speakers, sir. I am amazed to listen to your examples. Refugee.
Thank you so much.
Wonderful.
Shalini, I would like to thank founder, our most respected founder, President Sir. Sir, we are very motivated by your presence. Thank you so much. We know that we know your love and affection for psychology. You are a great psychologist yourself. Sir, thank you so much for motivating us by your presence, sir, and your words, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So kind of. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to invite Dr. George Kolarize. Sir, sincere apologies for the delay. He has also joined us. He's a distinguished professor of leadership and organizational behavior, IMT Business School, Switzerland. Internationally known clinical psychologist Dr. George Kolarize did his PhD from Ohio State University. He has a long association with India and is deeply affected by Indian life. George A. Kolarize is an American-born clinical and organizational psychologist, author, speaker, and consultant. He is a professor of leadership and organizational behavior at the International Institute for Management Development, business school based in Lausanne, Switzerland, and the author of the award-winning book, Hostage at the Table, How Leaders Can Overcome Conflict, Influence Others, and Raise Performance. He has taught hostage negotiation, a phenomenon that binds humans in paralysis, to law enforcement. A keen observer, Dr. George Kolarize once shared a story about his first visit to India. During his 3-month stay in India, he hadn't noticed a baby crying for long, as someone or the other would come and attend to the child. After 3 months, when he was in Amsterdam for a connecting flight, he saw a baby crying and everyone passed by. No one took notice of the baby. So, for the first time in 3 months, he saw a baby crying. The way Indian bonds with their children is very different from how it is done in the West. This observation coming from a world-famous clinical psychologist, we can surely take the meaning of this observation to the heart about what is positive in our culture. Dr. George was supposed to begin the keynote session. However, due to the time difference, he could not be with us sooner, as it would have been 3:30 a.m. in his country. But he is now with us. I have my sincere apologies for the delay as well, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. George Kolarize. Sir, you're on mute.
So thank you for that very warm introduction. And yes, I have a very strong affection for India. I've learned a lot from Indian culture, and I love India as well, especially the people. And congratulations to Dr. Ashok. Those were beautiful words about the importance of psychology. I think we forget behind every Nobel Prize winner is that psychology process. So I'm very happy to talk about this in the light of trauma. And I must take a moment of sadness to recognize that it appears that there is an invasion as we speak now started in Ukraine, and our brothers and sisters there are going to suffer a lot of trauma. We know war is one of the big areas of trauma in the whole world that lasts for years, goes across generations, and our prayers and thoughts are with all those folks. So if I can get my presentation up, I will start to go through that. Do you have my presentation? Very good. So I'm speaking about the role of attachment theory in human behavior, and especially in healing trauma. And as a hostage negotiator, having been held hostage 4 times myself over my career, training hostage negotiators around the world, including in India, I am very much aware that the process of how we connect, how we bond, how we attach is so important. Next slide, please. And understanding that behind attachment theory is the whole process of how we connect and reconnect. So that trauma is essentially a disruption of the bonding system that may or may not be healed. And as we know so well now, it can be healed. It can be resolved. And it is part of resilience. And learning is the key to that process. Resilience and learning is central. Next slide, please. And understanding that you can be a physical hostage. And what a physical hostage is doing is being held captive by someone who wants something. So when a hostage negotiator enters a situation, they have to do 3 things. They have to first bond, that's attachment. They have to connect, but an emotional connection, not just an attachment. And then they have to listen to the pain. They have to understand the motivation, and it's always going to be pain. Pain is what is actually destructive to the human brain. The human brain hates it, but it's part of life. And we have to be able to go through that, go over it. Bonding, listen to the pain, the motivation, and then concession making. And hostage negotiators can get a 95% success rate through those 3 steps. But it's difficult to do, and it takes a lot of effort to get a hostage taker to change their mindset, but it's possible. Now, you can be a physical hostage, but you can also be a psychological hostage. And this means to a boss, to a colleague, to something, to spouses, friends. It's possible everywhere to feel helpless. To this pandemic, this horrible pandemic, many people feel like a hostage. They could not see the opportunities. They felt powerless. But you can also be a hostage to yourself. If you're filled with anger, revenge, hatred, etc., shame, the thousands of inner states, you can be a hostage. It's so important in trauma to get through the painful rewiring that's happened in the brain and in the emotions to be able to come back to the full joy of work, the full joy of life, to see the beauty in life, to see the adventure of life. And one indicator that you are held hostage is that you do not see the beauty around you. You do not experience life as an adventure, so that you are victimized rather than thriving. Next slide, please. And this starts with that whole idea of attaching. We know from a long history of research the importance of connecting. The story you told about one of my experiences in India of seeing no babies cry, coming back to the West in Amsterdam and seeing a child ignored, it was shocking because Indians are one of the best bonders in the world. They attach because you first have that proximity, then comes the bonding. Bonding is separate in a process of emotional connection. You have many people who attach, but they don't bond. Indians bond. You have a very special way of bonding. And as you walk through the streets, you can see kids come up and connect to you, and people connect. This doesn't happen so much in other parts of the world. Attachment and bonding are central. And what trauma does, it breaks the bonding. It creates either a disconnection through that third step there, attachment, bonding, and separation, the disruption, the loss. And loss is the most powerful motivator we know in decision-making. And it goes deep into the brain, into the emotions, and it has to be healed because it activates the grief process. Grief is the process of letting go, to rebond again. So we go through this cycle every day. We go through this over a year, over a lifetime. You can be together for 75 years and have a good attachment and bond. And then something breaks it with death. And then you have to go through the grief. And there are people who can get over every loss, and come back to the full joy of life. Next slide, please. And understanding that grief is this process of going through this denial and the emotions of grief, anger, sadness, fear, and then coming back and accepting and getting a new mindset, connecting to the same attachment or target, or finding a new attachment. And then comes the forgiveness and then the gratitude. How do you know when you're over grief? When you're able to come back to the full joy of life. Or if you're a leader or working in an organization, the full joy of leading. Next slide. And knowing that many griefs are hidden. As Dr. Asha talked about, there are so many people that are walking around, not in a clinic or in all kinds of circumstances where they're carrying hidden grief. They're not aware of it. So what we have to do is help people be aware that grieving is a normal process. It's not a disease. but that many people are not aware that they are grieving. So they have to be aware, then accept and act on it. And if you haven't seen my article in the quarterly, McKinsey Quarterly from September 21, it describes the role of hidden grief in human behavior. It's everywhere. Next slide. We have to identify griefs. And these losses that come when bonding is broken. And remember, we can bond to more than people. We can have deep losses over goals, over objects. So many things can be part of the grief process. And this is just a short list of all the amplifications when loss happens. Everything from who we're connected to, what my role is, where am I going, and even our own identity and loss of control of life. We have to be able to understand that the losses can go deep, and that's what's happened in trauma. And that's what we are doing in this world of treating trauma. How do we rewire the brain to come back to a full sense of wholeness in oneself? And that's the resilience, that's the learning, and then come back to see the beauty of life. You cannot fully live life without being joyful. Next slide. And understanding that people do not naturally resist change, because through trauma, you have to change. There's no other way. You either learn from it or you die from it. You have to be able to see that people do not naturally resist change. They resist the pain of change or the fear of the unknown. And trauma is one of the deepest pains. And some traumas are so traumatic. But remember, it's always possible to get over those. What we need for that, as we're going to talk shortly, is an attachment. We're going to call it a secure base. We need an attachment and a bond to help heal it. We are a social brain. So we have to remember people do not naturally resist change. There are people every day who make choices to seek adventure, to seek something new, to seek pain, to learn something. You learn a language, a musical instrument, move to another country, change jobs. So many. And the brain is expanded by the whole process of brain plasticity. And how you do this is through curiosity, exploration, learning, and change. So in trauma, we have to help the person go deep into that pain. And here's the story. If you can't feel it, you can't heal it. When you are filled with trauma, you often are avoiding or denying the grief, but we have to, with another human being, be able to go through the pain to heal it. And when people are a secure base, they will do all kinds of things to come to a full joy again. And the question is, can we find the benefit in every loss? I have worked with people over and over again throughout my life, seeing them have deep losses and be able to find the meaning in it. Next slide, and I'll tell you about my own story. How are we doing on time this morning? I'm now not sure when we're supposed to end. I think we probably have another half hour or another 20 minutes. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, we have that much time.
Okay, very good. So just to talk about one story about grief and how you can change and get over it. Irina lived here in Switzerland, and I'm here in Switzerland. And I miss India so much. I can't wait to get back on a plane and come to India. Irina had her 2 children kidnapped by her ex-husband, and they were killed. They were put into a boat and taken into the Mediterranean and thrown overboard and drowned. She went through the grief to come back to the full joy of life. And it was hard. She went through such rage, such despair, such fear and anxiety, all the emotions you can imagine, if you can think about what it is to lose your children. But she went through that grief, and she was able to come back to the full joy of life again. And she describes herself as a joyful person. Does she think about her daughters every day? Next slide. And being able to understand that she can let that go by starting a foundation for missing and kidnapped children here in Switzerland that's connected to the international groups that are dealing with sexually sold children and kidnapped children and so forth. So she has found a new mission in life, a new purpose, and a new full of life story of joy. Here's a story of Azim, whom I know personally as well, whose son was killed, shot by a gang member in the middle, Tony, and along with the grandfather on the other side, he has gone to prison and forgiven the very person who killed his own son. And he also started a foundation to help kids understand how you can find another way to solve conflicts. He's actually offered Tony, who is just now, after 25 years in prison, come out, and he's offered him a job. Tony has rewired his whole brain. He grew up with this horrible story, no attachments, no love. And that's not an excuse for what he did, but it helps us understand how the person has to go over that hump, go through that trauma. And Azim was able to do that, forgiving the very person who killed your own son. How deep do you have to dig into that trauma of losing a son? Next slide. And understanding also how he's working here with his Tariq Kamisa Foundation, named after his son. And next slide. And understanding here, Jamie, who I know very well, on the mountains in Switzerland, he was trapped for 5 days with his friend, Jamie Fisher. And Jamie Andrews, this gentleman, was rescued after 5 days, but he lost his arms and legs. He's come back to the full joy of life. Can you imagine the trauma? When he woke up and realized that his arms had been amputated and his legs amputated, it was an emotional, traumatic shock. But he is now back to running the London Marathon. He is skiing, he is sailing, he's doing all kinds of things, living life as an adventure. He says, would I ever want to go back and get my arms and legs back again? Not really, he says, because my new identity, my new mindset, my new emotional base is who I am. And with 3 children, he is living a full life of adventure and joy. Next slide. And my own story, this is my son, Douglas, who was the oldest son, who in 1992, while in medical school at the University of Cincinnati, suffered a traumatic accident where he was hit by a truck as he crossed the street to actually go into the hospital where he was already working as a medical student. And he lived for 5 days in a coma and died. And this, of course, was one of the deepest traumas in my life. And thank God I had known Elizabeth Kubler-Ross, the great doctor who brought death and dying and the grief issue to the surface. I had been a student, a teacher, and a friend of hers. And she helped me understand that there is no loss that you can't get over. And especially with people, you honor them by coming back to the full joy of life. You use their death, their passing, as an inspiration. Was it traumatic for me to lose my son? Absolutely. The toughest grief I've ever gone through, the toughest loss. And I learned a lot from it. Mostly how you can lose everything and still recover, still come back to the joy of life. And I'm here today in part to honor my son, Douglas. Next slide. And we need to understand that there's some myths about grief. Grieving is best done. No, grieving is done. Oh, that's a mistake. It's best done not alone. You have to grieve in a social. I'm sorry, that is a mistake on the slide. You cannot grieve alone. Let me repeat that. That is incorrect. You cannot grieve alone. You have to grieve in a family, in a tribe, in a social environment. Tears are not a sign of weakness. Oh, these are myths, like you grieve alone. I got it now. It's early in the morning here, sorry. So it's a myth that you can grieve alone. It's a myth that tears are weakness. You need to cry. Grief has an endpoint. No, once you go through a trauma, there's going to be triggers that bring you back. Do I think of my son? Every day. But do I get locked into negative grief? No, I can get over, but there are moments where the trigger takes me into grief. There is a consistent and predictable timeline for grief. No, everybody grieves in a different way. Time heals all wounds. Time does not heal all wounds. You have to go through the pain. You have to feel it to heal it. Grief is only about death. No, grief is about every kind of loss that you can have, even negative feedback, feeling rejected or humiliated. all of these social griefs that happen can affect people. And you can't grieve something you never had. No, you can grieve even what you've never had. Grief only happens after the loss. There is no such thing as anticipatory grief. There is an anticipatory grief. We can anticipate losing something in the future. This is what anxiety often is about. We anticipate the loss before it ever happens. And that is terrible because you live the grief over and over again. You cannot grieve someone who is still alive. That is not true. Someone who's gone through an illness, someone who's dying, you may be in the grief even before. Grief is the same as sadness. No, grief is a complex process of emotions. It's anger, fear, sadness, all of these at the primal level, and then complexities after that. When someone dies, you can no longer have a relationship with them. No, once they go through passing, you can build a relationship, as those in Asia know. Ancestors become a great secure base. Eventually, you will stop noticing and being affected by grief triggers. No, triggers are always going to be there for you. So remember that we have a lot of myths about grief, and we have to understand from the beginning of the human race, grief has been a part of what humans have had to go through. Next slide. And that brings us to the emotions of charging and then discharging. And like I said, you have to feel it to heal it. Next slide. And it's this person effect that's affected by grief. It is how we come across, positive or negative. And you can tell when someone's in grief when they have a lack of joy, when they're filled with depression, when they're filled with animosity or hostility or negativity. The person effect is how you can sometimes recognize grief. Next slide. And understanding that we need secure bases to heal grief. We need secure bases. What is a secure base? It's a person, a place, an object, many things that give us this sense of protection, gives a sense of comfort, and offers a source of inspiration to what? To explore, take risks, and seek change. You see, the goal of life is not to be secure. The goal of life is to live the adventure of life, see the beauty of life. And you see secure bases starting when we are in our mother's womb, including when we are born especially, and held in her arms, and the father's arms, and the grandparents' arms. All the attachments that happen throughout life give that sense of protection, and then you feel able to explore. You see, when there is trauma, the bond is broken. And so the deepest losses in life are losses of secure base, even a home, an object that is very special that burns in a fire. All of these are potential griefs. These can be secure bases too. Next slide, please. And understanding that psychological safety is important because the brain is fundamentally negative. What did this professor say? Yes, the brain is fundamentally negative because we have to survive. We have that beautiful mechanism of driving to survive. But if you live your life in a survival state, you're going to suffer. So you have to learn how to find secure bases and shut down that orientation to look for the negative, to look for the danger and pain. And when that happens, like a child who has a parent protecting them, they want to explore, they want to do all kinds of things. And they're able to then experience the joy and shut that down in the brain and get the brain seeing opportunities, being curious, etc. It's the whole idea of psychological safety. And we need that to feel we're not going to be humiliated and that we can say what we think and express ourselves and live life fully. Next slide. How are we doing for time? Because I want to respect the limits. Are we okay yet? Hello?
Yes, sir,
Okay.
we have time.
Okay, just give me a 5-minute warning.
Absolutely, sir.
So
Absolutely.
remember that this secure base idea is so important, balancing safety and risk. Here's the point. As a leader, as a human being, we have to be caring. How caring? 100%. 100% caring and 100% daring. It's that combination. It's not 50-50. We need leaders who care. We need parents who care. We need doctors who care. We need everyone to show a certain caring. That's the foundation of bonding. And remember, caring is not rescuing. Caring can sometimes mean giving very tough feedback. It means being able to also draw boundaries. And daring is that risk-taking. So as we grow older, we often become too risk averse. Life is about taking opportunities, seeking opportunities. So we work with this idea of caring to dare. And that was my second book after Hostage at the Table. And it was the Care to Dare as a way to unleash potential. That's the second book. Caring is fundamental. I was once held hostage by a man named Sam who was holding a nurse with the scissors. And I entered the hospital room as he was holding her and started to talk to him, and nothing worked. And he cut her throat. And then he, not her jugular, but her on the side of her throat. Then he crossed over the room towards me. I couldn't leave the room. I couldn't call the police in, who were standing outside, because I was the police hostage negotiator working on a team. He came to me and put the scissors to my throat. I had to talk to him, interact with him. And within 10 minutes, I was able to negotiate for him to give up Sheila's presence, to let her go out and get treated. Within a half hour, he handed me the scissors and he walked out of that room voluntarily. You see, words were very important, but behind those words, I think he sensed my caring attitude. You see, we teach hostage negotiators how to attach and bond, even to somebody you don't like, even to somebody who's very destructive. They are still a human being, a person. And I learned a lot from Sam and the other 4 times when I've been held hostage, using words as my means to care, to get them to be able to surrender whatever weapon they were using to hold hostages. But I had to be able to dare. And I always had secure bases behind me from my past as well as from the present. Next slide. And understanding the importance, next slide, please. Understanding that there's not just people who are secure bases, there's places, events, experiences, goals. We have hundreds of objects, including religion and symbols and prayers. And as you know, there are many things from past that people are haunted. They use as a negative anchor, a negative secure base. You have to heal that and remember your past in a positive way, but you can't do that without feeling the trauma and then healing it. Next slide. And then understanding that the research on attachment theory shows that there are 4 basic patterns. Now, there are many different theories on this, but fundamentally, the secure attachment, the secure bond, the anxious attachment, which was always fearful that you're going to lose it, the avoidant, you just never make an attachment, you never bond. There are people who are totally disconnected and they don't want to bond. And then the disorganized, it's the hostile dependent type. You form a bond and then you break it. Next slide. And behind all of that is the fear of grief. And the originator of this theory is John Bowlby, whom I once met. I had the opportunity because he was curious to hear how hostage negotiators used attachment theory. And his famous quote is, "Life is best organized as a series of daring adventures from secure bases. And when you lose a secure base, it will be a deep loss, but you can always create a new one." Even my friend Frank, who lived to be 105 in the UK, still had secure bases. Having gone through 2 world wars, losing his wife after 60 years, he was able to overcome all the grief. Next slide. And understanding that dialogue is part of that. In dealing with trauma, words become important. How do we talk to each other? And the next slide. Understanding the importance of an interaction, to be able to not block the dialogue. And I can't go into all the details now, but we as psychologists, we as leaders, we have to be able to talk with people, answer questions, not show disrespect. We live and not use too many words. We have to be able to talk clearly, directly, and without sugarcoating. What we see now in the world is so much hostility. And my special research now is how to talk to groups that are filled with conspiracy theories, groups that are very hostile, being able to talk to someone who's aggressive, screaming and yelling at you, how to convert an enemy into an ally, how to convert an adversary into an ally, and how to separate agreeing with accepting. As a hostage negotiator, I had to learn how to accept everything, but I didn't agree with it. And many people do not have that. Next slide. And understanding the role of conflict. After trauma, people often become conflict avoidant, or they become very hostile and conflict creating. So remember, conflict is positive. We need conflict. We need teams that are able to bond, but those teams are not overfilled with harmony. Too much harmony can be a problem. We have to have people learn how to disagree, because there's more truth that can be learned in a disagreement than in a harmony. And teams have to do that. Conflict is positive because it's a difference, but it can be very negative, of course. Conflict is all over. What we see all over the world is too much conflict because people can't understand the importance of how difference can be held. It's between two or more persons or groups characterized by tension, emotionality, disagreement, and polarization, where bonding is broken or lacking. You see, we come back to the attachment again. If you are bonded with someone where you have a huge conflict, a huge difference, you don't truly have a conflict, but you can have a small difference, break the bond, and what happens is you have a huge conflict. You see, the key is in the bonding. Next slide. And then understanding that when conflicts are hidden, when the fish are under the table, and think of conflict as a fish. If the fish was under the table and nobody brought it on top to clean it, it would be a stinky, smelly mess. So what people have to do is be able to talk openly, honestly, put the fish on the table and solve the problem, even if you don't agree. And you have to accept and show respect. One of the big problems is we have people who are too nice, and niceness is not caring. Actually, what the word is kindness, how to be kind. And I must say to you that Indian folks, Indian people, are some of the kindest people you see in the world. If you walk through a slum, and one of my most other powerful learnings was to go into the slums and see the smiling faces, people who had nothing, but they were kind. So we have to be able to put the fish on the table, go through the bloody mess of cleaning it for the great fish dinner at the end of the day. With trauma, we have to help respectfully, caringly, daringly go into the pain and help the person release that pain to overcome it. Next slide. And then we're going to go to some questions and answers. If you want to stay connected to me, you can always go on my website, to either the IMD website here in Lausanne or to the Co-Reserve Leadership Institute. Next slide. And then these are the two books, Care to Dare is the last one, and Hostage at the Table, in which I describe how hostage negotiators use attachment theory and resolve problems. And then the next slide is to remember this. Do not go where the path may lead, go instead where there's no path and leave a trail. If you overcome trauma, if you overcome your griefs, you will live the adventure of life. You will not follow paths all the time. Sometimes you do, but create new paths. Thank you very much. And we're going to open the floor if we have time for some question and answers. That is a very quick summary. And when I talked to Dr. Rajat, I said, I will be very brief. And he said, well, just cover the whole thing. And he's my dear friend whom I've known for many, many years. And I agree with Dr. Ashlock. He's an amazing professor. So I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to take some questions if we have time for that.
Dr. George,
Yes.
two things. I have got two requests to make you, sir.
Yes.
One, that we want to honor you bestowing the degree of honorary professorship from MIT. We will write you to accept our request to be the honorary professor of the great MIT group.
Oh my God. Thank you. Thank you so much. That is truly a gift.
Secondly, sir, I want to install a shield in the name of your worthy son to whom we lost in every year the convocation, either in New York or Dubai or Singapore or Noida or Jaipur. In one of my I would personally like to give that shield to a person who had the virtues, qualities, aspirations, worthiness of your son. Every year I want to give that shield. That boy should be remembered. So if you allow, sir, we will write you also, and wherever you will be able to come online even or physically, we will give that shield every year in the convocation where thousands and thousands of students and parents join. Next is that
May I just say thank you. I am moved to tears. I am deeply honored. Thank you so much.
Sir, just now, our chancellor and head of the whole MIT organization with 1,85,000 has joined, Dr. Atul Chauhan. And I would request to Dr. Atul Chauhan, sir, he's so busy, but he heard and he came. And before that, I must tell you, my wife, Dr. Amita Chauhan, has listened the whole lecture. And she was asking my attendant to take photographs of yours, and she and her principals from 28 schools are conveying her SMS message about your lecture. She has got already 12 messages from her principals, those who are all listening.
Oh my goodness.
She has more than 60,000 students in the school in India and abroad, Singapore, New York, and Mauritius, and everywhere in the world, South Africa. So her principals are sending her the message that congratulating her for inviting them for this lecture. So, sir, and secondly, one more request to my people, those who are great psychologists, Dr. B.N. Malik, Dr. S.K. Srivastav, Dr. Jayanti Pujari, Deep Chand, Harminder Kaur, Taranjeet. So they are the group of this psychology and all. I will select 5 students from their institutions and request you that they come for a short training. I'll bear the all cost for a short training to IMD, Switzerland. We will speak with you the convenience and no burden on you. But I want my students to send there, and because I have been 28 years in West Germany, ich spreche nicht Schweizerische Deutsch.
Oh, wunderschön, wunderschön, Dr. Ashak.
Ich spreche perfect Deutsch. And
you speak better German than I do.
when I was there, 6,000 Germans were my employee.
Oh my goodness.
And in unification, I was the biggest investor in East Germany. So, but what I heard from you, every word you explained, bonding, niceness, kindness, and I agree with you. Indians are the kindest person in the world.
Oh my goodness.
Your lecture has gone in our mind, body, and soul. Ranjana now request Atul Chauhanji. He has extra come on my request to be here.
Dr. Chauhan, thank you. You know, it is
Chancellor, sir, we are really honored by your presence.
Right.
Thank you so much for coming. We are honored.
Dr. Bhatia, I think, you know, everyone knows how close psychology is to our founder president, Dr. Chauhan. It is, and that is why our Institute of Psychology, I can proudly say, is one of the best. Dr. Bhatia, if you can just unmute. Otherwise.
Okay. And she is also from psychology background, so she is of.
And that is why we lay so much emphasis on our Institute of Psychology. And Dr. George, let me reiterate what a touching presentation it was. And I think we could see how it emotionally has touched our founder president, Dr. Chauhan, and his commitment that Douglas will be remembered by so many people for centuries. And I think, Dr. George, you know, we are strong believers as a philosophy that out of everything that is bad, something good comes out of it.
I know that's such a beautiful philosophy in India. I am, you said it very correctly.
So you know, I think the difficulty that God gave you by taking Douglas, I think has resulted in hundreds of thousands of people benefiting from the experience that you have been able to share from your heart. I think for any teacher, if they experience, your examples that you have given of being in the hostage scenarios, of actually being in the room when this woman's neck was cut and you were there, I think these experiences you cannot emulate and teach to the depth without having experienced themselves. And Dr. George, that within this very short period of time, and I'm sure if we had time, everyone would have listened to you mesmerized for hours and hours, because it is every word went deep into our bones. And we are so grateful for you. One aspect you talked about, which is very important in India and especially in the Amity family, is the bond.
Oh, yeah.
I think when Dr. Chauhan started the Amity Foundation so many years ago, still sitting in Germany, he said, what can I do for my country? What can I do for young people and nurture leaders? At that time, he decided to establish the Amity Foundation to not only give the best professional education to students, but to give them a deep foundation, a deep value system of caring for others, for caring for society, and helping others. Because Dr. Chauhan's very strong view is, if this world has to be a happier world, if this society has to be one where everyone helps each other, it has to come from within a human being. And that is what we always try and imbibe. And within Amity, the most used word is the word family. For us, every person, we see Dr. Ranjana Bhatia, who has been with us for so many decades, so many faculty members who work passionately day in, day out, not because they are working at Amity, but because they feel Amity is their family. And every student, we now have over 180,000 students across 15 countries. Dr. Chauhan and our chairperson, they say to everyone that every student is like our child. And that is what we tell our people. And whenever we recruit people to work for Amity, the first thing we see is that, do they have the same passion to take care of every student? And this bonding, Dr. George, resulted in, I think you were talking about trauma. In this last 2 years, especially in the last April, when the last COVID wave hit, I think the trauma that everyone saw was more than people have witnessed in their whole lives. They saw within a few months. And I still remember one evening, a mother called me on my mobile. And she said, I have just 2 days ago cremated my son and my husband. And I have never worked in my life. I have 2 children left. They are both studying in Amity. My son is doing engineering with you and my daughter is studying psychology. And I am in a dilemma because the funds that I have left, I can only educate one child. So I have decided that I will remove my daughter from psychology at Amity. And only my son will be able to continue his education. So is it possible that can you refund the fees that I have paid so far for my daughter? I spoke to Dr. Chauhan that this is what the mother has said. And within one split second, Dr. Chauhan said, call the mother and say, don't worry, your daughter is our child and we will fund her whole education for her stay at Amity till she gets her degree. And then next morning, we announced that Amity will support the education of every student in Amity who has lost an earning member due to COVID. and who is not able to continue their education because of financial problems.
Wow.
And this is because of the feeling of bonding, the feeling of caring that Dr. Chauhan has nurtured within the Amity community, within the Amity family.
Wow,
I think
that is so impressive.
Yes, Dr. George, and that is why your discourse today was so touching for all of us. We are grateful, Dr. Bhatia. Congratulations for this tremendous conference that you and your brilliant faculty. And we are so proud that everyone in the country, wherever I meet experts in the field of psychology, they say that Amity has some of the most brilliant faculty in the field of psychology. And we always see when students join us, and I am so proud that especially in the field of psychology, and I can see that there are hundreds and hundreds of students of psychology of Amity online today, that we get some of the most brilliant students who have a dedication to this field. And to all the students, let me tell you, our founder, Dr. Chauhan, is so proud of you. I, as the Chancellor, am proud of each one of you. Work hard and go out and fulfill this dream that we have for each one of you, that you will make a difference. You will make a difference in your families. You will make a difference in the society around you. You will make a difference in this world. Our dream for you is, for every Amitian, that the whole world should say that these are students who have studied in a system where they have got the values to help humanity, to help human beings. If you spend your life helping others, and just yesterday we had a very large conference on happiness. You may know we have a very large funded center. And one of the speakers says the biggest happiness you can get in life is by helping other people. And we are strong believers in that. So to all the students online today, you are the future of our country. You are the future of our world. Listening to people like Dr. George and other speakers who have come today, learning from teachers, your teachers, being inspired by our founder, Dr. Chauhan, should give you that motivation to be the leaders of our world. Our blessings to all of you, and Dr. George, great gratitude. Dr. Bhatia and your team, congratulations to you. And Honorable Founder President, we are indebted to you for the vision that you have given to all of us in Amity. Thank you.
Language. Born in Germany. You can greet Kolonien deutsche Sprache im begrüßen.
Dr. George, wir wurden alle in Deutschland geboren. We were born in Germany, Dr. George, and we love, it is IMD is a great institution, and we look forward, as Dr. Chauhan said, for our students to be able to come and learn from you in person.
Oh, those were beautiful words, Dr. Atul. I'm very touched, and I just want to say that Amity is such a secure base around the world. I fully realize that in hearing your words, and that comes from Dr. Atak being a secure base and you being a secure base, and the faculty. We can go right down through the whole system and see this as a very, very caring, secure base process. So thank you. It was a true pleasure to be here this morning.
Thank you, Dr.
I'd just like to thank our visionary Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan. He has been an exceptional source of motivation. He has been an exceptional leader and has steered our university on the path of excellence, even in times of extreme adversity and distress. It is Sir's vision that has enabled the blending of technology and education, which has helped our students come through this time of the pandemic and continue their education through our online platforms of blended teaching and learning. So I really like to thank Dr. Atul Chauhan for your presence and for the wise words that you shared, sir. Thank you very much.
Dr. George,
may I now?
Dr. George.
Yes.
Sir, you are exactly 2 years younger than me.
Oh my goodness. Well, you don't look, you look younger than
November
me.
44, I'm October 42. And I have planned to work for Amity up to the age of 105 years.
Oh my goodness.
You will be also
Wonderful.
at least 105 years, and we'll work a lot another 25 years. So I'm
Oh
very
my goodness. And I see you live life with full joy and full beauty, huh?
correct.
I can see all the joy.
Rajna, my son, youngest son from Harvard alumnus, he's listening also because he has so much affinity. Sir, my youngest son, Amol Chauhan, is an alumnus of Harvard University, and he is also very much interested to listen all. And I must now tell you a secret. My wife will say that you tell everything what you should not say. Uh, all my sons are married because in Germany there was no bar of two and not more. Now Amol I have to marry, and a lot of girls and families are coming, but Amitaji is telling I will take only a girl from Amity because they have values and sanskars. So, Rajna noticed, because this I want to tell you the family's thinking, because he's such a smart boy. People are from biggest industrialists, politicians all over the country. They want to be in our family, but Amitaji told, no, the sanskars and values which the girls from Amity, nobody in the world have this. So I pardon Amitaji that I am telling you, tell everything on mic.
Wonderful.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Well, give her a big hug for me.
Okay. Okay, I'll tell her, sir. And they will also invite you online for a lecture for all principals, teachers. So at our convenience, at a time convenient to you, we will have often your lectures, because it was really, as Atulji told, mind shaking and mind, body and soul shaking. Thank you, sir.
I'm very honored, and I look forward when I can meet you in person, when I can travel to India again, or you come to Germany or Switzerland.
Correct. Sir, I was head of the research department of Detwiller Group, Aldorfuri.
Oh.
Yeah, I was heading 4 years their international campuses for research and innovation and development. As Indian, the only Indian placed such highly in Switzerland and in Germany. So,
oh my gosh, you must have been a great risk taker.
So without risk, nobody can come
That's
forward.
exactly true.
Right, sir. Thank you, sir. Atulji, just tell Atulji, tell Rajat Matra also congratulations, because he has coined all these programs. Atulji.
Yes, Dr. Rajat, we are so proud. And congratulations to you.
Thank you very much.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Ashok. Thank you, Dr. Atul. I'd also like to thank Dr. George. Sir, the words that you shared, your insight was very, very valuable to all of us. And it was an exceptional learning experience to all here at Amity. May I now invite all the dignitaries to kindly release the souvenir. All of us are excited for this release of the souvenir, which will forever remind us of the coming together of these esteemed speakers.
Divi, just 1 minute. Divi.
Yes, ma'am.
Divi, just 1 minute. I want to thank, for our most respected founder president and our most respected chancellor, sir, for being with us, because we are really, really motivated by your presence, sir, and your nice, kind words. Thank you. Thank you to chancellor, sir, and thank you to founder. Thank you very much for your time and coming. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So all of us are excited for the release of the souvenir, which will forever remind us of the coming together of these esteemed speakers, dignitaries, and scholars in the field of psychology. So thank you, everyone. I will now be sharing the souvenir.
And now I would like to invite Dr. Babita Purusky, Associate Professor, Amity Institute of Psychology and Allied Sciences, to propose the vote of thanks. Dr. Babita Purusky.
Thank you, Salini. Good afternoon, one and all. Thank you is such a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be felt by heart. I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose the vote of thanks on this special occasion. I, on behalf of the organizing committee, convey deep regards and heartfelt thanks to Honorable Founder President Sir Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan sir for his blessings and opportunity he has given to organize this international conference on such an important and much needed theme on psychological trauma and conflict resolution in present times. We assure you, sir, that each of us will carry forward this great learning from this conference to the society in our best possible manner. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to our Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, sir, for his guidance, which has enabled us planning for this international conference and inviting eminent speakers from various international forums who will be speaking, who have taken on different topics related to psychological trauma and conflict resolution in present times. Thank you so much, sir. I am extremely thankful to our Vice Chancellor, Madam, Professor Balvinder Shukla, ma'am, for her continuous guidance and support at every phase in the preparation of this conference, without which this mega event will not have been possible. Thank you so much, ma'am. My heartfelt thanks to our HOI, ma'am, for her tireless effort and encouragement for organizing this conference. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now it's time to thank our eminent speakers from International Forum who have spared their valuable time from their busy schedule and kind enough to accept our invitations for this important deliberation. I'm thankful to Professor Richard Mollica, Director of the Harvard Program in Refugee Trauma of Massachusetts General Hospital and Harvard Medical School. He is our keynote speaker. We are very thankful to serve for his reflections on international problems of refugees and the role of mental health professionals in elevating these problems. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for very interesting and thought-provoking deliberation of yours. I'm sure the participants have taken a good learning out of your valuable inputs. My sincere thanks to Professor Gerard Fromm, our guest of honor from Erickson Institute for Education and Research at Austin Rick Center. He has spoken on transgenerational trauma, which is an upcoming field. Along with that, he reflected the role of mental health practitioners in this area. We have learned so much from his thought-provoking interaction. Thank you so much, sir. My heartfelt thanks to Professor George Coloise, distinguished professor from IMD Business School, Switzerland, who explained the theory of attachment in relation to loss, grief, trauma, and how to deal with that. But turning your loss into inspiration is absolutely inspirational. I'm sure that all participants have taken note of your suggestions and they will be incorporating those valuable suggestions. Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to call upon Dr. Shalini to take over.
Thank you, Dr. Babita Purusky. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we come to an end of the inaugural session of our conference. Technical sessions will shortly begin, and for that I would like to invite Dr. Rajat Kantri Mitra, my colleague, to please take over. Thank you everyone for being with us today.
Thank you, Shalini. After a series of stimulating series of lectures in the morning, we continue now with our technical session, and It gives me immense pleasure to introduce our chairperson for this session, Dr. Sunil Mittal. Dr. Mittal, have you joined? Can I?
Yes, I'm very much here. Hi,
Okay,
Rajat,
fine.
and hi, everyone.
Okay, yeah, it's great to see you. And
My pleasure being here.
yeah, and how do I introduce you? I have known you for over 30 years as a personal friend in so many different capacities, as a fellow clinician. But I will stick to the formality and say that you are a psychiatrist in private practice, and you've been a consultant for government organizations, NGOs on research and policy matters at national and international level. And you have over more than 30 empirical peer-reviewed articles, and you speak on a host of issues. And it is great to have you as a chairperson, which means that I give you also the task of being a traffic policeman, which you will be doing right now. So there are two eminent speakers that we have for this shop. One is Dr. Usha Srinath. Dr. Srinath, can we have a look? Can you? Yeah, okay. Welcome. Dr. Srinath is a clinical psychologist and psychotherapist at Atma Shakti Vidyalaya, Bangalore. She has been a pioneer in the psychological treatment of schizophrenia and rehabilitation strategies, and is going to speak about her experience. And I must say that it's a very vast and wide experience. I have learned a great deal from her, from being in that institution, from which I basically learned how to talk to people with schizophrenia. Before that, I don't think I really knew it that well. The other speaker we have is Sujata Ameya. She is a clinical psychologist and who introduced herself as who enables partners to connect continuously or disengage gracefully and in the transition phase. She's the author of a beautiful book called The Beloved Calls. It's a book of poems, and I have read it. I find it beautiful. So with that, we start, and I would invite Dr. Sunil Mittal to take over, and Sujata Ameya speaks first. So Dr. Sunil, over to you.
Thank you, Rajat, and it's a pleasure being here on this very important conference, which you and your university have organized, and to be sharing a session with such eminent speakers as Dr. Usha Srinath and Sujata Ameya. Both are very well known in their fields. And this is an interesting session, as I can see, because in the context of the whole trauma and the issue, which this is addressing the psychological traumas and conflict resolution, the persons with mental illness, the PMIs, and once we look at it, that almost our National Mental Health Survey says almost 14% people will require help of some nature or the other they have mental health needs. And then, of course, there are the common mental disorders and the severe mental disorders. And when we're looking at the whole question of rehabilitation, the issues of with advancing, pharmacotherapy and other interventions, the issues become more and more prominent in my mind, that rehabilitation needs of PMIs are huge. Whether it's after an acute psychotic episode or with severe psychiatric disorders or chronic psychiatric disorders, whether it's a question of adherence to medication, reintegration back in society, relearning skills, or it's a question of, the whole effort being, because when we see seriously ill people, either their contact with reality, or some of them may be in conflict with the law, with their family members, the caregivers, their needs is huge. And we have Dr. Usha Srinath, who's going to be speaking as a second speaker, with her personal experience at the Atma Shakti Vidyalaya, which is, as we all know, a very prominent and lead organization in rehabilitation of people with mental illnesses. And the therapeutic community and other therapeutic tools and the models that they follow. And as well as, and we have somebody who, I'm going to use this term in a little lateral manner, somebody who's going to speak on habilitation, who's an habilitation expert, building resilience, building skills, and what life coaches do. They sort of, people may have the time, they may have the resources, they may have even the desire to bring change in their life, but actually motivation to chart out a roadmap, to go about doing it, and to actually tap their potential. So that's the first part. So we have a complementary two sessions in this session, two speakers. And without further ado, to our first speaker, Dr. Sujata Ameya, please. Dr. Sujata, are you there?
Yes.
Right.
No, I was mute. I was put on mute, so I was waiting for the
Right.
host to
So over to you
unmute.
for your
Yes.
address.
Thank you, Dr. Sunil. Thank you for that very insightful introduction. Very discerning. You know how you brought both the aspects together. I think that's really nice. So when Dr. Rajat invited me to be on this panel, I was wondering what value can I bring to a group of such extraordinary, eminent speakers in the field? Because I've always thought that I'm not really up close with trauma. But over the last 5, 6, or perhaps 10 years, I'm beginning to realize that even though my work sits in this space of habilitation, as you said, what creates that issue, what creates the conflict, what creates the trauma within relationships has to do a lot with, again, childhood trauma. So as we keep archaeologing into one's own histories, one can see how those get mirrored in adult relationships. And having worked in the area of couples work, marital work, and relationship challenges for over 30 years now, I thought one of the things I would like to definitely share is to showcase very briefly how these things actually play out and what can be done, and then open it up to Q&A from the audience. So when I was being trained in NIMHANS, I did my clinical psychology way back in the 90s. We had a professor who would insist on one thing. He would say, before you begin talking something, can you offer a definition so that everybody's on the same page? So that when you use the word trauma, let everybody understand what exactly you mean by the word trauma. So I'm going to do that first. And this is a mixture of a definition that's evolved with my own work and with inputs from many other pioneers in the field. I understand trauma as not as what happened to the person, but more as what that person's internal response was to that event or to that happening, to that occurrence, which is what explains the extraordinary individual difference and uniqueness in how the same kind of trauma is handled and responded to by different individuals, right? Not only that, trauma is also not only what happened to you, it is also the presence or absence of having a holding space or an understanding person to share it with, to reveal it to be seen, to be held in witnessing what has happened to you. So more than the traumatic event itself, what leaves the traumatic impact is the inability to have it, heard or understood by another person. So it's the aloneness of being, or it's the fate of being alone with your trauma. That's actually the traumatic aspect of whatever happens to you. So a small example would be, let's say, a rape victim or a person with childhood abuse of any kind, physical or sexual. If this person has had an opportunity to speak about it to somebody at least, they tend to cope with it very differently compared to those who hold it in silence and shame. Yeah. So that's a broad way I'm looking at trauma right now. And what are the kinds of trauma also I want to highlight here, especially from the perspective of relationships. So we have always understood trauma as something that is inflicted. There's also trauma that can happen when something is withheld. So both things operate. So we talk of trauma due to doings and trauma due to failings, trauma due to commissions, trauma due to omissions. The part about commissions, where something is done to a person, is fairly obvious, visible to all, draws a lot of attention. There is a lot of research about it. People do at least speak about it. There is awareness around it. But the trauma that's brought in by the failings or the withholding of things, that I think is invisible, subtle, uncertain, because you don't know whether you're actually getting traumatized, getting abused, or not getting abused. A classic example would be when a woman is unhappy in a marriage. The first questions people ask is he alcoholic? Is he beating you up? Does he womanize? So these are the traumas of doings. The traumas of failings are emotional unavailability, lack of acknowledgement, lack of connection, lack of nurturance. Though those absences are minimized or trivialized or outright dismissed, but they also leave a trail of trauma. So we have to understand that both these things will impact how trauma occurs and how it plays out later. Another classic example would be a father who's extremely proud that he has never raised his voice or his hand on his daughter, but has consistently failed to stand up for her, protect her from the mother's periodic raging or beating, right? So this is a mixed message. So people come in saying, I had a wonderful childhood. I loved my father. I adore him. He's my hero figure. Yet I feel very lousy, miserable, unhappy inside. I don't know why I can't be happy with my husband. So these are the trails and the roots that take you back to hidden, subtle trauma of failings, not of doings, but of failings. So that was one point I wanted to highlight. Another thing we need to look at also is how actually trauma occurs. Now, if you boil down everything down to something very, very core, I think there are only two fundamental, non-negotiable psychological needs of a human being. One is the need for belonging as an adult, or at least these show up in adulthood, and the other is the need for autonomy. So we have the need for belonging and we have the need for autonomy, both equally strong, both pulling into apparently polar directions, but they're actually two sides of the same coin. The one who can be autonomous can belong healthily, and the one who has belonging is supported in their autonomy, right? In childhood, these needs operate in a texture that's very different. So it shows up as the need for attachment and the need for authenticity. Now, what I mean by this is, for example, if a child feels like it doesn't want to meet somebody, so it is not okay to do that. That's its authentic experience, that it is feeling uncomfortable. He or she is feeling uncomfortable in the presence of another person. But if the parent trades that attachment or this comfort or the love or approval that they are giving to the child, using this as, no, but you must, as a good child, as a good girl, you must go and say hello to this auntie or this uncle, then you are actually mitigating, diminishing the child's capability to be authentic, because it perceives that its attachment to the parent figure is at risk, is at risk. And for a child, it's a no-brainer. They have not yet developed cognitively, so that no-brainer is also a pun intended, but it's like it cannot risk its attachment because its very survival depends on being attached to some caretaking figure. So I want to give quickly two examples that how this, authenticity and attachment get messed up in childhood. So I already gave the example of, obedience, which applies more in girls. But there's also the example of anger, which is to do with boys. So suppose a boy is playing rough and tough with somebody, a sister or another friend, and shows a lot of aggression in the play. It is immediately pointed out and made out to be not okay. Like, good boys don't do this. So there is a rule, there is a mandate against showing that authentic emotion in the moment. and there is a threat of losing the attachment or approval from the parent, right? So by and large, parenting worldwide, globally, follows these very subtle, very invisible patriarchal norms of what is gender appropriate behavior, what is allowed and accepted for girls and what is allowed and accepted for boys. It's just, and I'm very specifically saying global, because please do not have the notion that this is an Eastern or an Indian issue. This is worldwide. Everywhere, women are brought up in a certain way, men are brought up in a certain way, and these mandates come from a very, very invisible operation of patriarchal rules just below the surface, in the face of all the equality, all the things that are happening right now, whether it's voting rights or right to fly or become a pilot or whatever women are doing. It is this thing is still very deeply operative, right? Now, here also, let me just quickly illustrate this with a couple of examples so that it becomes clear. And why this is important is these specific gender roles are then brought into, carried forward into intimate relationship, whether it's a marriage or a live-in or a live-out or whatever shape of that relationship is, right? So classic examples. One, the patriarchal mandates, where all they apply, but I'll just give two examples. One is on the display of emotion, and one is on how you take up responsibility. Now, the first one is fairly easy to understand. This is so classic worldwide. If a boy ever shows any kind of emotion, either too much of jumpiness or sorrow or weeping, the immediate thing is boys don't cry. Don't be like a girl. So any display of emotion is allowed in girls, that too to a certain extent. It's like, how long are you going to be upset? Get over it, right? So in girls, it is somewhat allowed, somewhat tolerated, not necessarily welcomed or embraced. In boys, there is a complete, it's like, no, if you need to fit into a group of boys and men, then do not bring your emotions. That's one mandate. Another classic example would be how responsibility is taken and assigned. So for example, women are raised universally. They may be doctors, chartered accountants, it doesn't matter. But their inner core gendered identity is formed around how to nurture and support the ecosystem. That is how women are raised. And the boys are, on the other hand, raised to expect and receive the support and nurturance from the ecosystem. So in effect, you're bringing in two very different kinds of people in the form of these two genders, where one is trained to provide, one is trained to receive. And as long as these roles remain segregated, like in our parents' generation or the generations before that, I think conflict was not that evident. Or even if it was always contained within the different specific rigid structures. A woman really didn't have anywhere to go. She was not financially independent. The marriage was not just these two people. There were families and communities that were bonded in the marriage. So things were handled and managed in a very different way. Today, we have none of those support systems. We don't even have nuclear families with a father and a mother and two children. We usually mostly have in the urban areas, single people, single parents, and single children. So this thing of, I think I lost my train of thought. Sorry, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so how these two differently trained people come together in intimacy today, what starts to happen is that when you really look at equality, it is assumed that since you have the same kind of education and degree, you may get the same kind of job, etc. But when one comes home, for a woman, it doesn't end there. It continues into further delivery of the inherent gendered female role as well. Now, when this kind of differential responsibility taking is assigned, the nature of how the two engage with each other also starts to become conflictual, because many a times we are also mimicking and modeling the marriages that we have witnessed. Most starkly, the marriage of our own parents, and maybe aunts and uncles and relatives and the community, and also Hollywood and Bollywood and all other external influences. So when these two things become very polarized, for example, women learn to take responsibility with commitment and put in all the effort, and men learn to take accountability, where they are looking at results and a certain entitlement about what they want and how they want to achieve it. When this goes well, it functions, it's a reasonably functional relationship. But when it gets very starkly polarized, we are looking at a woman who perpetually feels unacknowledged and burdened, and a man who feels inadequate and not needed. Now, as man and women, when these two needs are not met in the relationship, in the intimate relationship and the marriage, we have the most fertile ground for all kinds of conflict. And that conflict, here's how it links up with trauma. Trauma not only is what has happened to you, how you responded to it, whether you've had somebody to share it with, whether you have processed it, whether you have come to terms with it, whether you have reconciled it. Not only that part is impactful, but also if that is not done, in the absence of those healing experiences, trauma tends to show up again and again, most starkly in close relationships, not so much in the outside world, not in your social roles, not in your professional spaces, but most definitely within the intimate family atmosphere. So if that thing is not done, the person is continuing to seek that visibility, seek that understanding, seek that recognition, and the other person is unable to provide that because they are also responding from their own trauma, both men and women. This is not that this is some injustice that's being meted out only to women. In the way patriarchy operates, men also end up having to give up a certain side of themselves, the sensitive, the sensual, the artistic, that softer side of them, they have to sacrifice because of all these mandates of patriarchy. So both these wounded people, when they come together, they're seeking from the other what was denied to them, and the other one is not in a position to provide that to them because they also are coming in from a deficit. And it takes a very mature and very, how do I say, a couple with ownership, with patience, with a deep commitment to actually sit down, look at what's happening, converse about it, think of seeking help, seek help, work with the process, go into therapy to be able to repair and restore some of these things. And much of the work or therapeutic work of relationship building is about identifying how one's personal power is lost in our service to these assigned roles, gender roles, and how to retrieve that power, how to restore it, how to hold it within our own personal space and boundary, and how to engage with each other in a more honorable and in a more wholesome way. So I think with that, I'll maybe stop, and I'd be happy to have any questions if the audience has any questions.
I think we will have the question and answer
Thank you,
sessions
Sujata.
after
So,
this.
what do I have it from the organizers? We take the questions for Sujata now,
Later.
for the second, or we do take both at the end. Rajat, what is the instruction?
The instruction is that we take it at the end. Let Usha give her presentation, and then we can have question and answer session. Yeah.
Right. So thank you, Sujata, for this. Wonderful. Actually, if I can say, looking at the roots of trauma in a relationship, and then, like you said, repair it, retrieve it, and unless you know where it's coming from, it becomes difficult. And so I think that's very well put. And then you've taken us through the whole experience of boys and girls and going into men and women, of what they bring in. within themselves, and that's what they bring into the relationship. And then the trauma of doing and the trauma of being deprived or being missing out on things. Thank you. We go to the second speaker for this session, Dr. Usha Srinath, who's going to speak about her experience at Atma Shakti Vidyalaya and other things about rehabilitations of persons with schizophrenia or the PMIs. So over to you, Dr. Usha.
Thank you, Dr. Mithal. Thank you, Rajat, and the faculty and students of MIT for inviting me to share my experiences for having worked with mentally ill patients for the past 42 years. I am a clinical psychologist and psychotherapist, and Atma Shakti Vidyalaya is a therapeutic community involved in the treatment of young adults suffering from several mental disorders. The institute was started in 1979 August by an American social worker who was also a student of Dr. Eric Byrne, a transactional analysis founder. Jackie was also working in a mental hospital in Virginia, and she found that the patients who were discharged from the hospitals, when they were discharged, they stopped taking medication and had relapse of psychotic states, and they had to be rehospitalized. So with this in mind, one day when she was driving to work, she saw her ex-patient walking on the streets of Virginia, talking to himself, and had gone into a psychotic state. She took him home and had expectations on him to function normally and behave appropriately and take some responsibilities. As he was homeless, he started staying with Jackie Schiff, and so he became part of the family where he had to take responsibilities, he had to behave appropriately and be like a normal child. She had 3 of her own children who supported her in her work. When his mental state improved enormously from being psychotic to almost being normal, she started thinking, why not take some more patients and try the same experiment with them? So she brought in 5 more patients who were discharged earlier into her home and treated them like her own children. So what she did, again, it was like a big family in the Shiv household. They were all expected. The expectations were like they were to behave like her children. They were to take responsibilities. They had to control their emotions and all this. So their mental status also improved. So Jackie Schiff thought, along with medical intervention, psychosocial intervention is also important for rehabilitation and treatment of psychotic disorders. She believed that the psychotic patients from PA framework had a weak parent ego state, a contaminated adult ego state, and a regressed child ego state. And all these needs can be taken care of only in a family setup rather than in a hospital setup. So she proposed the theory of reparenting and presented it in a conference in Bangalore. Some of the parents of the psychotic patients got together and requested her to start a similar setup in Bangalore. So Atma Shakti Vidyalaya was launched on 25th August 1979. The very word Atma Shakti means strengthening of the spirit of the person and to achieve the person's full potential after treatment. So many patients were admitted at that time. Jackie left in 1985. Father Hank Nunn took over as the director. He was a Canadian priest. And currently, Mr. Dale Peacock is the director. At any given time, we have about 25 to 30 patients in treatment for various mental disorders. When they come in, we have detailed case history taken and psychodiagnostic testing is done. I use projective and objective tests of personality to understand the patient fully. MMPI-2 is used for objective personality test, and I do it on an individual basis because of the cognitive deficits the patients face because of the illness and because of medication. I prefer to do it one-on-one so that I can get more information from the patient. It takes about 4 or 5 sessions for me to get the information to do MMPI because it's a long questionnaire. And I use Rorschach TAT and other projective tests for diagnostic purposes. Once they have done the testing, they are expected to make a contract with the community. The contract will be, I will get well and I'll help others get well and I'll abide by the rules of the community. He or she belongs to the community at that time. Then he is introduced to a structure of the community. Structure, as Professor Paul Reiser kept saying, is a secure base for these patients to function. They can predict and they can feel safe and they can have a sense of security of how the day is going to go. This structure starts from yoga in the morning, followed by many treatment groups like social skills training, emotional skills training, and art-based therapy, problem-solving groups, and many other groups that patients attend. They have indoor games, outdoor games, meal times, and all these activities are done throughout the day. After the person is introduced to the routine of the organization, they are expected to follow the routine. And living in a therapeutic community itself is therapeutic because the community comprises of mixture of races, cultures, religions, and different mindsets. It's very difficult to adjust. They'll have to learn a lot of skills of adjusting, adapting, accepting differences, and there'll be a lot of conflicts and learning taking place when they are entering the community. The resources of the staff and patients are pulled together for the benefit of the patient in a therapeutic community setup. Then the patients are expected to, we have been hearing about attachment and bonding. This is a very important aspect of therapeutic community principle. We believe in attachment and bonding with the patient. It's called the reparenting technique of treatment of the patients. So the patient is expected to form a mentor group with whom he or she is attached. And the mentors are supposed to be role models and play the role of a parent throughout their stay in the community. They give parenting on any subject that is necessary, like personal hygiene or dieting, eating habits, many different aspects of life, whatever the person needs. The adult part of the personality is dealt by giving problem-solving methods and giving psychoeducation and reality definitions. And they're also made to understand what their illness is about. And they don't need to be ashamed of the illness because it's just like any other physical illness. And this will destigmatize the patients from being very uncomfortable about labeled as a schizophrenic or a bipolar person. So for the child needs, the patients are stroked, held, and hugged. So this may not be very acceptable in the outside world, but that's very essential part of the treatment in our community. The mentor group, after the mentor group, they set up short-term, long-term goals for the patients, along with the patient's input and the therapeutic process starts. When the patient is ready to leave the community, a recovery assessment scale is given, and we, the staff, assess whether the patient is ready to take on the next step of weaning out of the community. They either decide to take up jobs outside or continue their studies, go for training, whatever. A lot of people prefer to stay in the community and go out and experience the world, and which they had put full stop for many, many years. They go out and come back to the community to discuss their difficulties in the outside world. So the support goes on even after the patient is almost ready to move on. Later on, the next stage of treatment is for them the weaning stage. They move to a paying guest accommodation and start to live their own life. And if they have conflicts, they again come back to the mentors and get support from them. So this is the basic, when they graduate from the treatment process, a big gala celebration of farewell is given, because farewells are very, very celebratory occasions for Atma Shakti community. We want to encourage, and this will inspire and motivate others also to get well and go forward. So after the stage, the patients are in contact by email, phones, or even they come and visit the community whenever there's a need, or reconnect, and the bonding continues. So I want to just now come back to, I want to present a case of the childhood trauma which affected this girl's life later on, and which created a lot of internal conflicts and interpersonal conflicts, and which took a toll on her mental health. Hema was a 24-year-old who was referred to Atma Shakti for treatment. Her parents said that she had lost a lot of weight and she was not sleeping well, and she had attempted suicide umpteen number of times. She was from North India, and she was hospitalized, and the parents had spent enormous amount of money because of her attempts of suicide. So they brought her to Atma Shakti, and she was totally uncommunicative, and she was not making eye contact. And when we approached her, she was very hostile, and she used to push us away, and all that. The psychiatrist evaluated her medication and changed some of her medication. She was uncommunicative almost for 15 days to a month. Then slowly we were cajoling her, coaxing her to communicate with her, but she was not willing to budge. She was very hostile and she was angry at the world. And the only sentence that she would repeat was, "I want to die. I want to die. Don't disturb me. I want to die." So we didn't know why she wanted to die. And when we asked her, she would not give an answer. So as soon as she entered the community, we put her on suicide supervision, which means that she could not go anywhere from living room to the bedroom by herself. There was always a staff member accompanying her wherever, even in the bathroom, even into the bedroom, because we were scared that she was going to harm herself. So our bathroom doors and bedroom doors don't have locks for obvious reasons, and knife boxes are locked. And these are all safety precautions that we take to protect people who are suffering from depression. So her depression lifted after about a couple of months. Then she started communicating with us, with some of us with whom she had relationship, and built some kind of trust and attachment and bonding. She said when she was 8 years old, she was sexually abused by a relative, and he had threatened that she should not disclose it to anybody. This had traumatized quite a bit, and she could not tell anybody about her trauma. Then when she attained puberty, she decided that she wanted to be a man. She wanted to be a boy instead of a girl. And her idea of, if I'm a girl, I'll be abused and I'll be always vulnerable. So I'll be a boy. So she started dressing like a boy. She cut her hair short. And the parents could not understand. She came from a very orthodox Brahmin family. And it was very unnatural for her to dress like that and be the way she was. She was tomboyish and she was going around playing football and hockey with younger boys. So they thought it was a passing phase and let it be. Then she moved out and went to college in a different town, and she started sharing a room with another girl. She found out that she had sexual inclinations for this girl. She had lesbian inclinations, and they both were having a relationship for 2 years. Then her roommate was forced to get married and she moved away. Even this was the taboo subject from the background that she came from, and she could not share this with anybody. She was suppressing and suppressing and suppressing. And this made her very depressed. And the only way to escape was for her to kill herself. So when she started talking, we listened to her without judgment, and she was free to open up to her therapist comfortably. When she said all this, and she also expressed desire to express her anger towards her molester. So we set up an anger reduction procedure for her. We asked her to, beat a pillow and take care of her anger and express her anger towards the person who molested her when she was 8 years old. This created a lot of internal conflicts and interpersonal conflicts within her because she could not, she thought herself to be a bad person, no value. She's not living up to the value system of her parents, and her parents are going to reject her before somebody rejects her. She wanted to reject herself. So all these conflicts were going on within her, and she just could not come to terms with any of these happenings internally. So when we talked to her, and when all these things were revealed to us, she felt a lot of burden lifted. Of course, we did not want to tell her parents about these things because they came from an older generation. They could not accept all these new concepts. She also expressed the desire to undergo a gender change surgery. And we also talked to her about, how much it costs and the repercussions of that, all that. Then for her child ego state, we held her, gave her positive affirmations so that she could feel that she was okay and these things happened to her, and then she need not feel dirty or violated. She felt violated, but it's not her fault. And then she accepted herself. And this was the case we dealt with. And at that point, we discouraged her to undergo sex change surgery. We asked her to go and focus on her studies and take up some employment somewhere and stabilize herself and get some Atma-Shakti for herself. So this was the case, and then we celebrated her leaving. And for the past 3 years, I'm happy to say that she has not had one suicidal attempt, and she is working and being comfortable with herself. Of course, these things have not been revealed to her parents, and she is still in contact with us. She reaches out whenever she needs and she has a conflict. So thank you very much again for letting me share my experiences. Of course, I've got many more cases. I don't have much time to share all these with you. So I will end this talk. May God bless you and wish you. I hope this talk will inspire some of your students to take on clinical psychology as your profession, so that there's a great need for clinical psychologists in our present day, especially after the pandemic. And I get many, many phone calls for treatment, for consultation. Thank you all and wish you all the best.
Thank you, Dr. Usha, for sharing, the origin and how Atma Shakti Vidyalaya has worked, illustrating with case examples and your 42 years of experience at this pioneering institution. Thank you very much. And I'm sure, like you said in the end, it will inspire many of the students here in this conference today to take up clinical psychology as a profession, because when they hear and see a professional like you and the previous speaker too, it's great inspiration.
I just want to add that
please.
Not a hunky-dory profession. I feel frustrated, I feel depressed, I feel excited, I feel gratified, I feel all those gamut of experiences and feelings in this field. It's not just hunky-dory, it's not glorious all the time. I also go through a lot of conflicts within myself. And the other thing I forgot to mention was even the therapists will have to undergo personal work for us to examine ourselves, to deal with our own conflicts, with our own childhood traumas or whatever. So that is one part that I missed out, which I want to mention, which is very specific to Atma Shakti.
I think that's true that all professions carry, they wear the mixed bag of accomplishment, those feelings of satisfaction, of when your patients get well, at the same time of frustration, and other emotions like you've shared. And the therapists also undergo their own trauma. They have their own experiences, whether they carry their own personal trauma into therapeutic work, or even professionally when they're working. I'm not referring to institutions and their work culture. I'm referring to just the nature of work can be at times traumatizing. Your career growth can have both traumas of do's and missed outs. So it is like you said, it's never going to be hunky-dory. It's and then Dr. Usha, like you said, that brings us back to what Siddhartha does, that perhaps in the making of a therapist, in the making of a psychologist, also while you're learning your curriculum, building what life coaches will bring in to be able to handle your own motivations, your own needs, whether it's to do with the commitments or whether it's to do with the nature of work, handling your own emotions, all those become equally important. We open this up for questions, this session up for questions. I think, how much time do we have? We have about half an hour for the questions, Rajat?
Yeah, we have more than half an hour. We have almost
more than half an hour. I think 40 minutes. 40 minutes. So I think what we'd have is, so I see some questions already there on which have come in. We'll take up those questions, and I'm hoping and I'm sure there will be some discussion. And then, of course, we can have the speakers again if they want to make any closing comments on the discussions that have been. So I have two questions. One is already here. Let me just take it out for Dr. Siddharth Soni has asked. I'll take up the one which is asked. One moment. Let me just take it out for Amir. That how men and women express trauma differently, and is there any difference in the way they cope, their expression of trauma and their coping? Yes. That's a huge one.
Oh yes, that's a big one. That's like a whole other chapter and a whole other talk, right? That's the reason and the whole veil and fog around marital conflict and the horde of marital jokes. It's in the way it is expressed, right?
Right.
So women, like I said, take responsibility with ownership and commitment and keep doing, because what is ingrained is that when you do that, you will receive belonging, connection, nurturance, support, acknowledgement, recognition, everything, the basic needs, right? But then the soul, I'm stepping out of psychology and getting into some very dangerous realm here, but I think it's high time as mental health professionals, we also reference and include the intangible aspects of our existence. So the soul is built not for trading its authenticity, the soul is built for expressing its authenticity. So the more you do what you do, the less you receive what you're craving. Please understand this for both men and women. The more a man says, I am going to provide a house, a car, a building, a yacht, a this, a that, the more he does that, the less he will receive what his soul is really craving for, even in the marriage or outside the marriage, it doesn't matter. In fact, many of these so-called extramarital affairs are triggered by this search for that validation, for that mirroring. And the differences are very classic and almost have become the crux of many movies and many memes and jokes. Women will demand, sulk, cry, beg, plead, do various things like that. Men will withdraw, walk away, run away. See, I said one of the mandates of patriarchy is to not get emotional for boys. So what do you think a boy will do who has been constantly told it is not okay to have emotions? If he sees his wife tearing up, he's going to run at breakneck speed from there because he doesn't know what to do with it. He doesn't know what to do with his own tears. What's he going to do with your tears, right? Whereas women have been told that if you do everything sweetly and nicely, someone will take care of you, someone will protect you, someone will provide for you. But it's like they're your emotions. You can't take them and plant them on the husband's lap and expect him to, comfort you. Well, he can be there for you, but you'll have to take responsibility for the emotions. So these different ways of how both engage in that expression of trauma actually creates a huge tension, distance, and eventual snapping of the relationship because they're both pulling at the same thing, but from opposite directions. They're pulling for visibility, mirroring, and being seen, being heard, being understood. This is not something another person can do for us. It is something we have to do for ourselves. So one line I'd like to say here, as a child, we cope with trauma by telling ourselves that if I do all this, they will love me. Or even after doing all this, they're not loving me, but somebody will come along and love me. That somebody, lo and behold, is you, not your partner, not your lover, not your boss, not your teacher, not anybody. That somebody ends up being you. And we all reach this conclusion in 2 decades, 4 decades, 7 decades, it doesn't matter. But we all end up having to come to this conclusion that complete responsibility for how we feel and what has happened to us and how we will work with what has happened to us to find the gift in it. So that's the thing with trauma. There is something of tremendous value in the precise way you've been traumatized. I'll say more about this later if there are more questions. Can't hear you, doctor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sorry, my bad. Thank you, Amya, and Sudhata. That's what I should be calling you. Thank you, Sudhata. And Dr. Soni, hope that answers your question. And
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
If any subsidy question you have to that.
No, sir. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
So there are questions for Dr. Usha too, but since there is this question is connected to what Sudhata has just said. So this question asks, this is from Dr. Divitara, that how can we as mental health professionals use the medium of silence to understand trauma in relationship violence?
I'm afraid I'm a little uncertain about the question. Are you speaking of how to use therapeutic silence to help people work with trauma, or to decipher their silence to understand what trauma they're going through?
I think it'll be a good idea for you to speak on both of these.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So
Dr. Divitara also wants both.
Yeah. Okay. So I think it is an overrated idea that smart therapists can read into silence. I don't think they can. What smart therapists can do is bring stillness to the engagement so that not only you, but the client also can hear what they're actually saying. So this silence is a two-edged sword. Allowing a person to speak and holding space in an honorable, non-judgmental way will create the space for them to speak what they want, and they can hear in that stillness what they need to hear, and you will also know what has happened to them. So the idea that, oh, this person is silent, so maybe that's why they're suffering, is a little risky to make that kind of an assumption. On the other hand, I believe it's a therapist's responsibility to gently encourage articulation, verbalization, because that loss of voice, that loss of standing, loss of space, loss of expression is one of the main reasons why the trauma or the abuse is continuing, why they're not able to do anything about it. So if they can be encouraged to speak about it, at least in the safety of the therapeutic relationship, they may then transfer that skill and learning elsewhere, and further steps can unfold from that process. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
May I add to that?
Please, please.
May I add? Yeah, we had a patient who refused to talk. What I did was sit with her, sit with her, sit with her. I think for 3 hours she didn't. She was so angry. She was a teenager. And I sat with her for 3 hours, didn't speak, and she didn't even look at me. But the very fact that I was there and I was going to stick with her through whatever she was going through helped her later on to break down and cry and then talk. So this is also one of the ways we can support the patient to get over whatever that is going on. You don't need to talk all the time. The silence itself from us and from them, they take their own time and we have to be there to support them.
Right, so accepting silence.
Yeah, accepting silence.
Comfortable with this. You know, I remember when at the PDI Chandigarh, one of our professors, Professor Vijay Verma, was, in a psychotherapy supervision. So when I was asked him, so how much do you think of a 1 hour silence, 1 hour of session? How much do you think can be spent in silence? Because, I said, listen, be silent and be comfortable in the silence. So he thought for a while and he said, well, I guess 55 minutes after the first intro of the session and to end the session. So this is what he had to say. So I think that silence and being comfortable as a therapist, and as well as a lot of processing occurs during the silence.
Yes.
Both ways. So Dr. Usha, for you, there is one question from Dr. Divitara. That does treatment of schizophrenia in India differ from the West? And if so, how?
As Professor George Polreser kept saying, attachment and bonding is very much there in Indian setup. With children, with patients, we are more personal. In the Western, I have worked in the US for 2 years in a therapeutic community. It's almost very impersonal way we are treating the patient. I was very dissatisfied with the lack of involvement from my part with the patient, because they think that it's not all right. One of our staff members from UK, she had visited us. She said she could not even smile at the patients before the group starts. When she went into the room, then only she can say good morning and smile at the patients. I think that impersonal way will not work in a therapeutic setup. I think it's so important for the attachment and bonding with the patients for the therapy to work. So it's very different because of lawsuits and because of sexual abuse or a suspicion of sexual abuse. People are extremely careful to stay detached in Western culture.
Right. So you feel that the personal contact sort of connect.
Attachment, yeah, is very important, yeah. And bonding with the patient is very important in the therapeutic process.
The compassion and the empathy.
Yeah, compassion, and they feel it because they are not objects. You cannot disconnect from them as though they're, when they come into the therapy group, then only they're patients. When you get out of the therapy group, they're some objects. That's not done. They are like your children, and you treat them like your children, and the relationship has to be built up. The attachment has to be built up. And I had the fortune of spending a lot of time with Dr. Paul Racer when he came to Atmashakti Vidyalaya. And he taught us a lot about attachment and bonding. So we are ever grateful to him for having done that. I think he will remember his time in Atmashakti Vidyalaya.
Right,
So
and
we are still carrying on, yeah.
Usha, would you feel that given the different cultural contexts too, there are differences in the rehabilitation process?
Yes, of course, yes.
Anything specific that strikes you that?
No, we are told, sometimes I feel we are too involved in rehabilitation. Like we go and find work for them. We go to the training sessions with them. We explain to the trainer about the difficulties. Like I have accompanied a lot of patients who have gone for training. I have stayed there with the person and with the trainer about, and I have explained to the trainer the difficulties this person may have and all that. So this is all part of rehabilitation. And even the families, they become part of your family. Rehabilitation, like I accept them as my children. So when they are in treatment, they come home and visit me. So they become a part of the extended family. So this is all part of rehabilitation and acceptance, and they feel that they are not treated like patients.
Right. So it's more friendly. It's more open. So we all know how important rehabilitation is in chronic mental illnesses, whether they are, especially the severe mental disorders. And then always although the Mental Health Care Act 2017 has provisions for rehabilitation, some of the state mental health authorities have formed guidelines on rehabilitation of the persons with severe mental illnesses. But one of the barriers which always is cited is the resource crunch, whether it's resources of economic resource, fund resource, or it's trained manpower resource. We are here in a university where psychologists are being trained and manpower is being, if I can say, created. The other being that the motivation for people to join the rehabilitation process. Anything on that you would like to say for the students here?
Yeah. You have to have a different mindset to get into this profession because it's not very well paid. People would rather go for IT industries, which is very lucrative. But this is, quite stressful at times. So who wants to take on stress with low pay? So I think we need to look at it in a very different way and provide, because the stressful states that we go through also, we are not recognized for and valued as much as we should be valued. And that's my concern. That's why not many people want to come forward to take on this profession. Why should I work nights and days like doctors and not get paid enough? And it's okay for people who have the other partners earning enough money. But if I'm the breadwinner, the amount of pay I bring in from being a clinical psychologist or rehabilitation counselor is not enough for me to live on. So, yeah, that is one thing that we have to look into. About the motivation for patients, for people to get into this field.
And then you think it's gratifying enough, if like you said, the payments in this field of mental health, by and large, everywhere, whether it's psychiatrists or psychologists, is not what other professionals might be trying.
Yes.
We think it brings in enough gratification.
Yeah, as long as I have bread on my table, gratification is
right.
Yeah, gratification, and of course, it's wonderful almost like watching a baby take different many steps. I know, yeah, it's tremendously gratifying, but the other reality is also there that I need to support my children, I need to support, pay the rent, and I have all these realities that I have to cope with, you see. So gratification, yeah, so as long as somebody else puts the bread on my table, I'm willing to be gratified. It is mental health work.
Right. So thank you for this. And for both of you, there is one question from an anonymous attendee, which is connected along this stream. And the question is, how do I know that I'm good enough to be a clinical psychologist mentally and emotionally? How do I know that I'm good enough to be a clinical psychologist mentally and emotionally? That's a question. So who would like to take this first? Sujata or Usha?
Okay.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so I have a very eccentric take on this question always, if I may say. I don't think this is a profession where you can measure some metrics and then decide this one is suitable, this one is not suitable. I think what draws people into this field of work is their own personal stories of trauma. It is like they say, counselors are wounded soldiers. That's not a statement to be taken lightly, right? It is the empathic child in any family who experiences trauma itself and also perceives the trauma of the others and is constantly engaged in understanding and resolving that issue for everybody within the family, then kind of finds itself attracted to and involved in these kinds of areas, fields, topics, books, movies. And it's something that literally draws you into the profession. I don't think one can compare this and work with this profession the same way that we do for other professions. That's honestly my personal opinion. And the second thing is, as Dr. Usha pointed out, until teaching, policing, and mental health, until these three professions are upgraded in the eyes of society. And unfortunately, the upgrade is always monetary, unless they are put up there in terms of pay scales. Mental illness is not going to leave the society, and mental health is a far off dream. And I think we all need to also look at how those kinds of policies can be created.
I think that's well said, because and also let's hope that with the current buzz around mental health, these things will change, and I don't know whether the policy is going to change sufficiently enough for bringing, if I can say, a parity in pay scales of so many other professions. But I think with the buzz around mental health, things are likely to change. It's going to be more, respected. I remember when I was joining as psychiatry, and one of the relatives who later was the dean of a medical college, he came to my house and he said, "Hey, we haven't become doctors to become a psychiatrist. You have to do something, become a cardiologist. If you have to do something with the brain, become a neurologist. Psychiatry."
Yes. Yes.
So that's changed in the last 40 years. And let's hope with the buzz around it, it'll have more, if I can say, well, find its right place.
Yes, yes, yes.
So,
all power to that, yes.
Yes. So, and in this context, of course, Usha, would you like to add to this attendee's question on how do I know I'm good enough to be a clinical psychologist?
Person will be aware of his her own ability to handle somebody else's trauma and stress and other things. Some people are very emotionally unstable themselves. I don't think they should take on this profession. And one of my relatives, she is very rigorous. She talks like a child and she behaves like a child. And she says, "I want to be a clinical psychologist. I want to be this, that, and the other thing." I said, first of all, you need to be stable. You need to understand yourself first. That is why personal work is very important, to understand ourselves and to know whether we are capable of taking on somebody else's stress, whether we can handle it, or even our own trauma and our own conflicts will come in the way of being therapists. All that you have to answer it yourself, rather than I cannot answer that for somebody else.
Right. So there could be, you have to be sensitive to your own inner, if you can say, voice. And if you feel something is missing, well, then develop those abilities, skills, whereas the universal abilities will remain the same in to become a good mental health professional, which would be like what said, empathy, compassion, and of course, competence is going to be equally important, that acquire the right skills and education. So we have we have a large number of questions. So it's been a very, very, important and obviously impactful session, the two speakers. So let me just see if I can sequence them in a certain way. So since we're talking about students, this is from Dr. Rajat Mitra, that this is essentially for students. From a student, and this is coming from a student, the question which he has brought up. How do we separate personal and professional boundaries in therapeutic treatment of schizophrenia? Can you give us a few examples to make us understand? And let's take a little beyond schizophrenia. How do we separate personal and professional boundaries? So who would like to take this first, Usha or Sujata?
I think Dr. Usha can go first.
Yes.
Maybe she can answer the schizophrenia, and then I'll add in.
How do you separate? How do you your boundaries from patients?
It's very, very, very important to have boundaries when you're working with patients, because you can get into romantic relationships. Sometimes that happens between the patient and the staff. That's why ethical boundaries have to be maintained, and the personal boundaries have to be maintained. That's why we have therapy groups for therapists. If they have conflict with the patient, they will have to deal with that in those therapy groups, and the platform is there for them to talk about it. And if they want to withdraw, like when we hold a patient, we have open doors, and we can't hold a patient or stroke a patient with closed doors. These are all boundaries. And when we talk to a male patient, for example, because of my age, I can talk to a patient without anybody being around. If a student comes, if she is young, and the patient develops some romantic inclinations towards that person, we are expecting some other senior therapist to be around, so that these boundaries are very strictly followed. We don't encourage the younger staff to hold and stroke and hug these young patients. And we are also again and again, I'm bringing this up, we need to be aware of ourselves first, our emotions and our attractions and our transference issues before we do that. Okay?
Right. Sujata, would you like to expand this further from?
Yes. So to add to what Dr. Usha was saying, and I also want to quickly reference back to the previous question of qualification of a psychologist or a clinical psychologist. So one of the requirements in therapeutic engagement with clients would be a constant self-reference and thinking and working on one's own issues. It's really a, I don't know, fortuitous or synchronous, I don't know what to say. When clients bring certain issues, they are usually mirroring something that's undone and unhealed in you as well. And that's your call to say, okay, so what do I do with this that is being aroused in me as I work with the client? And many a times this need not be romantic. See, boundaries can also happen in terms of where a therapist is young and there's an elderly patient coming. You may have a countertransference towards them as an elderly father figure, right? Or vice versa. You are an older lady, let's say, and you see a 25-year-old boy struggling. Your maternal countertransference could happen onto this person, right? So one of the questions a therapist must ask herself or himself all the time is, am I serving in this profession from a full cup, or am I serving in order to fill my cup? I think that's a very critical, constant, self-evaluative question one must ask, because many a times our wounds drive us to find healing not directly by asking help, but by offering help. So if I am feeling deprived of love, I will go into a profession which makes me give love. So I will get into nursing, I will get into social work, I will get into all these things where I'm carrying that undone, unfinished business like a little bag next to me. And that is going to interfere until I acknowledge it, work with it, and truly recognize whether this is something I wish to do to bring value to the other person, or I wish to do because it's also serving some innate need in myself. Now, this is different from professional satisfaction and gratification. The satisfaction you derive from having conducted a case competently and taken them to a logical conclusion, you have every right to enjoy that. But becoming dependent on the client, thinking too much about the client, constantly inquiring about the client, these are all boundaries that cannot and should not be crossed. And I think in good institutes of training, NIMANS being one of them, these are very highly emphasized. And I think it's important to really follow them to the T, not to facilitate beyond the therapeutic hour, not to solicit appointments, not to cross-refer. All these are so many rules, and the rules are always to protect you, not to restrict you. Please understand that. So I think that would be what I would add to it.
I think true that as was classically said, as your patient or client regresses, so do you. And you have the opportunity to deal with unfinished business side.
Yes.
And in doing so, you'll be better able to help your patient in that matter. We have a lot of questions and 10 minutes left. So I think I'm going to just rush through the questions and try and connect them. We have, since continuing on the question of silence, there are two questions and I'll bring them up. One is from Dr. Shalini Mittal, who says that for Dr. Sujata, does silence aid, hamper, or enhance post-traumatic growth and coping? Does it aid, hamper, or enhance post-traumatic growth and coping? And in this sense, there's another question from another participant, Radhika Gupta. Being a person from an authoritarian Indian household, I was just wondering if silence is the right coping mechanism for a child who has faced years of emotional and physical abuse, since the threats are the lowest in this case.
Okay.
So these two questions.
Yeah. So I think the ambiguity around silence, well, from whose side it is, remains in the question. So again, I'm going to address it from both sides very briefly. I'm aware of the time limit here. So I might be repeating what I've said. Silence is a child's only go-to coping mechanism. The child does not have the cognitive ability or the verbal ability to do anything about it in any other different way. So it retreats into silence, or it copes by acting and modeling in ways that become, that allow him to get some amount of approval in the system that is fundamentally abusive, both in terms of inflicting or withholding, right? Now, in such a case, as Dr. Usha so beautifully illustrated, if a child is silent because it's unbearable to speak about it, giving them time with your silence until they are ready to speak about it is necessary. But once you've understood what is going on, once they have shared, continuing to remain silent is colluding in the abuse. So as a therapist, you need to actually evoke speech, evoke articulation, evoke verbalization, evoke the ownership of responsibility and doing something about it. And in certain cases, you need to involve the extended ecosystem as well. A supportive relative, the community, friendships, whatever it is, because sometimes we can't do it alone. And that's okay. But the decision to do it has to be, spoken. It has to be spoken. The word is a very, very powerful thing. And being able to speak up actually simply restores your voice. And that's not just a euphemistic way of saying it. Finding your voice is one of the key milestones in coming, into your own as a human being, in finding your own space as a man or a woman. So I think it's a fine balance between silence and speech. I think both are equally important in any engagement, any therapeutic engagement. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. And let me see if there's any other question which can connect to this. Um, uh, well, yeah. So now we go to another question, which is for Dr. Usha. How does firstly, what is the sort of the question here is recovery rate at Atma Shakti Vidyalaya. This is from Dr. Shalini Mittal. And the second one is, how does rehabilitation treatment for schizophrenia differ from individual treatment?
Individual treatment of what? Individual.
Here is referring to the rehabilitation process, but I guess it could be individual, it could be a group rehab process. So perhaps some thoughts there. And her other question is the recovery rates at Atma Shakti Vidyalaya, though we can have different measures for what recovery means. But then, would you like to expand on this?
Yeah. Rehabilitation in a therapeutic community, as I explained earlier, involves so many other patients and the staff members working towards better mental health for the patient. So there's a lot of learning in adjusting, adapting, accepting, and this will bring out leadership qualities. It will bring out who is in charge and learning about other religions, learning about other cultures. And in a therapeutic community, these become very important aspects of the therapeutic process. The recovery assessment scale is comprised of many different areas of functioning. So whether the person is emotionally aware of his own feelings, how he's handling earlier, if he's very violent, and how is he aware of his feelings and how he's handling his feelings. And there's an area of social skills. Does he have social skills? And there's an area about whether he still has hallucinations, delusions, and whether he has planning abilities. There are many, many areas that we have come up by working with patients in Atma Shakti. It's several scales are there, about 10 scales are there on which they are assessed by 3 therapists. If they get a particular score, then we feel that the person is able to handle the outside world. So we give it at the time and also we use the MMPI before the person's discharge. So does that answer your question? I don't know.
Well, I think since we're short of time and we've got 4 minutes to go and 4 or 5 more questions, we're going to just probably be able to pick up just 2. There are 2 questions which are connected. So, and they are addressed to both of you. One is that in a world of infodemics, that has been greatly affecting elderly's well-being, the elderly's well-being and the infodemics. Is there any treatment paradigm for their traumatic state of worthiness, their traumatic state of worthiness? This is from Imran Hussain. And also that here is another question too related to this. Let me see if I can quickly find it. Is digitization also bringing some changes in further traumatizing our society? So is digitization causing any further trauma?
Definitely causing trauma to me. I could not cope up with all this high-fund electronic devices. I had to come to my neighbor's house to get into the Zoom conference, and with the help of 10-year-olds,
Right. So that's true. So that's true. We all of us have this. What can I say? We are digitally handicapped.
Handicapped, yeah. I definitely feel that.
Yeah. So what does one have to say about the second question? Then one, of course, is that is it increasing trauma? Digitization, has it increased trauma in society?
For elderly people, from my experience, it has created, because we have to learn everything from scratch, and we don't understand the language, and the youngsters are so fast in making it look so easy, and we feel helpless and hopeless, and we feel our self-worth is going down the tube. And that's why, digital, unless somebody is there to hold our hands and teach us what to do, how to do the next step, it is very traumatic as far as I'm concerned from my personal experience, and also from my relatives who are, of same age and so with same experience.
Right. So we can see the impact of digitization in various spheres, increasing trauma. When we can move from individual to social trauma, we can, this is an academic discussion. So including what we see in the digital world all the time, whether it's information or disinformation or whatever is happening all the time. But is there anything specific for the elderly? Well, is it affecting elders' well-being? Yes, no. What is the take on that?
Affecting what is, everything affects the elderly in different ways because of the physical disabilities and cognitive disabilities. And unless there's a very strong support system, it is a traumatic phase for the elderly.
Right. So, and then of course, now I'm going to read out the 3-4 questions. We are in the last minute. So I will leave it to you to pick up any of those questions to answer so that we can finish in time. So we have one question. What if confrontation with a client might hurt their client because truth might be aversive, and wouldn't the client stop coming for sessions? So what, when you confront, probably it goes into how and the way to confront, but the truth may be hurting to the client. The second is for Dr. Usha ma'am, that is it okay to not to cry and show your emotions in time of tragedy of a very close person, and being said that you shouldn't cry because you have to handle others? Then we have one more question. Right, so there are two other things, which is, one is that this is to the for the speakers and one for the organizers. Here is a question which we have from Mansi Lamba. Must watch movies and must read books which revolve around mental health, for example, represented the field or accurately handle the subject in a balanced manner. And since it's about trauma, any recommendations that you have? And the questions for the organizers is, where can we see the recording? So please, we have 1 minute past time, so you have 1 minute each to comment on any of these questions, and then the info from the organizers.
All right, so I can quickly try to respond to those two questions in one line each. About saying something truthful to the client and worrying that they will leave. You need to earn the right to tell them the truth. And that is through empathy, non-judgmentality, non-assumptiveness, and non-directing, non-pushing. If they feel safe, and then you speak the truth to them with sufficient kindness along with the truth, they will be grateful that you have spoken that to them, because no one else would do that to them. Okay, that's one thing. And I think there was a second question about, is it okay to not cry? Yes, I think in the situation that you're in, where you're having to handle this other person, you breaking down may be difficult for you and for the other person. But then also understand that you need to make time and space for releasing that at a later stage when it's appropriate, because you carrying that unprocessed will continue to affect you later on, and also the interpersonal relationship. So thank you so much.
Any last comments from you, Dr. Usha?
Yeah, for the confrontation, we use confrontation for reality testing very much in Atmashakti. We believe it is caring confrontation. So that's only done with the relationship of attachment and bonding. Then I can confront the person, and that person will trust my feedback comfortably. Otherwise, if I don't have relationship with the person, I don't. The confrontation means that you feel better about yourself when you go out from the confrontation. So, and it will make you think. It's done with attachment and bonding in a relationship only. I think that's important. Yeah, as Sujata said, yes, if you need to hold your emotions at that time, it's okay. later on you find somebody else you can express your emotions to when it is the right time, right place, with the right people.
Thank you. I think so. Different words, but the same thing: attachment, bonding, safe, relationship, non-judgmental, where one can express without fear. Living through the trauma again, and to be able to share where you began from, to be able to share. That's a part of the how you experience, process, and share the trauma. So thank you for this. And we've had the question on where to see the recording. The list of books and films, Rajat, I think that you can take up and let
Okay.
know. There is one last question. Somebody said, I'm so sorry. One last question, please. How do I deal with that? One is trauma makes us anxious. How do I deal with that? And the second is, how do we work with emotional numbness? These questions will keep coming in. I'm going to leave that to Rajat to decide on the time, whether these need to be answered now or they can be taken up on some other discussion platform, because my time is up. For me personally, it has been a very, very enriching experience to be here amidst this panel and to learn, and actually, even at my age, to realize that I can grow. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mehta. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sunil. And I think that we can take up the questions later. I think we have to close for lunch because this is technical thing more than, otherwise we would like the session to continue. So I also found, like your age to Sunil, I also found at my age listening and learning a lot of new things. And I'm sure that everybody has learned and is going back much more enriched inside. So with that, we come to an end, and then we start the second session, the session after this at 2 o'clock, which is a short one for 15 minutes. So please go have your lunch, get some refreshment till you come for further learning. So thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Sunil. Thank you, Usha. Thank you, Sujata. It has been great, and we will meet again. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rajat.
I welcome you all again to this exquisitely crafted, the first international conference on applied psychology on the theme psychological trauma and conflict resolution in present times. Researches on psychological trauma and conflict resolution will be the highlight of this session. The session will be chaired by Dr. Bhaswati Patnaik, Professor and Head of the Department, Utkal University. Dr. Bhaswati Patnaik joined as a professor in the Department of Psychology at the University in 2016 after teaching for 14 years at Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, National Institute of Technology, Rourkela. She obtained her PhD degree from the Center of Advanced Study in Psychology, Utkal University, as a UGC JRF in the area social cognition, and has a brief experience as a postdoctoral research associate in the University of Waterloo, Canada, in the area cognitive theory. Her areas of interest are social cognition and social organizational psychology. Has completed sponsored research projects on organizational learning and early childhood education, sponsored by ICSSR New Delhi and UNICEF, respectively. I welcome you, ma'am. The session will be co-chaired by Dr. Vagani. She is working as an assistant professor, research coordinator, and counseling center in charge at Amity Institute of Behavioral and Allied Sciences at Amity University, Mumbai. She has completed her PhD thesis from University of Delhi and MA in clinical psychology from Dev Sanskriti Vishwavidyalaya, Haridwar. She was a UGC Junior Research Fellow during her PhD program at University of Delhi. Before joining Amity University, Maharashtra, she taught UG and PG courses at Banasthali University and Daulat Ram College, University of Delhi. She is also an active member of Gayatri Parivar, where she takes many non-profit work like providing psychosocial support to people in need and leading various awareness campaigns. I welcome you, ma'am, in today's session. So we have total of 24 presenters today, and each presenter will get 4 minutes. And at every 3 minutes, we will remind them to wind up their session, because at 3:30, we also have a valedictory session scheduled. So I request all the participants to stick to their time limit. With your permission, ma'am, shall we begin with the session?
Yes, please start. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. So the first presenter is Dr. Payal Kanwar and Divya Vashisht, and they will be followed by Ms. Atulya Nair and Dr. Anupama Srivastava.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Can I share my screen?
Yes, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Divya Vashishtha, research scholar in the Central University of Haryana, and I'll be presenting on neurobiology of post-traumatic growth. Well, as we know, trauma is inevitable in nature, and no one knows when a trauma will come in one's life. So the definition of trauma is different for each one of us. And now when we are in the middle of the pandemic, so trauma due to COVID is far subtler concept than many of us realize. And it is massive as it impacts entire human race, including those who stay at home and believe that they are safe. And studying about human behavior after experiencing trauma is really important to know what facilitates the coping mechanism of an individual life. As we have seen, and also there are evidences in the existing literature that negative life experiences can also result in positive and enduring changes. And we call it as post-traumatic growth. Well, this was the concept given by Tedeschi and Calhoun, where they call it acceptance coping, and they refer post-traumatic growth as a growth or positive transformation by the people who endure adversity, but they later emerges stronger and wiser. So these are the 5 dimensions of the post-traumatic growth, that is appreciation of life, relating to others, new possibilities, personal strength, and spiritual changes. So people or the trauma survivors, they actually reported greater appreciation of life as compared to their pre-trauma selves. And they also report more intimate and meaningful relationships with the others. They change their priorities, and shift in the life perspectives was actually also seen in the trauma survivors after experiencing a traumatic event in their lives. Also, they have experienced a strengthening in the religious faith. So there are some psychosocial factors which are associated with the post-traumatic growth, and the literature supports that these factors, as you can see on the screen, that personal characteristics, emotional disclosure, social support, optimism, coping strategies, all these factors are actually facilitating the post-traumatic growth. As the people, if they are more optimistic towards their future or towards their situations, they'll be more tend to grow after a traumatic, or it will be easy for them to move on from the negative circumstances. And also, if they have a more social support, if they have a fulfilling social support, then it will enhance them to grow from the negative situation. Now we'll come to the neurobiology, the brain areas which are associated with the post-traumatic growth. As we know, brain is divided into forebrain, midbrain, and hindbrain. And forebrain has cerebrum, thalamus, hypothalamus. And each cerebral cortex or hemisphere is divided into 4 lobes, that is frontal lobe, parietal lobe, occipital lobe, and temporal lobe. And we are focusing on the prefrontal cortex, as prefrontal cortex is associated with the higher brain functions, with like decision making, problem solving, and also prefrontal cortex separately because it has a special importance to psychotherapies, because it is associated with emotions, dopamine driven attention, and reward motivations and planning. So prefrontal cortex is basically an area of cerebral cortex covering the front part of the frontal lobe. And the basic activity which is done by prefrontal cortex is executive functions, like relating to the ability to
Sorry
differentiate.
to interfere, ma'am. Only 1 minute is set.
Okay. So there are three areas of prefrontal cortex. That is dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, orbitofrontal prefrontal cortex, and ventromedial prefrontal cortex. And for the post-traumatic growth, it was seen in the literature that dorsolateral prefrontal cortex has a huge role in the growth after a trauma. And along with that, there is a other area that is supramarginal gyrus, which is a portion of parietal lobe, and it is also known as Brodmann area 40, and it involves with the language perception and processing. Also, any damage to this particular area leads to the human projections, projecting their emotions on others. So empathy becomes severely limited. Also, I forgot to tell you that dorsolateral prefrontal cortex is actually associated with the ability to relate to others. And this ability to relating to others is actually also a component of post-traumatic growth. So any damage to this particular area will actually reduces our ability to form connections with others. So basically, I would like to conclude my presentation with a quote that there is no timestamp on trauma. There isn't a formula that you can insert yourself into to get from horror to heal. So be patient, take up space, and let your journey be the balm. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Divya. I now request Ms. Atulya S. Nair and Dr. Anupama Srivastav. They will be followed by Dr. Preeti Sriranjan.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you see my screen?
Yes.
So good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, the entire team and everybody who's listening. I am Atulya Nair. I am a research scholar with IBAS, Amity University, Haryana. Just a second, let me just... I think I'll just continue this way because we don't have time. So I'm also a doctoral fellow with ICSSR, and my research topic is mental health in adults and survivors of CSA, child sexual abuse. It's a pilot study that I have done, a very, very brief study on, my topic is basically experimental study with REBT, rational emotive behavioral therapy. So basically, I would like to give you a gist on why did I choose a topic, because of the prevalence rate that is there in our country. So basically, 53% of children who were interviewed out of 1,25,000 children who have been subjected to CSA, 53% of them are, victims of or survivors of CSA. There is a lot of prevalence of mental health disorders, especially almost 30 to 50% of PTSD was found, 30 to 40% of depression was found, conduct disorder, ADHD, OCD. These were some of the mental health disorders that were found among children who were subjected to CSA. I would like to give you a brief about rational emotive behavioral therapy. Like you all know, it was found by Albert Ellis, and it comes under the broad spectrum of CBT. So basically, this study, the objective of this study is to only analyze the efficacy of the therapy. Since it's an ongoing project, I'm still collecting my data. I wanted to check only the efficacy of the therapy. So it's a pilot study that I did with 10 to 20 children. And the other objectives were to assess mental health disorders. I would not be talking about that because it would, prolong my presentation. The methodology was approximately 20 children, 10 experimental and 10 control group. Children between the age group of 11 to 19 were selected through purposive sampling. So I was associated with organization that was tied up with Childline India, and basically the exclusive criteria was to that they shouldn't have been introduced to any kind of psychotherapy or pharmacotherapy before this. Then there was an extensive history of traumatic events that were basically jotted down. We did an abuse inquiry. They were given scales, 4 different scales were given. One is children's post-traumatic stress disorder inventory. Then I had given KADS, which is Kutcher's adults in depression scale. SPIN was provided, which is social phobia inventory, and Spence Children's Anxiety Scale was given to them. And through the scoring, we understood if they actually fit in the DSM criteria of, of if they have any child disorders in any of these disorders. And with the experimental group, I had given intervention individually with each child. With the control group, we had given only 3 workshops throughout these sessions that I was providing the intervention with. The participants who were diagnosed only with mild to moderate disorder were the ones who were selected, because it is very important for the participant to have some sort of insight if we are conducting REBT with them. So this is this small gist of what kind of intervention did we give. So we had planned everything. It was game-based REBT because children usually wouldn't understand. So we would identify each symptom.
Ms. Atalya, like 1 minute is left.
Sorry. These are the results. So I had actually come up with only 2 because, like I said, it's a long study, a lot of results that had come up with. Anyway, in discussion, I would like to say that the results actually indicated that the score, REBT was a very good intervention that we could go ahead with. We had applied t-test with these samples. The overall quality of life of the child has also improved, though we did not apply any tool to identify it. Self-confidence and self-image of the child had improved drastically. And it is also, it is actually indicated that, REBT can be applied as an intervention to improve the symptoms of mental health in CSA survivors. The gaps that prevailed was the sample size was really small, because my sample size overall is only 50. I've taken only 10, so I cannot generalize any of the finding. And the transcription, the qualitative study of the transcription is still under progress. There was no male participant in this study. I'm really sorry. I'll just go on. And there were so many other demographical factors like SES, age, education, that has also come up as confounding variables. So these would be, covered during my entire study. So yeah, these are the references. I'm sorry if I took a lot of time.
It's okay. Thank you. Now we have Dr. Preeti Sriranjan. After Dr. Preeti Sriranjan, Ms. Ananya Bansal will be presenting.
A very good afternoon to everyone present here. So my name is Preeti Sriranjan and I am serving in SCS College, Puri. I'm from Odisha, and I would like to thank all the organizers of this conference for giving me an opportunity to present my paper on coping and examining relative issues with trauma and pain, context within psychological frameworks. So now I'm going to share my screen, the PPT. Is my screen visible?
Not yet, ma'am.
The PPT is not visible, ma'am?
No.
Is it visible now, ma'am?
It's not visible, ma'am. In case you're facing some problem, I'll come back to you after Ananya Bansal.
Okay.
Okay. Miss Ananya Bansal.
Yes, ma'am. I'll just present. Just a second. Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Yeah. So good afternoon to one and all present here. I'm Ananya Bansal, an undergraduate student majoring in psychology, and I'll be presenting a paper on how narcissists affect people in different relationships. So starting with the introduction. Self-evaluation is extremely significant for humans. It is through this that people originate self-esteem and the sense of self-confidence. Many factors might influence self-evaluations and how individuals maintain them. One such personality factor is narcissism. Let's start with the questions related to narcissists. Who are narcissists really? The term originated from Greek mythology, where Narcissus, seeing his own reflection in the pool of water, was mesmerized. So in psychoanalysis, as described by Sigmund Freud, a person who suffers from narcissism derives erotic gratification from approbation of his or own or her own physical or mental traits. So have you ever wondered that are they made or born? So one twin research originates that narcissism was an extremely genetic attribute, but it can also be manifested in childhood. Alternative study found that melodramatic, violent, attention-seeking preschoolers were more probable to end up as narcissistic grown-ups. But child rearing styles, the impact of other relations, and one's communal and cultural environment can encourage or deter its process. But how can we identify if a person is narcissist or not? What are the types and characteristics of narcissists? So four dimensions of narcissism as a personality variable have been delineated: leadership, authority, superiority, arrogance, self-absorption, self-admiration, and implicativeness and entitlement. We all have been in a conversation where the speaker dominates it completely. But if you're subjected to such regular, aggressive, ear-bending, disguised conversation, you may be dealing with the verbal bullying of narcissistic monologuing. In this research paper, we will discover about the effect of narcissistic people in our lives, concentrating on the psychological health. So the objective of this paper is to study what the narcissists have in mind and how they can impact our mental health in different kinds of relationships. This research will give an insight on the abuse and trauma that a narcissist, be it family, friend, partner, or any other person associated with in daily life has on a person. As small as it seems, it is a quite big revelation what a narcissist can in your life can do. Now coming to the methodology. So this research is a secondary research. It was assembled by an extensive analysis of multiple research papers. For this research, more than 30 research papers were analyzed. Now, keeping it short and coming to the conclusion, it was found out that narcissists, from a bigger perspective, are very aggressive personality. From the evaluation of literature done above, as narcissists are also very manipulative. They can influence others, like their friends, to become casual in nature and prove to be harmful by encouraging them to perform toxic behavior. The results drawn about narcissists in romantic relationships are astonishing. Narcissists being aggressive and manipulative personality, it also paves the path for narcissistic abuse in ways like criticizing, name calling, insulting, etc. Narcissism can also make parents groom children for abuse. Through their irrational behavior and grooming techniques, narcissistic parents actually cultivate an image in the family that he or she is caring, principled, devoted, and self-sacrificing, while also targeting the child as a wicked one. They also rely on the exploitation of cultural assumptions like you should always love your parents to hide their abuse. This can easily cause the child to slip into depression, and it would not be a surprise if he or she develops childhood traumas. Therefore, one must pay heed to the kind of people he or she is interacting with, as if dealt in with too deep, it can cause a wound made by 1,000 small cuts. Thank you, and here I end my submission.
Thank you, Ananya, for such a timely presentation. Next, we have Ms. Dr. Preeti Sriranjan. After that, Mr. Abdul Ghafoor and Mr. Ahmed Rashid will be presenting. Dr. Preeti.
Hello.
Yes, Dr. Preeti.
Yes, madam, I'm trying to actually share it, but it's not happening.
Okay. You need some more time. In that case, shall I invite Mr. Abdul Ghafoor and Ahmed Rashid? Mr. Abdul Ghafoor and Mr. Ahmed Rashid. I request Mr. Abdul Ghafoor and Ahmed Rashid, if they are present in the audience, to kindly raise their hands so that I can enable screen sharing for them. Ms. Ishani.
Yes.
Yes, please go ahead, share your screen.
Okay, so there is no one before me, or I should just do it?
Just yes, go ahead, start presenting.
Okay, ma'am. Just give me a minute, I'll be sharing my screen.
After Ms. Ishani, we have Ms. Khyati Dutt. Ishani, you're not audible.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry. So is my PPT visible?
And I request all the participants to please stick to the 4-minute time limit.
So, hello everybody, and my name is Ishani, and I'm from MET, from Department of Psychology, and my topic is the psychological effect of trauma and conflict. So I'll be talking a little about what my topic is. So before starting the topic, I just wanted to say that I chose this topic because it's very personal to me, and due to some personal reasons and the fact that I wanted to explore more about how trauma and conflict works together. So that's why I decided to choose this topic. So conflicts are the difficult emotions, for example, your anxiety, anger, anguish, or any sadness or depression. So when we feel such kind of an emotion, we are not able to process what we go through, or what how should we behave, or how should we act. There is this state of mind in ourselves that doesn't allow us to work or behave in a proper manner or in a sane manner. Trauma is not basically an emotion, but trauma is an emotion, but not an event. So for example, I like to explain this with an example. um, for example, an ex-person has died. So you know that death is not the trauma, but what comes after this death, the emotions related to the death, is what trauma is. So the sadness, the depression, the tears, the anxiety, the panicky, that oh, that person has left me and he is not with me physically. So that is what trauma is. So rather, it is the effect of the event laid onto our bodies and mind. Our response to the situation and how easily we are taken off center is a result of our history, developmental issues, the past and present, and the external environment, and the internal factors that key up to our nervous system and predispose us to the trauma. What response our body gives to the trauma is our perception that we are in danger, and we are triggered to response of flight, fly, freeze, or even submit. The racing heart, the shallow breathing send signals to the duress to our brain, which responds into what can become a negative feedback loop between the brain and the body. Humans are open nervous system. Our eyes take in light, our ears take in sound, and we are naturally affected and influenced by others' opinion. Even the littlest of the opinion that our parents give, we are affected, and we are influenced by them. More, it's like we are influenced more of outer opinions than our own opinions, because we are naturally built like that. When we, the professionals, are settled in our bodies, our psychological physiological responses such as slower and steadier heartbeat naturally draw people to us and help them to become more settled. Furthermore, the more we feel inside our own skin, the less we will activate another person's internal trauma network. So it's basically how empathetic you are, that how can you understand other person's opinion. So for example, sometimes it happens that we trigger another person's trauma or any other conflicting emotion while when we ask such kind of a question. So if we are settled in ourselves, if we are aware of the feeling.
You are left with just 1 minute.
Okay. So
keeping it short and simple. So my research paper was a secondary research paper, which is contrasted with the primary research. In primary involves generation of data, whereas secondary research is primary research sources that I have used as my paper. So I'll be concluding. Trauma is not an event, like I said earlier. The indicators of trauma can be subtle and particularly challenging to perceive when working online. One way can be by asking about the participant or the person concerned about their feelings in a very gentle way and in a way that you are not provoking them. Acknowledging the atmosphere of the space. So if the atmosphere and if the environment allows you to interact in such a level that you can connect with them emotionally, so that would be the correct time for them, for you to ask them and observe their reaction. This can be like how severely the person is affected with the trauma is how their body responds. So like they can get anxious, they can they can sweat, or they can start palpitating. So this is how. Thank you all of you for being a patient listener.
Thank you, Ishani. Now we have Miss Khyati Dutt. Khyati Dutt.
Yes, I'm here. Hold on. Let me share my screen.
After Ms. Khyati Dutt, Ms. Manvi Sodhi and Mr. Rohan Rawat will be presenting.
One second. I'm not getting the option to remove. Is my screen visible?
No, it's not visible.
Okay. Is it visible now?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, so my topic is, my name is Khyati and I am an undergraduate student from AIPS Noida. And my topic is correlation between transgenerational. My topic.
I request all the participants to please remain muted while the presenters are presenting.
Yes, my topic is correlation between transgenerational trauma, parenting, and insecure attachment styles. So the introduction is that Howie D in his book, Attachment Theory, Child Maltreatment and Family Support, mentioned that new relationships are created and recreated in the light of previous relationships. Internal working models prefer to organize experience rather than be organized by it. For victims of unimaginable trauma, what is repeatedly enacted is not a repressed memory, but a rather an unconscious attempt to represent experiences that are simultaneously impossible to forget and impossible to tell. So in this paper, I attempt to establish a positive correlation between families, parents undergone through transgenerational trauma, and how it directly implies and results in a child's insecure attachment behavior. So here's a brief definition of what trauma is. I'll skip over it because we don't have that much time. I'll explain what transgenerational trauma is. Transgenerational trauma is an individual, when an individual has a trauma response to a trauma experienced by a family member in a previous generation. So these are children of trauma survivors who experience mental and physical harm like that of their parents. So example would be like a genocide survivor or racism or even a terrible accident. It was first mentioned in Kistenberg's paper called The Effect of Holocaust on Second Generation led to her description of transgenerational transportation of trauma. So here, Kistenberg talks about her patient Rachel, who appeared to live in the reality of her father's past, withdrawing from all social interaction. Now I'll just explain what attachment theory is. The central theme of attachment theory is that primary caregivers who are available and responsive to an infant's needs allow the child to develop a sense of security. The infant knows that the caregiver is dependable, which creates a secure base for the child to then explore the world. The attachment theory has evolutionary and biological basis and places the mother-child bond at the center of an evolutionary biobehavioral model. Attachment strategies are an attachment construct, a circular behavioral affective sequence that describe a specific relationship pattern between the caregiver. The quality of a child's relationship experience with the main caregiver have bearing to their subsequent emotional development, which begin to take shape. In particular, it is evident that if a child were to thrive emotionally, they needed close, continuous caregiving relationship with that primary caregiver. In terms of
you are just left with 1 minute.
Oh, okay, so I'm just going to glance over to the methodology. I use systematic review and basically went through previously existing research that was there. These are the electronic database that I used, and these are the terms that I used. The conclusion was, as hypothesized, there was a positive correlation between transgenerational trauma and children therefore facing insecure attachment styles. I'll just conclude with the last paragraph. It was found that abnormal patterns of attachment in children, despite severe parenting problems, psychological trauma, or personal problems, are associated with the caregivers. For example, parents with history of trauma and neglect were more likely than their peers to have children with insecure attachment styles. And there's another study that I wanted to refer. Here, the study showed that alleged child abuse population assessed at a children's hospital outpatient child abuse clinic. There was a history of trauma that was documented 3 times higher than the rate of children that did not have parents with transgenerational trauma. And yeah, so I would like to conclude my paper with that. Thank you so much.
Ma'am, please unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Kathy. Next, we have Ms. Manvi Sodhi and Mr. Rohan Rawat. Ms. Manvi Sodhi and Mr. Rohan Rawat.
Can I share my screen?
Yes, please go ahead. After them, Mr. Nasir Ahmed Bhatt and Mr. R.R. Patil. Mr. Nasir Ahmed Bhatt and Mr. R.R. Patil will be presenting.
Ma'am, is it visible?
Yes, it's visible.
So good afternoon, everyone. Hope you all are doing very well. So I'm Manvi Sodhi, doing a master's in clinical psychology from Amity University, Noida. So my topic is relationship between neuroticism and emotional exhaustion among youth. So I have taken 2 variables, neuroticism. So basically neuroticism is a chronic level of emotional instability and proneness to psychological distress, and I measured it with the help of Kundu's neurotic personality inventory, which was founded by the Kundu in 1965. Next variable I used emotional exhaustion. Like it is the chronic state of physical and emotional depletion which results from the continuous stress. My research rationale is like one of the symptoms of the exhaustion that we are so busy in our lives that we didn't get time to give to our family due to work or any other like academics. Neuroticism is also a personality trait which results people to experience negative emotions in response to stress. On other hand, emotional exhaustion is the emotional exhaustion and tired accumulated with both with our lives professionally and personally. My methodology is to find
the association between the neuroticism and emotional exhaustion living in the urban area, Noida, among the youth. My hypothesis is alternative, non-directional, that there is a significant association between these two variables living among the youth living in Noida. I collected the sample between the 120 youths, 60 males and 60 females, and assured that they are residing in the urban area. All the participants living in Noida, right? And I collected through the Google form e-survey method by the following purpose of sampling. Last results. So using the specimen correlation method, my results reveals that there is a significant and positive relationship between the neuroticism and emotional exhaustion. Hence, my hypothesis that there's an association between neuroticism and emotional exhaustion is accepted. Future implication that my future research examines a more larger sample and regression analysis, so that which may help in me understanding the cause and effect relationship between the two. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Manvi. Next, we have Mr. Nasir Ahmed Bhatt and Mr. R.R. Patil. Dr. Preeti, I have shared my email ID with you. Kindly share your PPT with me. Mr. Nasir Ahmed Bhatt. Ms. Manvi, please unshare your screen.
Yes.
Do we have Mr. Nasir Ahmed Bhatt and Mr. R.R. Patil with you? If you are there among the participants, please raise your hand so that I can enable screen sharing for you. Dr. P. Swati and Mr. Mohammed Lashkari. Dr. P. Swati and Mr. Mohammed Lashkari. Yes, ma'am. Please, I'll just. Just a second. Just give me a second. Can you raise your hand again, ma'am? Okay, you're already among the panelists. You can start sharing.
Yes.
Good afternoon to everyone. This is a study on post-traumatic stress disorder and resilience among Kurdish people afflicted by ISIS war. We all know, like, the man-made disasters is the one of the most devastating impact that would be having on the human beings, and war can be placed among them as the first one. So warm and armed conflicts generally like create the human disasters, and that is leading to violence, injuries, displacement of individual groups also. So here, like we have seen earlier in the First World War, Second World War, how the impact has been on the humanity, especially the Hiroshima bomb effect and all these things for years together, generations have affected. So in the present study, like it was focused on Kurdish genocide. This is another cost of the war, which has really created the havoc across the world. Because like these Kurds are one of the indigenous people of the Mesopotamian plains, and this population is around 30 to 40 million. Their land has been divided into 4 countries: Turkey, Iran, Iraq, and Syria. So this particular Kurds in Iraq, they had constantly have been like invaded by the ISIS group. It's like originally it was one of the wings of the Al-Qaeda, but later on they became independent. So continuously, the population of the Kurdish have to fight with the ISIS because they were trying to invade their place and create the devastating situations to them in the civilian society, trying to rape their female women, then kill the children. So created all sorts of situations. So most of the Kurdish male population have to engage in the war against this group of ISIS. So the present study has been taken in among the Kurdish tribe with the help of one of our students who belongs to that particular group. So the study was conducted in the Iraq among the Kurdish population. So the main objective is to study the PTSD and resilience among Kurds who are afflicted by ISIS war. So they, among all the families, at least they will be losing one member or more than one member in this war against this particular group. So such population have been taken for the study. So the objectives are to find out the level of PTSD and also the level of resilience among the Kurdish people who are afflicted by ISIS war, and to find out whether there are any gender differences with regard to these both variables, PTSD and resilience, and also to see whether there is correlation between PTSD and resilience. So the objectives are PTSD will be high among the Kurdish people. Similarly, there will be high level of resilience as they are continuously afflicted with this ISIS war. Then among the women, there will be high level of PTSD compared to similarly high resilience might be there among the men compared to the women. And there might be a negative correlation between the PTSD and resilience. So the population as that is the sample as discussed, as already mentioned to you, 80 population, 80 Kurdish adults of both the gender were considered, and all the sample, like they lost either one person or more than one family member in this particular war. The standardized tools like a trauma screening questionnaire and brief resilience scale were used in this study, and the results were like the level of trauma was assessed in terms of whether they're at risk for trauma or no trauma. So as the results are showing, 95% of the Kurdish women have high level of trauma compared to 77.5, but still that is also a very great number. That indicates that the total sample, 86.2% of the sample has been at a high risk for the trauma. And
Sorry
only
to
5%
interfere, ma'am. You're
showed
left
no
with just
trauma
1
among
minute.
the women.
Yes, ma'am, please continue. I just wanted to inform you're left with just 1 minute.
Okay, okay. So there is 5% of the women who has no trauma and 22.5% among the men. Similarly, among with the level of resilience, in the level of resilience, it is surprising to see that 75% of the women have a moderate level of resilience compared to 55%, and 12.5% have high level of resilience among the women compared to the men. However, when the T ratio has been calculated, with regard to the experience, there is no significant difference between men and women, but with regard to the arousal, women have been like experiencing this kind of a trauma more, and the significant difference is found at 0.01 level. Similarly, with regard to the resilience, women has experienced more of the resilience compared to the men. Probably this has to be attributed to their as they have to take care of the family when the men are away from the family. Probably they were pooling their resources to develop that kind of resilience. And the correlation was found to be positive and significant, but it is a very low correlation. Probably the limitation of the study could be because of the limited population that has been taken, only 80 members. The significant, the stronger correlation may not be found. This is the limitation of this study. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. P. Swati. Now I shall be sharing my screen on behalf of Dr. Preeti Sriranjan, and after her, Ms. Phairojim Anju will be presenting next, who will be followed by Ms. Priyal Maheshwari and Ms. Anukriti Pandey. So after Dr. Preeti Sriranjan, we will have presentation by Ms. Phairojim Anju and Ms. Priyal Maheshwari and Ms. Anukriti Pandey. Dr. Preeti Sriranjan. Dr. Preeti. Dr. Preeti, I'm sharing screen on behalf of you. Please unmute yourself. Ma'am, then next I'll continue with the presentation. Miss Thyroidim Anju. Miss Anju.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
I'll be sharing my screen. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Times-24 Anju. I'm doing my master's in clinical psychology from MIT University, Noida. The topic of my presentation today is personality development in childhood sexual abuse victims. So, childhood sexual abuse is the most traumatic event in a person's life, and it occurs in the most vulnerable stage of a person. So the World Health Organization defines CSA as a coercive act with a child who is unable to comprehend or provide consent, and it leads to serious physical or psychological damage. And some of the activities that involve CSA are the touching of private parts of the child, indulging the child in touching the private parts of the perpetrator, molestation, sodomy, exhibitionism, and pornography, and cyber sexual acts also. And the most common and severe form of child sexual abuse is rape. And CSA has been connected to a negative impact on a child's normal growth and maturity, and neurobiological systems and endocrinology profiles are also affected. CSA has been connected, according to the American Psychological Association, there has been a spike in case of there has been there's some connection issue. The Childline India Foundation reported a 50% increase in the phone calls than usual days in the last 2 weeks of the lockdown. And according to the American Psychological Association, there has been a spike in case of intimate partner violence and child abuse in the USA during the first COVID lockdown. The experience of sexual abuse in childhood is an important risk factor for the development of a large diversity of psychopathological disorder in adult age. Okay, the purpose of the study is to explore the psychological, social, and emotional adjustment of sexual abuse victim. Secondary data were used for the study and through online academic platforms, and these are and some of the research that I've kept that information are Tong et al., in which he conducted in the year 1987. Results have concluded that less confidence in adults than before their traumatic experience. And McCloskey and Letcher in 2003 have concluded in their studies that long-term development problems such as low self-esteem, depression, and physical aggression and school failure in people with childhood sexual abuse victims.
Sorry to interfere, you're left with just 1 minute.
Okay, ma'am. I'll just conclude. These are the findings. The findings that I got through the secondary data are that people who have childhood sexual abuse have difficulties in attachment, attachment personality disorder, and they have hyperactivation of the serotonergic system also. And also people who have been the victims they engage in antisocial behavior like theft, prostitutions, and substance abuse. So while working with child sexual abuse victims, what we can do to help them is the victims should express and work through these emotions regarding the abuse, including about and towards the perpetrator, and it needs a long process for that also. And then the second thing that we can help is them to give them a chance to be a survivor survivor and then come to a stage where in which they feel like they are a victor, and then it leads to a self-resilient characteristic in their traits. And some adult survivors of CSA demonstrate resiliency and post-traumatic growth, and hence healing and change are possible. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Anju. Next, we have Ms. Priyal Maheshwari and Ms. Anukriti Pandey. After them, Mr. Abdul Ghafoor and Mr. Ahmed Rashid will be presenting. Ms. Anju, please unshare your screen so that Ms. Priyal Maheshwari and Ms. Anukriti Pandey can share their screen.
Good afternoon, ma'am, and everyone present here.
Yes. Anju, please unshare your screen. Yes, Priyal Maheshwari, please go ahead. And I request all the participants to strictly adhere to the time limit, please.
Okay, so I'm Priyal Maheshwari, an undergraduate student in Amity University, and today I'm presenting a research paper on scrutiny of suicidal tendencies in married males, which is formulated by me and Ms. Anukriti Pandey. Introduction. Suicide is one of the major mental health problems which is traumatizing not only our loved ones but also the society. As per the global evolution, every year almost 8 lakhs people die due to suicide. Suicide is a highly complex and diverse phenomena which may contribute, with many contributing and facilitating variables like professional career problems, sense of
Ms. Priyal? Ms. Priyal? Okay, so she presented only for a minute and due to network connection issue. Now can we have Mr. Abdul Ghafoor and Mr. Ahmed Rashid? Mr. Abdul Ghafoor and Mr. Ahmed Rashid?
Ma'am,
okay, please, Priyal, please continue. You're left with 3 minutes of presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Suicide, there are various means adopted by people to commit suicide, from easily available and effective means to more painful means. One of the most reliable findings in suicide study is that the women make more suicide attempts than men, but men are more likely to die in their attempts than women. Regardless of this, remarkably few studies have endeavored to investigate the complex relationship between gender and suicidal behaviors. Men and women vary in their jobs, responsibilities, status, and power, and these socially built differences interact with biological differences to contribute to differences in their suicidal behaviors. More is known about differences in male and females in conditions like depression and schizophrenia than suicide. Women are married at a younger age in Indian subcontinent, and this is one of the major variables that need to be focused when seeing the suicide rates in women. Methodology. Formulating the research topic, that is chronicity of suicidal tendencies in married males, selecting and evaluating relevant studies and criteria to include and exclude papers on the basis of variables including age, marital status, and gender as criteria, and excluded variables like education, occupation, and socioeconomic factors. A standardized set of data items were abstracted from the full text of selected papers. We used Google Scholar, PubMed, WHO, NCRB to find researchers that were relevant and for analyzing and synthesizing the findings. Approximately 33 research papers were independently examined by both authors for finalizing the results, keeping in mind the age, that is 30 to 49, which include maximum rate of married male. Conclusion. Understanding a complex peculiarity like suicide in a country as diverse as India through investigations of varying strengths and limitation is quite challenging. The nature of data about suicide in India is very restricted. However, the image drawn from the varied eclectic mix of studies recognized in this review indicate that it is significant and developing a general health problem that is in being offered adequate consideration by government or the general public at large. Compared to the patterns of suicide in high-income countries, suicide in India is more prevalent in men, which is much more likely to involve hanging and is more closely associated with poverty, mental illness, age, gender, marital status, education, occupation, socioeconomic status, residence, and physiological stressors.
April, your time is up. Kindly wind up.
Yes, ma'am. Despite the fact that the survey couldn't show a clear distinction in sexual orientation in risk for suicide, many of the reviewed studies reveal a general male overabundance while consolidating suicides across all age gatherings. Notwithstanding, a few of the examination likewise revealed a higher predominance of suicide in females than in males in the younger age group only. Thank you. That would be all from my side.
Thank you, Ms. Priyal Maheshwari. Next, we have Mr. Abdul Ghafoor and Mr. Ahmed Rashid. Mr. Abdul Ghafoor and Mr. Ahmed Rashid. Okay. All right. So please start presenting. 4 minutes is the time limit for presentation.
Let me share my screen. So I hope the screen is visible.
Yes.
The topic for the presentation is suicide reports in Malayalam newspapers and its adherence to media guidelines. And we know the rates of suicide in the state of Kerala are consistently rising in last many years. Kerala comes one among the 5 with highest suicide rate with increasing trends from last many years. You can see the statistics of 2017, 2018, and from the last one, 2020. Suicide contagion or the spread of suicide-related thoughts and behaviors through exposure to sensationalized and harmful media reporting is well recognized phenomenon. According to WHO, a detailed description of particular methods of suicide is more likely to trigger copycat methods among disturbed individuals, vulnerable people. It is widely seen among these newspapers and an inclination to elaborate the meticulous details of the methods, mentioning the name and age of the deceased person, location of suicide, and monocausal explanation for suicides. And responsible media reporting of suicide is considered as an important key to current international suicide prevention efforts. Guidelines to promote responsible media reporting practices exist in several countries, including India. Press Council of India, PCI, adopted guidelines for reporting suicide cases interdict against providing details of location, using references to the explicit methods, sensational headlines, and uses of photographs of the deceased. We know the well-known effects, further effect related to the copycat, and how the harmful effects of suicide media reporting is resulting in suicide. And another one, Papageno effect, that's a protective effect that creates a protective effect in suicide prevention as a result of positive responsible suicide reporting. Here in the study, we have analyzed 150 news articles published in 3 pre-selected Malayalam printed newspapers, which has been published from March 2020 to May 2020. The reports on suicide cases were selected for further analysis. Reports of physician assisted suicide, terrorism, suicide bombing were excluded. Adherence to suicide reporting guidelines. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, I am just reminding. Sorry to interfere. Left with just 1 minute.
Hello. Okay. We have made a list of 16 harmful elements and 3 protective elements according to the various guidelines published by national and international agencies, including WHO, reporting on suicide.org, IASP, and our Indian Press Council of India. And we got the results that 100% of the reports were not providing any helpline numbers or any hotline number, and similarly they were not providing accurate information about where to seek help, providing caution related the trigger warning related to suicide or not, suicide and all. And 92% of the reports were given the name of deceased. Similarly, you can see the statistics more than points reported in 50% and above news articles. Here, deceased person, there were out of 150, 138.
I request you to kindly wind up. We are short of time.
Okay. So before winding up, then I have to share a story that motivated me to do this research. Once I got a call from a graduate girl residing in Kerala, and she said she shared her depressive feelings with me. And when she shared her feelings, I just asked about her suicidal ideas, intention. Then she said that I'm not having much courage to commit suicide by using lethal methods. But now I decided to commit suicide by drinking sanitizer. I asked about from where you got this idea. She said that I have read a news article on a suicide. The deceased person used sanitizer to commit suicide. So from this, I recognized how harmful media reporting is affecting the
I'm
negative
very
effect.
sorry, we have to accommodate other participants as well.
Okay,
I
okay.
request you to please find out.
Okay. So from here, I have recognized the irresponsible media reporting and its effect on suicide prevention. So that's all.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Ms. Roshni Kalra. After Ms. Roshni Kalra, I shall be sharing screen again for Dr. Preeti Sriranjan. Dr. Preeti Sriranjan, after Ms. Roshni Kalra, I'll be sharing screen for you. Roshni Kalra, please go ahead.
Just a minute, I'm just sharing my screen. Ma'am, is it visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Roshni Kalra. Yeah, okay, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am. Ma'am, my name is Roshni Kalra. I'm from Amity University. I'm pursuing the MA in Clinical Psychology integrated course. My topic is domestic violence among the Indian women and the resultant psychological problems in their lives. Ma'am, the whole paper focuses on to the problems that are being faced by the Indian women who are being violent, who are under the violence of their spouse or their spouse's family. Ma'am, majorly it depends on the emotional and psychological trauma as a result of extraordinary stressful events that shattered the sense of security and making the women feel helpless as they are evolved by their families to stay such that they have to undergo such stress and the violence, and they have to adjust in the feeling. They are being evolved like that only. Also, traumatic situation in the case of post trauma, symptoms vary quite dramatically from person to person. It depends on the person how he or she is handling the situation. In this research paper, we have seen that many of the women who are under the violence are not able to be confident in their lives and as productive as they can. Also, mental trauma is mentally trauma typically impacts one's ability to cope, function normally, understanding about the signs of trauma, how it affects the brain, and how it is treated. Trauma is something that will affect you mentally, physically, and psychologically. Also, the aim for this paper is to observe the domestic violence among the Indian women and the resultant of psychological problems in their lives. Introduction, I would say this is paper is a secondary research which involves the summary and the summary of the responses already that has been published. Like what are the effects that are being faced by the women who are under the violence. I would like to conclude by saying there is no right or wrong way to feel or respond. So, women should not be judged if they are under violence. They should be helped out, like what they are going through and what are the reactions that they are facing regarding the violence, rather than avoiding the situation. It may give them a trauma about the emotions as they are filled with that. Thank you. Trauma is like conclusion, I would like to say trauma is not an event, rather it's an effect that is laid onto the bodies and the mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Roshni. Next, I will be sharing screen on behalf of Dr. Preeti Sri Ranjan. Thank you.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, ma'am. So, a very good afternoon to everyone. I'll just go with my PPT, that is coping and examining relative issues with trauma and pain, context within psychological frameworks. So in the 21st century life world, stressful life events, not only war, food scarcity, political violence, and anthropogenic climate change, but also forced displacement, migration, and other globalization-induced crises have led to debilitating distress in individuals. So there is a need to shift the focus from the conventional frameworks on trauma and pain to incorporate the many new challenges that we are facing now been recognized in the global environment to look beyond the traditional domains and seek better health prevention techniques. Have a profound effect on the physical and the psychological well-being of the people. So in my study, I'm just sharing my methodology right now, that is interpretation, interaction, mapping memories, oral narratives, focused discussion groups, public debates, chats, tours, travels, content analysis, co-learning, case study approach, desk review and document analysis, storytelling, walk the talk, transcribing and translating. Listening is thinking, thinking is writing, and writing is reflecting. So when we are collecting information from any of our subjects, whether it is from the tribal population or anything. So I have used my methodology, all these things in my study: questioning and being questioned, ethical considerations, politics, and limitations. So now I'm going to talk about environmental stressors that the world is facing today now, and the growing connection between anthropogenic climate change and the health and diseases also warrant some attention. So the growing natural displacement leading to a displacement and devastation is another cause of concern. For example, tsunamis and the hurricanes and the forest fires, all these things and the growing frequencies, all these lead to trauma to everybody all around the world. So better prevention strategies for health promotion and maintenance is very much required, and we need to see what elements are there which might lead to those trauma and emotional reactions to the pandemic also. So what are the internal and the exterior factors such as character traits, gender, media, economy, and the governmental response, influence of the social perception of the pandemic also, and the psychological concerns or the outcomes of the current scenario. The next we have the social stresses and the characteristics. So we know that for a significant group of advanced scholars like Steven Pinker and Peter Sinker, those who are the activists, violence is a type of backwardness. In the most modern parts of the world, these scholars tell us that war has practically vanished. But that is not true. They are always talking about the long peace. And the rise of new kinds of trauma and pain can be seen in domestic violence, bullying, or peer victimization, school shootings that have become a global may be the victims of the circumstances. So bullying as a micro instance of social stressors, it is not part of the agenda of long peace. Then next we have the political stresses. So if only psychologists could reaccess the hobbies and the social contract in the light of new challenges, we could have developed a new meaning to the attributes of these political stresses. So developing traumas, developing countries in continents such as Africa, Asia, and South America versus the global South that we are talking now in the modern times are undergoing a lot of trauma in recent times. The outstanding damage that has been observed in the lives of women and children due to the Palestinian and the for example, Israeli conflicts, it has exposed us to the many horrors of war and hate culture. So this sort of political violence, it indeed makes us realize the value of such minority communities, which nowadays nobody is looking into, and their importance in the world community. So we can also include other insurgencies unfolding in the South Asia, Southeast Asia, and China, which could be added here for an expansion of the perspective. So, by concluding, I can say that there are many future prospects that psychologists need to take into account, like the novel approaches and the models for better practice of quality healthcare services, and an innovative change in the education system to produce students and teachers which would cater to a holistic approach on health and illnesses, an economic, political, and social understanding of the international policy framework and the operating factors herein. So, with respect to many such key issues like global political order and capitalism, we need to identify the different categories of stresses like social, political, environmental, and definitely it can help psychologists as a community of professionals which can deal with such contemporary issues. And more emphasis on diplomatic relations should also be there, and methods of conflict resolution which would work for the global community. And psychologists' approach to trauma as addressed by contemporary psychologists by recognizing social, environmental, and political factors and the psychological factors can go a long way to help individuals. So we can also develop novel methods of testing, research, and evaluation to study the genetic factors which affects our psychological understanding and behavior. So these domains can go a long way in delivering a baseline to address global concerns which are very complex and varied. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have Ms. Sushmita Subramani. Ms. Sushmita Subramani. Yes. After Ms. Sushmita, Mr. Sarthak Paliwal, followed by Ms. Isha Malik.
Am I audible?
Sushmita, yes, Sushmita, you are audible. After
Okay.
Ms. Sushmita, Mr. Sarthak Paliwal, and then Ms. Isha Malik will be presenting. Please go ahead, Sushmita. You're muted. Please unmute yourself.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. My name is Sushmita Subramani, and I'm an MA Clinical Psychology final year student from Amity Institute of Behavioral Sciences, Amity University, Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh. I am presenting my systematic review paper, which is focused on the varied manifestations of collective trauma during the COVID-19 pandemic. So basically, my systematic review paper is based on the background that the pandemic has progressed very fast, rapidly worldwide to become a large-scale outbreak, and it has caused collective trauma is what all the research studies have agreed upon. Now, the objective of my study was to understand the varied factors which are involved in causing collective trauma in different contexts during the pandemic. So the method I used was that I analyzed systematically 14 studies. First, I'd like to discuss with all of y'all the 4 R's of trauma-informed care. So the first R is realizing the widespread impact of trauma and understanding the potential paths for recovery. Basically, through this international conference, that's what we are doing. We are trying to realize the impact that collective trauma has on all of us, right? So next R we can discuss is recognize. How we recognize the signs and symptoms of trauma in clients, families, staff, and everyone involved in the system. So in a clinical setup or otherwise, the signs and symptoms which we show of the trauma, how it's impacted us, we need to recognize that so that we can make the system more efficient. The third R is respond. We need to fully integrate the knowledge we have about trauma into all the policies we make, into all the procedures and all the clinical practices to ensure that we can respond well to all the negative consequences of the pandemic and how the trauma has impacted us. We also need to resist. What we have to resist is re-traumatization. First of all, already we are all going through this collective traumatization situation. So now we should ensure that no one goes through re-traumatization. Children as well as adults who are caring, all the caregivers as well as the patients have to be looked after. I have taken 14 studies. Because of paucity of time, I'm not able to explain each of them, but I'll be discussing with you all my insights, what insights I gathered from the systematic review. So first, I'll be exploring the different contexts of collective trauma. Collective trauma has been seen as manifesting in varied contexts such as gender-based violence and clinician-patient therapeutic encounters. So a very interesting study I came across was of Stephen Kuchuk in 2021, which explored the nature of shared trauma during the COVID-19 pandemic. So first of all, we need to know what shared trauma means, right? So the definition is, it is an effective behavioral, cognitive, spiritual, and multimodal responses that the clinicians experience as a result of dual exposure to the same collective trauma as their clients. For example, in the study, Stephen had explained that one very important example. One patient feels that she has lost me, and in counter-transference, it feels like I have abandoned her. So it's not just that what the
Sorry to
patient feels, it's also
interrupt you.
that
You're
the
left with just 1 minute.
Okay, I'll try to wind up fast. So this is one of the studies of shared trauma. Another study was by racial pain. It was recognizing that how gender-based violence survivors have felt isolated during the pandemic and how we can help them by re-establishing various diverse initiatives on a community basis. The major insights from the studies were that pandemic has caused collective trauma and it has had various negative symptoms. So we need to recognize these negative symptoms of post-traumatic stress. One of the major symptoms recognized was recklessness or self-destructive behavior. It was also found that rumination and fear of COVID-19 act as mediating factors which are influencing the impact of intolerance towards uncertainty and well-being. The four emotions which were recognized during the as an impactful thing of the pandemic was grief, disgust, anger, and fear. So these four emotions have to be recognized by all of us. Future recommendations are that we need to creatively
Please
change
wind
our
up. We
imagination.
have to accommodate
Yes,
other participants.
okay. These are the references. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next we have Mr. Sarthak Paliwal.
Hello, I hope I'm audible.
Mr. Sarthak Paliwal.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hope I'm audible.
Mr. Sarthak Paliwal will be followed by Ms. Isha Malik and then we will have Miss Adya's presentation. Yes, your order.
Thank you. All right. So, okay. Vander Volk, in his famous book, The Body Keeps a Score, mentions that as long as people's worldview is filled with abuse, neglect, and trauma, they will never be able to experiment new things. This lack of experimentation will always keep them fixated in a particular viewpoint of the world and never allow them to change. Now, imagine this worldview not existing in an adult's life, rather imbibed in the child's very core schemas. A child will never be able to develop trust if not by exploring other people, if not by looking out into the world. This is what childhood trauma does. It inhibits the growth of individuals. That's why in today's study, first of all, good morning to all the academicians and researchers. I'm Sarthak Paliwal from Department of Psychology, Harvard College, University of Delhi, here to talk about my paper that is titled Exploring Trauma and Stigma in Naruto, a famous manga, and focus on Naruto and Gaara's character arcs. We see that research for Center for Disease Control says that every 1 in 5 Americans suffers from childhood abuse. And in the modern times, we had been looking at things from a trauma-oriented lens. We had been talking about how trauma affects people and everything about that. But we hadn't been focusing on how childhood abuse affects a child only. This is one of the rationale behind the present study. Another rationale behind this literary analysis was to observe the reflection of the world, the society, and the people in movies and art forms. Due to this, we took the experience of two individuals, two children, Naruto and Gaara from the famous show, and understood their backstories to see how trauma was represented and how their perceptions and outlooks of life existed in that. Regarding the study design, a qualitative and a descriptive analysis approach was taken. The manga Naruto exists as the primary data, and the anime adaptation was the secondary data for it. Along with the trauma-oriented lens, we also took a social perspective to understand the factors associated with trauma that included Bronfenbrenner's biological model and Vygotsky's social-cultural theory. When we say about how we use these Bronfenbrenner's model and Vygotsky's theory, Bronfenbrenner talks about various systems that revolve around an individual and influence their personality, influence their life events and everything. Now, if we study these systems separately, we are able to assess what are the impacts of various factors like one's family, one's cultural environment, life events on one's perception of trauma. Vygotsky's theory in this present paper almost complements Bronfenbrenner's model because it's talk about a socio-constructivist point of view, where children and adults interact together in a joint interaction kind of a way. And we see how that children are able to learn the ideas of acceptance of trauma, resilience, self-efficacy, hope, and a lot of other things just by looking out into the environment. Coming to the paper that we had here, since we had a very limited amount of studies which existed out there regarding childhood abuse and trauma, along with these two models of child development, we came up with different commonalities that we found between Gaara and Naruto, the two characters. Some common themes that were found were lack of parental care and warmth, stigma in relation society, supportive adult figures, friends, resilience, and hope. We saw that both the children in the show lacked parental support and warmth in their early years of life. While Naruto actually didn't have any parents, Gaara suffered more of a perceived neglect of parents there. His father didn't care for him. Since both the children had spirits residing inside them, which could be taken as a form of metaphor here for children having disabilities or mental health issues. And these children were stigmatized and labeled as monsters in the society. Thus, they were always alienated and isolated from the society, which further deepened the experience of trauma in these kids. Gaara took a more bitter and psychotic perspective towards the world, whereas Naruto, the protagonist, was actually a bit different. He tried to take an eccentric approach, tried to create menace in society just to be recognized in a while. So you see how skewed up the
Sorry to
perception of the
interfere,
world.
Mr. Sarthak, but we have to you will have to wind up. You are left with 1 minute.
Yeah, okay. So we see that Naruto had friends and teachers in his academy that showed him the significance of friendship and helping other people. We saw that this innate resilience was honed by the people around him. Both the characters talk about a lot how supportive adults, resilience, and hope can children help children effectively. So overall, through this study, we see that the childhood is a time of growth and development. Traumatic events can scar their personality and stop them from growth. The factors that we found out can help future interventions to be set in real life settings and help people move. I would like to end with the famous quote by Khalil Gibran that out of sufferings emerge the strongest souls, the most massive characters are seared with scars. Hope I was able to explain my research here well. These are some of the references I use. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Sarthak. Next, we have Miss Isha Malik. After Miss Isha Malik, we will have Miss Adya Mishra, followed by Miss Ayushi.
Hello.
Yes, you're audible.
Can you hear me now? Sorry,
Yes.
it was on mute.
It's okay. It's okay. You're audible now.
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Isha Malik, and I'm a clinical psychologist as well as an EMDR practitioner. So, my paper, the title of my paper is Efficacy of Eye Movement Desensitization and Reprocessing in Children Who Have Experienced Complex Childhood Trauma. So, basically, this is a review paper. So I'll start with the introduction and explain a bit about EMDR and the theory behind it. So basically, EMDR was initially developed in 1987 for the treatment of post-traumatic stress disorder. So basically, it's a structured therapy in which you ask the patient to briefly focus on the trauma while they simultaneously experience bilateral stimulation, which is associated with decrease in the vividness and the emotions which are associated with the trauma memories. So the theory behind EMDR is adaptive information processing model. This model hypothesizes that the maladaptively stored memories of a traumatic event can create obstacles to the rational processing of the information which happens in the PFC. And these disruptions in the information processing can result in disturbing memories which are dysfunctionally stored, and they're experienced just like they were at the time of the event. So the key tenets of the AIP model is that dysfunctionally stored and not fully processed memories form the basis of psychopathology. So I'll go ahead by explaining a bit about complex childhood trauma. So childhood complex trauma refers to the exposure of early chronic and multiple traumatic events. These usually happen between the parent and child or between an adult or a child. For example, experiences such as traumatic loss of a parent, maybe family violence, domestic violence, abuse, physical, sexual, or emotional abuse, or parental marital discord. So basically, when these are experienced at a critical stage of development, when the neurobiological systems are still developing, they can have a long-lasting effect on the children. So EMDR has been recommended as a treatment option for PTSD by a number of international institutes and organizations, including the WHO. So basically, the method I used for the review was searching online databases, academic databases, and I just included the RCT, randomized controlled trials, which had recruited children as a sample. And they had used measures for measuring the PTSD symptoms and had compared EMDR with alternative treatments. So there were just 3 randomized controlled studies, which I
Sorry to
found.
interfere, ma'am. You are left with 1 minute, and we will rush through the presentations because we have one more eminent speaker with us, Dr. Shekhar Shishadri, who will be speaking in the validatory session, which was supposed to start at 3:30. So we will be rushing through the presentations. Please, I request you to wind up.
Okay, no problem. So based on the review of literature, so basically on the basis of these 3 RCTs, I'll just go through them. What we concluded was that EMDR is quite efficacious while we use them with children who have symptoms of PTSD, but still we need a lot more RCTs to evaluate the efficacy, because the RCTs which have already been conducted, there's a lot of heterogeneity in the outcome measures as well as in the samples as well. Like the population which was included, in some studies there were just females, in some there were just males, and in 2 of them there were just adolescents. So the pre-adolescent children haven't been included in that. But apart from these things, like the limitations of the studies which have been conducted, there are many advantages as well of using EMDR. And the main advantage is its flexibility, because it can be adapted for different age ranges, situations, and cultures. And other advantages are that it can be adapted according to the specific needs and developmental stage of the child. So instead of verbalizing things, instead of using words, even a story can be used, or even pictures can be used according to the developmental stage of the child. So I would like to conclude. Thank you for listening to me patiently. And these are the references.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have Ms. Adya Mishra and Dr. Mamta Mahapatra. I request the participants to kindly just tell about their objectives and their major findings, because we have to rush through the presentations as we have one eminent speaker with us who is waiting for the valedictory session to start. We sincerely apologize for the rushing through.
Good afternoon to all the dignitaries on the dais. I hope my screen is visible to you all.
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Okay. So topic of my presentation is stress experienced by working professionals during pandemic. So as we all know that during pandemic, just to maintain social distancing, most of the organizations, their employees were working from home. So I have analyzed certain recent researches to analyze that what kind of stress were experienced by working professionals. This is basically a review paper wherein I have analyzed the recent researches. So according to these recent researches, many of the employees have experienced mental health issues, burnout, and
Sorry,
other.
ma'am, we request you to kindly come to the findings part, because we are rushing through the presentations because of lack of time.
Okay. So basically, they have experienced stress. Also, I have analyzed that yoga therapy and yoga intervention was helpful to reduce the stress during the pandemic. So that's it. I would like to conclude that because many of the IT companies employees are still working from home, and so they can reduce the level of stress and burnout through yoga intervention and yoga therapy, and enhance the level of well-being in the overall well-being. That's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Adya. Next, we have Ms. Ayushi, followed by Ms. Shambhavi Jain. And I request again to all the participants to rush through their presentations, first present their objective and their findings, because we have an eminent speaker waiting for the valedictory session to start. Ms. Ayushi.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, so the topic of my study is the impact of childhood trauma on problematic internet use among young and emerging adults. So rushing to the methodology, aim is to study the impact of childhood trauma on problematic internet use. Objectives to examine the impact of childhood trauma on problematic internet use and its different components. Second, to examine the gender differences associated with childhood trauma and problematic. There would be a significant impact of childhood trauma on problematic internet use and all of its subdimensions. There would be significant gender differences on both trauma and. So participants were 52 young and emerging adults aged between 18 to 30 years. 21 males and 31 females participated in this study, and convenient sampling method was used. Forms were made to the participants. The measures used were childhood trauma questionnaire, short form, developed by David P. Bernstein, and generalized and problematic results. So table 1 shows that the mean and history of 52 young and emerging adults, out of which 31, that is 60% were females and 40% were males. Table 2 shows the summary of regression analysis of trauma on problematic internet use and all of its subscales. To predict overall PIU based on childhood trauma, beta value of 0.669, significant at 0.05, a significant regression equation was found with R square of 0.109, which implies that there is significant impact Thus, hypothesis 1 was not rejected. Furthermore, childhood trauma predicted 14.1% variance in preference for online social interaction, P significant at 0.01, and 9.8% variation in cognitive preoccupation, P significant at 0.05, 13.6% variation in negative outcomes, P at 0.01, which implies that there is a significant impact of childhood trauma on preference for online social interaction, cognitive preoccupation, and negative outcomes, but not on compulsive internet usage and mood regulation. Therefore, hypothesis 2 has been partially accepted. Table 3 shows the gender differences, and it shows that no statistically significant differences in the means were found on childhood trauma where awareness I have already explained. So on this basis, it can be said that there is a long-term impact of trauma experienced in childhood on the usage and controllability of internet during their adulthood, as trauma can make a lot of changes in a person's personality and their ability to associate with themselves and the environment, thus making them dissociate from themselves and using internet problematically to escape from such unpleasant memories. So internet has become a distracting medium for trauma survivors where they can feel safe by engaging in different internet activities such as watching videos, chatting, or playing online games. Also, the pandemic has reduced our social interaction with people, due to which the need to get along has also been reduced. And to compensate this, the people are engaging in social media to stay in touch with people and sharing their day-to-day life with them. Having a direct impact of early trauma on their thoughts and behaviors about internet usage, on the preference of their online social interaction, and on negative outcomes in daily life. Further, consistent with the previous findings by Nijenhuis et al., where both males and females had experienced at least one traumatic event in their life, according to the present findings, both males and females would have been equally traumatized during their childhood, indicating that irrespective of gender, childhood abuse and neglect can happen with anyone, which depends on many factors such as caregivers' inattention, inability to provide needed love, and inability to provide.
I'm very sorry, Ayushi. I'll have to interfere, and I'll have to invite the next participant to accommodate with the time.
Okay. Okay, so no gender differences were found between males and females on both the variables. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Ayushi. Next, we have Ms. Shambhavi Jain, followed by Ms. Samriddhi Mitra. Ms. Shambhavi Jain. I sincerely again apologize to all the participants for rushing through the presentations. I request you all to tell about your objectives and your major findings. Ms. Shambhavi Jain. Ms. Samriddhi Mitra. Ms. Samriddhi Mitra. Ms. Divya Dubey.
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
And is my screen visible?
No, it's not visible.
Is it now?
Yes, you have started sharing this. Yes, it's visible now. I request you to please just tell your objectives and major findings.
Okay, so I just did a review research on the topic psychological trauma and conflict resolution. So psychological trauma is after the pandemic situation, we all can relate to this topic. That is why I wanted to talk about this topic in today's session. And trauma can occur because the very famous international speaker in the morning conference address that trauma occurs when there is a break in the chain of bonding. Bonding is the
Shambhavi, we request you to kindly come to the present findings.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Based on the review of literature, so it was found that it was reported, like the trauma was reported not only the females of Kashmir, females victims of the violent domestic violence and the sexual violence, or the healthcare workers during the pandemic time, and the Kashmir people who nearly 50% of the people are found in the diagnosable range of post-traumatic stress disorder. And it is found, I would like to conclude by saying that the famous quote of Albert Einstein, that in the middle of difficulty lies an opportunity. So use this opportunity and be vocal about whatever trauma you are facing. So go and approach to the professional health seekers and seek help and be vocal about it. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ms. Samriddhi Mitra. Ms. Samriddhi Mitra. And I again request all the participants to directly please show their major findings because we are really short on time. Shambhavi, please unshare your screen. Miss Samriddhi Mitra. Divya Dubey. Miss
Yes,
Divya
ma'am.
Dubey. Yeah,
Yes,
please
ma'am.
go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Let me share my screen. Hope my screen is visible to all of you.
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Sorry? Yeah?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Okay. So,
and sorry, before you start, I just want to request that please directly come to the results as we are really short on time. I apologize sincerely for this.
yeah, sure. But it is a review paper. So, good evening to all of you. And my topic, I'm Divya Dubey, and I'm pursuing PhD in forensic psychology from Amity University, Lucknow campus. And my topic of presentation is violence among adolescents and its impact on their psychological well-being. So, so firstly, I'll go with the definitions that who are adolescents. Please spare me for this. And according to WHO, the adolescence falls in the age range of 10 to 19 years of age. And this stage is called as a transitional period of growth between child and adult. That includes changes on the level of physical, psychological, cognitive, emotional, and sexual maturity and subjective well-being. So when it comes to adolescent violence, it refers to a harmful behavior that can start from the very young age and continue into young adulthood. So adolescent can be a victim, an offender, and the witness of the violence. And when it comes to psychological well-being, Winefield et al. In 2012, they said psychological well-being is about life going well. It is a combination of feeling good and live effectively. Yeah. So there is a case study. So basically, there's a case study. There is a teenager who is accused of murder, and he's a class 9th student. And this teenager juvenile facing charges under section 302 IPC, which is of murder. The crime was actually he was asking his classmate for the friendship band he was wearing, and his friend gave it to the juvenile. After some time, he wants it back, and the juvenile was reluctant to return to him. So juvenile got angry. He caught him in the school bathroom and socked him hard. The teen fell to the floor unconscious. Principal rushed him to the hospital where he declared death. So this basically a study I've taken from the Sun Times, which was posted on March 19, 2018. So basically, after looking this case study, it seems like who is responsible for the violent behavior in teens? It is a society, neighborhood, or who are their role models basically. So after this incident, the teen suffered from loads of emotional and psychological, problems and everything. He was there in the rehabilitation center. So after coming to the factors that increase the risk of violent behavior, so there are a couple of factors that I've taken that it could be a behavioral disorder in a child if the child is suffering from conduct disorder or attention deficit. If there is violence, domestic violence and child abuse in the family, and exposure to violence in the community or society or home, being the victim of bullying, exposure to violence in media or playing, the couple of video games and everything, and mobile use of drugs and alcohol at an early
Sorry
stage.
to interfere, ma'am. We please have to wind up.
Yeah. So there is a suggestion that there should be a comprehensive evaluation. Whenever a parent or adult is concerned, they should immediately arrange for a comprehensive evaluation by a qualified mental health professional. So early treatment by a professional can also help. And the goals of treatment typically focus on helping the child to learn how to control his or her anger, express anger and frustration in appropriate ways, so that he's responsible for his own actions and accept consequences. So in addition, family conflicts, school problems and communities issues should also be addressed. So the last line I would like to end this presentation, that there is a great concern about the incidence of violent behavior among children and adolescents. So this complex and troubling issue needs to be carefully understood by parents, teachers, and other adults. Children as young as preschoolers, can show violent behavior. Parents and other adults who witness the behavior may be concerned. However, they often hope that the young child will grow out of it. So violent behavior in a child at any stage always need to be taken seriously. It should not be quickly dismissed as it is just a thing he's going through. So it should be addressed appropriately at the right time. So this is how. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I request all the participants, we are posting the link for track 3 in the chat box. I request the remaining participants, Dr. Harsha Agrawal and Shalu Rana, Ms. Kashish Pandey, and Ms. Varsha Gautam to use that link to join track 3 for their presentations. I apologize for this. I request Dr. Harsha Agrawal and Shalu Rana, Kashish Pandey, Ms. Varsha Gautam to use the link being shared in the chat box for track 3 for their presentations. I request the remaining 3 participants to kindly use the link in the chat box to join track 3 for their presentations. And I also request the chairperson and co-chairperson to please summarize the presentations that have taken place today.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shalini, for conducting the session very beautifully. Yes, there are a lot more 24 presentation within such a short time. It's very difficult to accommodate, but it's a very good feeling to know that students basically and scholars are interested for this topic, and they have used both secondary data and primary data as well as literary analysis for analysis of their data. They have used both the primary and secondary data, and some have done qualitative research also. And so far as the content is concerned, yes, lot many psychological trauma and the individual differences and the cultural construction part is also discussed. So I won't take much time because everybody has actually descriptively presented about their topics. So I would just congratulate every participant for taking interest in this very serious issue of psychological trauma and realizing that the cultural construction of the trauma and the acceptance, social acceptance, they are very important in determining the prognosis of the psychological trauma. And I congratulate all the participants and the paper presenters, and also thank the organizers for having me as a chairperson. And please excuse me, I'll be off for an online meeting. I'm quite late today, and so I'm having just after 1 or 2 minutes. So please excuse me, and thank you for having me. And thank you all the organizers. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your time. I request the co-chairperson to also summarize.
You, and I know that there's a time paucity, so I will not take much time. Just would like to say that even I learned so many things from these presentations, and I can see that all the students are really getting sensitized about this topic, which is actually after COVID-19, we all must be feeling the same. And it's kind of a healing session for me. So I would like to thank you. And I would like to congratulate all the participants for presenting so well. Even there were some bachelor's, master students who tried so well, presented so well. So it was amazing to be here. And I really, really learned a lot as a teacher. Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you so much, Dr. Patnaik. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
With this, we come to the end of today's session. I would like to thank all the participants, presenters, and honorable chair and co-chairpersons for offering valuable insight. I now request all of you to please stay back for the valedictory session. I would now like to invite my colleague, Dr. Babita Purusti, to please take over.
A very warm good evening to one and all. I, Dr. Babita Purusti, member organizing committee, welcome you all to the valedictory session of today's conference, theme psychological trauma and conflict resolution in present times. After the long whole day deliberation, which has given us plethora of learning, now the time has come to say goodbye, but we are parting with huge learning, immense learning, and I'm sure all of us have taken so much from today's valuable, thought-provoking deliberations, and we are going to contribute to the society, to the humanity with this huge plethora of learning.
Now, I would like to invite our HOI ma'am, Professor Dr. Anjana Bhatia, for giving us the valedictory address. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Babita. I will not take time because we are almost, we are running a little behind schedule. So far, we have heard all eminent speakers from out USA and from Switzerland, and we had also renowned speakers from our own country. So it has been a very fruitful session, and the paper presenters were also very good. So I would, without any further delay, I would like Babita to please proceed for valedictory session.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to invite the co-convener and the member organizing team, Ms. Tamanna Saxena, to give an overview of the conference. Over to you, Tamanna.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Babita ma'am. In order to start with the report reading of the conference, I would like to start on with a quote of Carl Jung. As far as we can discern, the sole purpose of human existence is to kindle a light in the darkness of mere being. The last 2 years have brought about unprecedented challenges to the mere being of individuals. It brought about uncertainty, complexity in leaps and bounds. The same resulted in situations that resulted in psychological trauma. Psychologists and psychiatrists have taken notice with zeal and alarm. There have been instances of people sharing their experiences of intense isolation and panic, as well as the resilience they undertook to overcome enormous odds. Collectively, all of us tried to work and bring about the positive aspects on the forefront. Psychologists have been leading at the gamut of things. Psychologists and psychiatrists have employed psychotherapy in a variety of scenarios and have learned valuable insights that may be applied to any situation. It is imperative to focus our works and research onto these domains to bring about positive change and continuum in future. Subsequently, the first International Conference on Applied Psychology on the theme Psychological Trauma and Conflict Resolution in Present Times was conceived with a group of internationally known psychiatrists and psychologists who all shared with us their experiences of how human beings deal with extreme situations in real life and the various coping mechanisms they use in overcoming them. The objectives of the conference were to promote and evaluate the field of psychology and conflict resolution in present times, to explore the interrelationship between psychological trauma and conflict resolution, to understand the transgenerational trauma in therapeutic practice, to reflect on the strategies through which we face our own grief and how refugees and people on the fringe face trauma. A total of approximately 800 participants from all across the country have participated in the virtual international conference. The participants are faculty members, research scholars, counselors, mental health professionals, psychologists from renowned universities and hospitals such as G.B. Pant Hospital, Srinagar, Gitanjali Medical College, Rajiv Gandhi Cancer Institute and Research Center. They were from Kashmir, Haryana, Manesar, Srinagar, Bangalore, Assam, Mumbai, Hyderabad, Gujarat, Arunachal Pradesh, Dharamshala, Udaipur, Odisha, Delhi, Noida, Uttarakhand, and from Dubai. The conference was divided into technical sessions along with the inaugural ceremony being graced by stalwarts in the field of psychology. The conference initiated with the inaugural ceremony honored by the kind presence of our founder President Sir, along with Chancellor Sir, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. The session was adorned by the deliberations presented by the keynote speaker, Dr. Richard Modica, Director of Harvard Program in Refugee Trauma of Harvard Medical School. He mentioned the following aspects pertaining to trauma of the refugees and genocide: the suffering caused by the refugee problem across the world, its various psychological effects, and what mental health professionals can do to alleviate the trauma. Further, guest of honor, Dr. Jared Fromm, Senior Consultant, Erickson Institute for Research and Education at the Austin Riggs Center, presented his valuable pointers pertaining to history and development of transgenerational trauma in psychoanalysis and how it is changing the field and the way professionals use the same in therapy presently. Different therapeutic practices for working through the same too. And finally, the keynote speaker, Dr. George Colarezo, Distinguished Professor of Leadership and Organizational Behavior, IMD Business School, Switzerland, mentioned about turning your loss into inspiration. He, through his enlightening presentation, mentioned about the aspects pertaining to naturally resisting change. Some of the major myths across grief were also shared and deliberated upon. An important aspect on dialogue was shared along with the blocks to dialogue. He, through his personal example, mentioned that it is imperative to experience and feel the trauma, as in his own words, you learn from it or you die. And also, if you can't feel it, you can't heal it. Chancellor Sir, through his endearing address, mentioned how Amity as a universe is working on the principles mentioned by the speakers. He reiterated that at Amity, biggest happiness is in helping others. Founder Sir greatly appreciated the conference and also mentioned regarding the utmost importance of this pertinent topic of conference in present times. The inaugural session also included the release of souvenir, including the messages from the distinguished speakers, along with the research papers submitted to the conference. The inaugural session ended with a vote of thanks. The next session was pertaining to technical session 1, comprising of the chairperson, Dr. Sunil Mittal, psychiatrist, CIMBS, Delhi, India, and guest speakers, Ms. Sujata Amya, relationship and self-actualization coach, and Dr. Usha Srinath, clinical psychologist, India. The session comprised on the deliberations pertaining to different and diverse viewpoints. Dr. Usha spoke about her 40 years of experience of rehabilitation of mentally ill individuals. She shared the challenges faced by a psychologist in restoring a patient after having undergone a breakdown. Dr. Sujata Amya talked about the important themes that are emerging for psychologists in dealing with relationship issues. Dr. Sunil Mittal brought his vast experience to summarize the works of the speakers and gave several examples to illustrate the point. Further, we had the technical session 2, comprising of the research paper presentations. We received approximately around 70 research papers spanning across the following themes: psychological trauma and conflict resolution, transgenerational trauma and therapeutic practice, strategies to cope with loss and grief, collective trauma as a consequence of the pandemic, cyber trauma and its challenges during pandemic, violence and its impact on psychological well-being. These sessions were divided into 3 tracks. Track 1, the chairperson was Professor Dr. Bhasmati Patnaik, Professor HOD, Utkal University, and co-chairperson Dr. Rekha Vagani, Assistant Professor, Amity University, Mumbai. Track 2 comprised of chairperson Professor Ravindra Pradhan, Professor IIT Kharagpur, and co-chairperson Dr. Ramakrishna Biswal, Assistant Professor NIT Rourkela. Track 3 comprised of chairperson Professor Dr. Rajkumar Singh, Dean R&D and HOD, School of Management Sciences, Varanasi, and co-chairperson Dr. Poonam Sharma, Associate Professor, Amity University, Mumbai. The major nuances emerged out of the 3 tracks during the technical session 2 were various positive psychotherapeutic interventions have an implication for dealing with psychological trauma. Research needs to be undertaken to bring about specific strategies to deal with grief. Culturally, it's imperative to be able to voice the trauma and resolve any conflict. The major outcomes of the conference have been understanding the nuances of the field of psychology and conflict resolution from different perspectives, develop an understanding of the intricacies between psychological trauma and conflict resolution from a cultural viewpoint, bridging the gap between understanding of transgenerational trauma and therapeutic practice, and to understand and examine the strategies of coping related to grief and trauma. Psychological trauma can lead to serious physical and emotional effects, and it's detrimental to deal with the same. We, being a pioneering institution of India, wished to create a confluence of multidisciplinary ideas, not only from academicians, but also from renowned practitioners in the field. And the deliberations that were undertaken today will be certainly helping us in meeting the goal. Thank you so very much. Over to you, Dr. Babita Prasthi.
Thank you so much, Ms. Tamanna. It's my privilege to introduce our guest of honor, Dr. Sekhar Sesadri, Senior Professor Advisor Sambad, Department of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, NIMHANS, Bangalore. Dr. Sekhar P. Sesadri is a psychiatrist and professor of the Department of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, NIMHANS, Bangalore, India. He is widely quoted by the media and has for decades been associated with numerous mental health initiatives. He is known for his research work, basically child sexual abuse, life skill training, masculinities, women's mental health issues, and sexual minorities. We're extremely grateful to have you with us, sir. May I now request you to enlighten our audience with your word of wisdom. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Babita. मेरी विडंबना ये है कि सुबह जब शुरू हुए थे आप लोग 650 लोग थे, अब 150 बाकी हैं, और many of you are quite frustrated because your presentations were kind of truncated, and I'm dealing with this whole collective trauma कि हमें इतनी बातें कहनी थी, उसका अवसर नहीं मिला. तो ये सब प्रोग्रामिंग का ट्रॉमा जो होता है, आज एमईटी बिरादरी को रंजना भाटिया जी, रजत मित्रा मेरे मित्र जो हैं जिन्होंने मुझे आमंत्रित किया, बबीता, तमन्ना, everybody put together will know going ahead कि प्रोग्रामिंग किस तरीके से करनी चाहिए. I actually wanted to say a lot of stuff. I'm conscious of the time, so let me not labor too much on the entire preparation that I've made for you, friends. But I want to take you through some very critical aspects of the kind of domain that I represent. And the first thing that I want to tell you is, जब हम trauma की बात करते हैं, please, let's recognize that context matters. What context of trauma are we talking about? Natural disaster, man-made disasters, displacement, armed conflict, complex humanitarian emergencies, trafficking, death and dying, accident, disfigurement, terminal illness, assault, sexual assault, suicide, attempted suicide. ये सब कोविड महामारी में हमें मालूम है कि suicidal reports have increased, or adverse childhood experiences. COVID to Vartaman Mahamari, it's a current pandemic. Adverse childhood experiences has been an everlasting epidemic. Domestic violence has been an everlasting epidemic. So conflict resolution and trauma in the current contemporary context, how do we really understand this? You had some beautiful presentations in the morning, very evocative social models of healing, of solidarity. What I wanted to focus on was actually more personal and more intrinsic issues. Because when conflict arises in the context of trauma, and in the current pandemic, the kind of uncertainty and frustrations that have been caused in people, understanding that pandemics of the nature of COVID have a disproportionate impact on the more vulnerable populations, daily wage workers, migrant workers. We know that childline data suggests that child trafficking, child marriages, child labor, there is some increase as income generation becomes a problem. Let me introduce you to the whole concept of the inner voice. My submission to you, friends, is behind every context, pandemic, there is an experience, trauma. So context, experience, and then there's the inner voice, and then there is the emotion, and then there is the behavior. So the same context and emotion can give rise to diametrically different behaviors. Person A may withdraw, be weepy. Person B may be self-harming. Person C may be aggressive and irate. So if you look at self-harming as an example, and if you look at levels of increasing suicidal ideation in a person who is in a situation of conflict, thoughts that lead to low self-esteem or inwardness, self-deprecating thoughts of everyday life. अब इसकी अंतर्ध्वनि आप देखिए, तुम तो बुद्धू हो यार, तुम तो बेवकूफ हो, तुमसे क्या होगा? 2, self-content and vicious thoughts. You don't deserve anything, you're worthless. The idea in therapeutic practice is to be able to identify these inner voices, because sometimes the context you can change a bit through social interventions of the nature that have been beautifully described in terms of community interventions, in terms of art-based interventions. But experience जो हो चुका है trauma का, उसकी वास्तविकता जो है, the reality of that cannot be removed. But its contextual meaning can be changed if you understand the content of the voice statements there. Then there are thoughts that suppress the cycle of addiction. For example, if substance abuse is one method of conflict resolution, it's okay to do drugs, you'll be more relaxed. Go have a drink, or later you weak will jerk, you're nothing but a drugged out freak. 2, thoughts that lead to suicidality, hopelessness. देखा कितना बुरा प्रभाव पड़ा है तुम्हारे फैमिली पे, तुम नहीं होगे तो अच्छा होगा. Or injunctions to carry out the plan. अब बहुत हो गया, समझे ना, बहुत हो गया, अब just get it over with. Now the point is, any combination of these voice attacks can lead to serious suicidal intent. So the thoughts that lead to isolation or removing oneself, that one is a bad influence or has a bad influence on others, or to give up special activities, or self-abusive thoughts which are accompanied by anger or self-injury. So these are 2 different kinds of voice thoughts, and this continuum of negative thought patterns in situations of trauma and conflict. If you really look at the contemporary lives of people as we are emerging from the pandemic, you will have, for those of us who want to get into the role and the context of psychotherapeutic practice, this is what I draw your attention to. To state it in another way, we can call it as the internalization model, the processing of the meaning of outer experiences. Now, if you take child abuse, for example, which seems to have increased in the pandemic because lockdown, people are at home, pre-existing domestic violence. Now, what is the child's experience? What is the child's internalization that results from this experience? And how do these 2 then describe the child's behavior? Now, if you look at the experience of sexual abuse, for example, depending on the age of the child, and the internal view of the world as a result of this abuse, mediated by child characteristics, giving rise to the kind of behaviors. Here's how it happens. It can differ in all abuse experiences. It can differ in an abuse by a close relative, and it can differ in extreme sexual abuse. How does this happen? Look at all abuse experiences. Even in physical abuse, which causes intrusion, if a child is hit and there is body contact, it is intrusion. And the internalization is I am damaged or I am powerless. And therefore, this whole cutting behavior or aggressivity, or if there are acts of abuse with no protection, it creates memories. And this is classically what describes post-traumatic stress disorder of intrusive thoughts, flashbacks, nightmares, dissociation. If you look at sexual abuse by a close relative, where there is this kind of entanglement and extreme mood swings as a consequence, or distortion of boundaries, and therefore later adult distorted interaction with others. This has been further explained when it comes to extreme sexuality, where there is distortion of reality, no emotions, no experiences. Bisexuality means no feelings, no control, and giving rise to either repeated sexualized behaviors or distorted sexual responding. And this is what David Finkelhor, अब इसको देखिए आपकी इफेक्ट क्या है, मैनिफेस्टेशंस क्या है, प्रोसेसेस, साइकोलॉजिकल इम्पैक्ट क्या है, और behavioral manifestations. So if there is grooming, not coercion, hurt, injury, hospitalization, threat, how the difference between high-risk sexual behaviors on the one hand, or phobic avoidance of sexuality. How the same experience will give rise to diametrically opposite outcomes. So classically, this is called as traumagenic dynamics, traumatic sexualization, stigmatization, betrayal, and powerlessness, and how each of these effects have their own list of processes, their own psychological impact, and therefore the behavioral manifestations. Clinging vulnerability on the one hand to aggressivity on the other. Risky behaviors on the one hand to phobic avoidance on the other. Isolation on the one hand to substance use to self-harm behaviors. To expand this theory further, let me just go to the I'm having difficulty in moving the slides, so let me start again and see if this works. Yes. So friends, Foucault said that in actual fact, the manifold sexualities which have occurred in different ages, whether it is a child, whether it is the invert, the gerontophile, the fetishist, they are all correlates of exact procedures of power. So जब हम trauma की बात करते हैं, जब हम conflict की बात करते हैं, conflict in the situation of trauma occurs when you have a loss of agency and a loss of mastery over the situation. And all these are actually correlates of power. You will remember that there was a lot of reference to silence after the first session. And many of us believe that silence is more fundamental than truth or identity, since it exists before even discourse was initiated. Because many of us find ourselves too ashamed or too embarrassed to even talk about certain subjects. We should ask ourselves how and why this seemingly self-imposed silence operates within the domains of societal discourse. And inevitably, certain members of society will benefit from the subject not being discussed. तो इसीलिए तो फूको कहते हैं कि our silence is never merely personal. आपको ये भी याद होगा कि the first wave literary trauma theorist begins her inquiry with the assumption that trauma is characterized by unspeakability. किसको कहूँ, क्या कहूँ, कैसे कहूँ, कितना कहूँ? Because the idea that trauma cannot be spoken or represented in language is one of the primary impediments, particularly if you work with children. Dr. Divi Tara ने 12:59 में chat पे Dr. Amya को एक प्रश्न डाला. How can we as mental health professionals use the medium of silence to understand trauma in relation to violence? Friends, Leslie Kane, in the language of silence, poetically elucidates some of the many meanings and functions that silence bears. अब ये देखिए, the dumb silence of apathy, the sober silence of solemnity, the fertile silence of awareness, the active silence of perception, the baffled silence of confusion, the uneasy silence of impasse, the muzzled silence of outrage, the expectant silence of waiting, the reproachful silence of censure, the tacit silence of approval, the vituperative silence of menace, the peaceful silence of communion, and the irrevocable silence of death. अब थेरेपी में साइलेंस का अर्थ जो है, सन्नाटे का अर्थ जो है, उसको आप पहचाने कि what mind state is it representing? And this is the important as mental health professionals to use and understand and use the medium of silence and see where it is located, either in a relationship context or in a trauma context, to then be able to take your approach, whether it is abuse dynamics as trauma, whether it is loss and grief, whether it is any kind of experiential situation, whether it's a clinical situation. आप देखिए trafficking की ही बात कर लेते हैं. Many of the morning speakers spoke about dislocation, the situation in Ukraine, many other world places where there is forced migration or displacement, which are synonymous. अब इसमें internal factors होती है, external, there are push and pull factors, particularly in trafficking of children. Up trafficking, there is procurement with or without complicity of the family. There is dislocation in transport. There is induction through threat, coercion, abuse, and misinformation. अब इससे बच्चों के विकास पे जो प्रभाव पड़ता है और उसको जो जोखिम पे डालते हैं for psychological morbidity, with the sexualization process further affecting the child's sense of selfhood, we then need to understand the abused child and your role. कि professional systems of psychosocial response क्या है? किस सांस्कृतिक संदर्भ और प्रसंग में आप सहायता देंगे? आपके पास साधन क्या है? ट्रेनिंग आपका किस तरीके से हुआ है? Do you have standard operating procedures? Are there established systems for reintegration? And what are the practical means for livelihood? So, the therapeutic intervention is only one part of the larger framework of psychosocial intervention, because the trauma of a child who is trafficked goes beyond the conventional impact mentioned in traditional models of trauma. And what we do for them must address a complex set of impacts and not limited to counseling. और ये समझ जो है ये बहुत ही आवश्यक है healing processes के लिए, because we need to recognize the personhood, अस्तित्व, शख्सियत जो है बच्चों की. Because trafficking में dislocation, deprivation and absence of nurturance and trust, इससे व्यक्तित्व जो है उसमें क्या होता है? Confidence in relationships and affiliations. So इसमें continuity, regularity, coherence, which in child development is so important that you need to address in a child care setting. So predictability. So what happens in an abuse situation is, look at these, it's unpredictable, unstructured, potential for violence, no opportunity for reflection, developmental needs are not addressed, there is no organized recreation or context for discussion, no activities that address growth, child's agency is not recognized, the child is not in control, there is restriction of mobility, no scope for healing. So you have to provide all this in the kind of interventions that you plan for the child. Taking this thesis ahead, the manifestations of the impact of child sexual abuse are emotional reactions, negative self-perception, somatic symptoms, sexual effects, interpersonal effects, guilt, spanning a wide range of severity. So assessing these levels of severity by those who are in everyday contact becomes important. A caregiver जो है, अभिभावक जो है, उसका पात्र जो है, दीर्घता या तीव्रता के लेवल को पहचानना, and to refer to trained professionals where there is complex PTSD or severe PTSD, so that the healing process involves significant amount of time being spent on many of these children. And a known enemy is better than an unknown friend, because they were trafficked by the family. They were trafficked by known people. How can they trust you? And how do you spend a lot of time and energy in just building a relationship before you understand what immediate concerns are? Friends, when a man is drowning, that's not the time to teach him how to swim, standing on the side. You dive in, save him, you can teach him swimming later. That's where containment techniques to look at agitation is important. That's not the time to do memory work. Memory work comes much later. क्या हुआ, कैसे हुआ, कब हुआ, detail में बताओ. All this can come later, so that the internal healing process goes through this elegant and safe and gentle process. And which is why even in trafficking as a source of trauma, and conflict, particularly in the COVID. What has happened is that for child labor as well as sex work, the kind of trafficking that has taken place. Conventionally, a raid, rescue, repatriation, reintegration, rehabilitation, redressal paradigm misses reclamation of personhood and reclamation of affirmative sexuality. इसी चीज को अगर हम देखें, the raid, rescue, तो कमाटीपुरा में in Bombay or Sonargachi in Calcutta में raid मारा, वहां से rescue किया, repatriated perhaps to a temporary shelter, reintegration with the family if available, if locatable, if willing, some rehabilitation, school, education, job, livelihood, compensation schemes. But what about reclamation of personhood and of affirmative sexuality? 14, 15-year-old girls who've seen 500, 600 men with their pants down. Do they have any right to their personal, consensual, affirmative sexuality? So, इसीलिए in conflict resolution to recognize crisis, conflict is occurring in trauma, in the contemporary situation. तो crisis जो है, किस stage में हो रहा है, rescue किस stage में हो रहा है, separating from the abusive situation वहाँ हो रहा है, और assessment processes किस तरीके से करते हैं ताकि the crisis intervention minimizes the pressure and makes them feel secure with some degree of control over the situation. And it involves physical treatment for injuries, diseases. It involves psychological treatment to respond to PTSD, to suspiciousness, to outbursts, which is why if a child is rescued in the childcare institution and is agitated and angry, you cannot say, "Chirchidi kyun hai yaar? Rescue to kar liya na, ab to yahan ho na." Not understanding what the child has endured and experienced. Which is why support by providing a caring and understanding person who can render the kind of emotional support is important. Then you come into basic rehabilitation activities and including fostering of healthy relationships and the opportunity for aesthetic and creative growth. Confidence building exercises for the survivor so that isolation does not take place and a regaining of identity. And then preparing a child for repatriation in the trafficking. किसके पास भेज रहे हैं? उसी family के पास जिन्होंने traffic किया था, so that the revolving door phenomena takes place. Children have pleaded when they were safe in institutions to say, "Don't send me back, they'll send me again." But a decision is taken and the child is sent back only to be re-trafficked. So a lot of social casework approach is exceedingly important. Also to help the child in building a spirit. मेरे से लोग सवाल पूछेंगे तो मैं जवाब क्या दूंगा, जवाब क्या दूंगी? ये जरूरी नहीं है कि you have to go into all kinds of details to say, because of family limitations, we thought I could bring some extra income, and I was sent to this place to work. The circumstances were not very congenial. I was not very comfortable. Fortunately, some people helped me in coming back. I feel happy now. You don't have to say that you were trafficked for sex work and you had to endure the kind of brutality. That kind of detail is not necessary, and you're not telling a lie as well. So how do you create these kind of scripts is very much part of the kind of paradigm, so that then you can focus on healing and recovery, therapy for extreme trauma and PTSD, counseling on sexualization, for addressing other high-risk behaviors that have already discussed, that have already developed by this time, using various creative techniques. Finally, friends, I wanted to move from what is called as trauma-informed care to healing-centered engagement. People use the term resiliency quite a lot, and trauma-informed care did encourage support and treatment to the whole person, rather than only treating individual symptoms. Trauma हुआ है, नींद नहीं आ रही है, चलो नींद की गोली दे दो. Trauma हुआ है, agitation है, चलो relaxation exercises सिखा दो. But that is symptomatic treatment, whereas trauma-informed person really looks at treating the whole person. But what healing-centered engagement used to, and this is the difference. See, trauma-informed care assumes that trauma is an individual experience. And while it considers the environmental context, the focusing on the treatment of pathology and trauma rather than the possibility of well-being is a problem. So healing-centered engagement is a holistic engagement involving culture and spirituality and civic action and collective healing. It views trauma not simply as an individual isolated experience, but how it is experienced collectively. How do we respond to trauma? So, इसमें काफी चीजें हैं. We ask different set of questions here. We move beyond what happened to you to what is right for you, and view those exposed to trauma as agents in the creation of their own well-being rather than victims of traumatic events. So healing-centered engagement is explicitly political rather than clinical. It is culturally grounded, and it views healing as a restoration of identity. It is asset-driven and focuses well-being rather than on the well-being that we want rather than the symptoms we want to express. More than anything else, friends, it encourages young people to dream and to imagine. So an important ingredient in healing-centered engagement is the ability to acknowledge the harm and injury, but not be defined by it. मेरी व्यक्तित्व जो है, मेरे साथ जो गुजरी उससे परिभाषित नहीं हूँ. मैं उससे कई गुना ज्यादा हूँ. So when we get stuck in the dappled causal world for psychiatric disorders, we need frameworks for clinical practice that explicitly take into account this reality and see patients' diseases not as we want them to be constituted, but as real lived experiences inextricably embedded within the social, psychological, and biological contexts. Thank you very much for your attention and for this privilege. I do see that from 160, the numbers have actually gone up to 230, which is a source of great encouragement to me. I will take the liberty, friends, to again put on chat the links of an initiative that we are currently engaged in, जिसको हम संवाद के नाम से पहचानते हैं. संवाद is an acronym, but we basically, it's a national initiative and an integrated resource for child protection, mental health, and psychosocial care, where we are working in 29 states in 4 verticals: child protection, mental health, education, and policy and law. I'm sure that the ABT Institute of Psychology and Allied Sciences and all the faculty present here will recognize the importance of transdisciplinarity. It is not important. It is not enough for a psychiatrist to diagnose PTSD. You have to assist the child in the re-traumatization that takes place in court procedures. It is not enough for a judge to listen to evidence and make a judgment. He or she needs to know who is the child. 3 years old, 8 years old, 8-year-old with intellectual disability, 15-year-old with such severe trauma that he or she cannot even speak, unless you know mental health and developmental aspects of evidence gathering. So this is the importance of transdisciplinarity as a dimension. And it is my appeal to the ABT Institute of Psychology and Allied Sciences to really consider transdisciplinarity and look at public child mental health interventions. Community psychology, one of the biggest forms of transactional processes and of community psychology, particularly reconciliation psychology as part of healing processes, was the Truth and Reconciliation Commission set up by Reverend Desmond Tutu after post-apartheid Africa, South Africa. And the very moving kind of things about the stuff that takes place when there is sharing of what actually happened to people who were affected during the apartheid regime. I also recall Reverend Tutu. Unfortunately, we lost him late last year. Him saying that if an elephant has its tail on the foot of a mouse and you call yourself neutral, the mouse will not appreciate your neutrality. And as students of psychology, friends, we have to take positions sometimes positions that are based on this aspect of empathy and compassion. That is the true foundation of any healing process. Itna kehte hue, I hand you over to the organizers. I hope that I have managed to cap some of the beautiful and evocative sharing that has gone on in the morning, and the very active and intense preparation that many of the students had made. I'm sure that ABT Institute of Psychology and Life Sciences will ask these students and practitioners to send their material together and compile it as a compendium of material that can be sent out to everyone, so that we are collectively benefited by the hard work that all of you have put in. My special thanks to my friend Rajat Mitra for inviting me for this session. And with that, I hand you over with just one final thing. The reason I'm putting all these links is please subscribe to the YouTube channel, forward it to your networks and friends. Please use the website. It is a tremendous repository of materials that you can use in situations of trauma and conflict. As Rajat knows very well, we do not believe in copyright, we believe in copyleft. Nisankoch use कीजिए, adapt कीजिए. What is the point in developing material and saying copyright and holding on to it? तो हम लोग copyright में believe नहीं करते, हम लोग copyleft में believe करते हैं. तो भेजिए, adapt कीजिए, उपयोग कीजिए, हमें सिर्फ acknowledge कर दीजिएगा, इतना बस है. Over to you, friends.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for this wonderful concluding remark. Very beautifully, you have touched upon several aspects of trauma. And now I would invite Professor Rajat Mitra, the convener of this conference, to give vote of thanks. Over to you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Babita. The convener always heaves a sigh of relief when the conference is over, and I'm doing that right now. And what I would like to say is that there are so many people that I have to thank that when I was making the list, it seemed almost endless. And I would like to say a special thanks. I'll begin with the last with Dr. Shekhar Sheshadri. Shekhar, who's been my friend for now almost 30 years. So you brought a very important aspect that trauma is political. Trauma also happens in a context. And in trauma, when we go deep, we become multidisciplinary. So your words were words of wisdom. And I'm glad that your words of wisdom also brought many students and faculty. So the number increased and they came to listen to you, right? So I'm glad for that. Yeah. So thank you, Shekhar. Now to tell in a sequence, how who are the people, who have, made this conference possible. As I said, the list is endless. So first, I would like to thank Professor Malika, Professor Gerard Fromm, and Professor George Colorize. In fact, George right now just called me up and he wanted to thank me. I said, I'm going to do that. So he's going to tell me later about what he felt for their presentations. Presentations were extremely enriching, and I'm sure we will carry fond memories and they will remember it for a long time. I wish to thank Professor Sunil Mittal, Sujata Amaya, and Dr. Usha Srinath. I wish to thank all the chairpersons and the co-chairpersons who ably guided and encouraged the paper presentation despite a shortage of time. They managed to condense it and did a fantastic job. I have already thanked Shekhar Sheshadri. I want to thank our founder, our chancellor, our vice chancellor, and our head of department for being behind all this and making it possible. I wish to thank all the staff, the students, the IT team who have made this possible, who wanted to every query of ours to make it a great success. And with that, I take the permission of everyone here in order to close the meeting right now, right? So should we go ahead and close the meeting? Professor Bhatia?
Yes, thank you, Professor Sadri. And you can see the number now. It was more than 236. So it's because you spoke so well.
Sure. So thank you very much, everyone, and we will meet again. We will, come in contact with each other again. If you want to contact us in some way, do let us know. Give us a feedback about the conference, how it went. With that, I take permission from everyone and close the meeting. Thank you.
Rajat Mitra, you forgot to thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor, because it is her motivation.
I have not. I have thanked her.
Okay. Then maybe I did not listen. Yes.
Yeah. That very often
because
happens between us,
it is with her motivation and guidance. Huh?
I did thank her, but I'm sure you missed it. Okay. It's no
problem. Okay. Then it's okay. It's okay. It's quite all right. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, everyone. You can close the session if it is okay with all of you.
Thank you, everyone.